Chapter 1143. Eagle Hound. Wolf-bodied eagle with a pair of eagle wings on its back. Its head, neck and wings were covered in black feathers, its body and limbs were covered in gray fur, and it had the most dark path down marks on its body. This was a rather special type of fierce beast. Ordinary desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts reproduced through the interaction between males and females. But eagle hounds were not like this. Eagle hounds reproduced through infection. The eagle hound's poison would affect any dog type or eagle type beast. When this influence reached a certain degree, the dog or eagle type beast that was poisoned by the eagle hound's poison would gradually turn into an eagle hound. Thus, the eagle hound race had different individual strengths. Some eagle hounds were transformed from desolate beasts, so they were desolate beast level. Some eagle hounds were transformed from ancient desolate beasts, so they were ancient eagle hounds. Immemorial eagle hounds were rarely seen, even in black heaven and white heaven. Everything was clear now. When the first eagle hound appeared, Fan Yuan had already understood the relationship between the falling star hound and these eagle hounds. This falling star hound was targeted by the eagle hound group. They shot it down from the sky and confined it in Taichio to grow. When the falling star hound matured, it would leave its infant form and become a true ancient desolate beast. At that time, the eagle hound group would use poison to transform the falling star hound into an ancient eagle hound. As for why the falling star hound ended up near the teleportation goo formation, the answer was clear: it was the influence of providence. Two ancient desolate beasts, the rest are desolate beast eagle hounds. Fan Yuan's gaze was filled with coldness as he paid close attention to the two ancient desolate beasts. He did not sense the aura of any immortal goo on these eagle hounds. This gave him greater confidence in the following battle. With or without wild immortal goo, Fan Yuan would have to use two completely different battle tactics. Eagle hound, he killed it in one move. Not dead, but fainted. What was that move just now? It looked like a giant palm. The hairy man goo immortals reacted at this moment. They were extremely shocked. The one that fainted from Fan Yuan's giant hand was naturally a desolate beast eagle hound. Strength path giant hand. With rank 7 battle strength, it was not strange to have such a result. If he was dealing with the ancient eagle hound, it would be different. 12th Hair had never seen Fan Yuan fight. He had always thought. When Fan Yuan taught him how to fight, he displayed Fan Yuan's strength. 12th Hair forced himself to calm down and thought to himself, although Fan Yuan knocked out an eagle hound, there are still so many of them. No matter how brave he was, how could he do it alone? This battle was fraught with grim possibilities. It was better to retreat first. In the end, 12th Hair couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After Fan Yuan made his move, the confrontation with the eagle hound beasts was very short. The moment he knocked out the eagle hound beside him, he launched his attack. Sword escape immortal goo. Whoosh! Only an afterimage of Fan Yuan was left in his original position. His speed was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, Fan Yuan had moved from the edge of the battlefield to the very center. What kind of speed is this? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked. Even 6th Hair's pupils shrunk. He gritted his teeth. He had guessed that Fan Yuan was using immortal goo's sword escape. This was Bo Qing's immortal goo. Fan Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the giant beast below him. This was an ancient eagle hound. The moment it appeared, it had knocked down the diamond bear, sent the golden white tiger flying, and pecked the chestnut yak blind. The ancient eagle hound was stepping on the diamond bear, preventing it from getting up. Behind it was the young falling star hound, curled up on the ground, shivering. They were very close. Between Fan Yuan and the ancient eagle hound. Less than 100 steps away. Their eyes clearly reflected each other's silhouettes. The ancient eagle hound jumped in fright. Fan Yuan suddenly appearing in front of it made it subconsciously take a step back. But soon, its bestial nature was stimulated. The ancient eagle hound opened its mouth and howled in anger, flapping its wings and using its hind legs to attack Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sneered. He shouted, "Beast, get down!" Boom! The strength path giant palm imprint was unleashed once more, from top to bottom. It was like a huge pot lid, fiercely slamming down. The giant hand collided with the ancient eagle hound. Despite the ancient eagle hound's ferocious momentum, it was still not a match for the giant hand's power and was suppressed. The giant hand was also sent flying up a distance from the rebound. But soon, under Fa Yuan's control and replenishment, the strength path giant hand once again slammed down like thunder and wind. The giant hand hit the ancient eagle hound's head, immediately causing its head to droop and its forelimbs to bend in an exaggerated manner. Its wolf claws supported its body as it stomped on the ground, creating 4 pits. The strength path giant hand was sent flying up a distance from the rebound, the thick and dense giant hand becoming thinner. But at the next moment, the giant hand condensed back to its original state and heavily slammed down. The ancient eagle hound was very indignant. It wanted to raise its head, but at the next moment, it saw the strength path giant hand covering the sky and earth, filling its entire vision. Boom! With a loud sound, the ancient eagle hound's head was ruthlessly slammed into the ground by an enormous force. The sharp and hard eagle beak was deeply inserted into the ground. The eagle feathers fluttered in the air, and its 4 wolf claws were also embedded into the ground. The ancient eagle hound fell into extreme anger. It had never suffered such humiliation before. It wanted to slap up, so its 4 limbs exerted strength and its muscles bulged. It was about to raise its head at the next moment. Boom! The strength path giant hand was faster than it, hitting its head and back. Its bones creaked from the impact. It could not bear the heavy burden. Its brain shook intensely, it felt dizzy, and all the strength it had gathered just now dissipated. But Fan Yuan did not let it go. He slammed 3 times in a row, almost smashing this ancient eagle hound into the ground. It did not move, and fresh blood seeped out of the surrounding soil. The hairy man-gu immortals were stunned. After Fan Yuan knocked out a desolate beast eagle hound, he charged into the center of the eagle hounds without any fear of the enemy's strength. Facing the ancient eagle hound, he slammed down more than 10 times with his hands, like slapping flatbread, directly smashing the grand ancient eagle hound to death. Such ferocity was something the hairy man-gu immortals had never seen before. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, not only the hairy man-gu immortals, even the other eagle hounds were stunned. By the time they reacted, if one of them claimed it, it would be directly reimbursed. There was no sound. There was not even any wind. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan slowly raised his head. He looked up at the sky. Several eagle hounds were circling in the sky. Among them was the second ancient desolate beast. Next, it is your turn, Fan Yuan said plainly. At the next moment, he soared into the sky. The eagle hounds in the sky. Immediately, ear-piercing eagle cries resounded as they scattered in all directions. 12th Hare and the rest could not close their mouths as they watched Fan Yuan fly even higher into the sky, chasing away the eagle hounds like they were sparrows and crows. Was this still an eagle hound? A grand ancient desolate beast, where was your spirit? 12th Hare felt like he was dreaming. In fact, seeking luck and avoiding calamity, preserving oneself and seeking longevity were the instincts of all living beings. Wild beasts bullied the weak and feared the strong. This was also normal. Once the eagle hounds dispersed, Fan Yuan would be in a difficult situation. Eagle hounds were very fast. They were outstanding among desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Fan Yuan's gaze continued to stare at that ancient eagle hound. Can you escape? Fan Yuan muttered. Swoosh! At the next moment, his figure appeared above the eagle hound. Myriad self first style, strength path giant hand. The giant hand slammed down again. With a loud sound, the hairy men shuddered and the eagle hound's feathers stood on end. Then, the hairy men saw that ancient eagle hound being slammed down from the sky by Fan Yuan like a ball. Boom! It crashed onto the ground. Sword escape immortal gu combined with giant hand had an outstanding effect. Strength path giant hand's speed was rather slow. If it was a long-range attack and slammed towards the eagle hounds, they would not even be able to cover half the distance before they escaped. But Fan Yuan went straight ahead. He used his speed to make up for this weakness of strength path giant hand. Of course, this tactic had its flaws. It could easily put Fan Yuan in a dangerous situation. Thus, Fan Yuan only used this tactic after activating Blood-Stained Conqueror's Robe, the immortal killer move. There was also a precondition, that was that Fan Yuan did not discover any wild immortal goo on these two ancient eaglehounds. If there were wild immortal goo, Fan Yuan would not use this tactic without probing what it was. Tai Chiu was covered in giant grass. The ancient eaglehounds did not suffer much damage after being slammed to the ground. Even though ancient eaglehounds excelled in speed, they were all members of the ancient imperial family, and had thick skin and flesh. Fan Yuan would not be able to kill them without using a dozen strength path giant hands. However, just as Fan Yuan was about to follow up with another attack, his expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, a picture of the future flashed. While he was charging down, a third ancient eaglehound suddenly appeared and attacked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was caught off guard and was hit by the wolf's claws, crashing to the ground. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices, his bones shattered, his blood-stained Conqueror's Robe killer move was broken, even Blood Asset Immortal Goo was injured and could no longer be used. The scene flashed for a moment, but Fan Yuan believed it without a doubt. Because this was the immortal killer move he had activated in advance, 3 Breaths Future Vision. It originated from the Time Path investigative killer move in He Fan's True Inheritance. 3 Breaths Future Vision, using after immortal goo as the core, could allow goo immortals to see their own future. And this future was about time, it was within 3 breaths of time in the future. Fan Yuan did not panic, instead his eyes revealed a cold smile. As expected, Providence's arrangements were not so simple. There was actually an ambush. Although my blood-stained Conqueror's Robe is an immortal level defense, its core immortal goo is only rank 6 blood asset. Against an ancient desolate beast, it is still a bit weak. Since he knew about the ambush, the so-called ambush was naturally useless. Sword marks targeting death. Fan Yuan aimed at a certain location in the sky and suddenly shot out a sharp sword light. Just as the hairy man goo immortals were puzzled, sword marks targeting death struck that ancient eaglehound that was hiding in ambush. Clang! A clear ringing sound rang out. The ancient eaglehound had intercepted the sword marks targeting death. The hairy man goo immortals cried out in shock. There was actually a third ancient eaglehound. It is hard to imagine, if its sneak attacked any hairy man goo immortal, it would probably succeed. Fan Yuan could actually sense it? Fan Yuan slightly raised his brows. He stared at the third ancient eaglehound that was completely unharmed, his eyes shining with bright light. To be able to block sword marks targeting death, this ancient eaglehound seems to have a wild immortal goo? Chapter 1144. The third ancient eaglehound had an immortal goo on it. If not for this, how could it block Fan Yuan's immortal killer move sword marks targeting death? Fan Yuan's heart was immediately filled with fervor. That was then, this was now. If it was before he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, Fan Yuan would have to retreat when facing this group of eagles. But now that his strength had increased explosively, his mentality had changed. He planned to devour this group of eaglehounds in one bite. My sovereign immortal aperture is very big! Fan Yuan's lips curled up. As for the wild immortal goo on the ancient eaglehound, I will take it without hesitation. To be able to block sword marks targeting death, I want to see what kind of outstanding defensive immortal goo it is. In an instant thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. He had already decided on a battle tactic. Blood path killer moves like Blood Torrent were not suitable to be used in front of the hairy man goo immortals. These hairy man goo immortals knew the dangers of blood path. They could communicate with jewel yellow skies. They were not like the goo immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven who had limited knowledge. Although Fan Yuan could use the immortal killer move in He Fan's true inheritance, he had to be careful. After all, he had not practiced it thoroughly. If he rashly used it, the activation might fail and result in a backlash. So Fan Yuan clapped his hands, directly choosing the offensive move that he created and was most proficient in. Combination of enslavement and strength path, myriad self. At the next moment, A vast number of strength path phantoms filled the world. Ah! The hairy man-goo immortals were stunned. Sixth Hair also had a dumbfounded expression, but he was not surprised. He had already known about Myriad's self-killer move. This was information that was outdated. But soon, Sixth Hair's pupils shrunk. He blurted out. He disappeared. In his perception, Fan Yuan suddenly vanished. In the sky, there seemed to be only a dense number of strength path phantoms left. This was Fan Yuan using familiar face to disguise himself as an ordinary strength path phantom. He was mixed in with the Myriad Self Army. Charge! The Myriad Self Army shouted in unison, like a flood descending from the sky. It poured down on the third eagle hound. The eagle hound's eyes flashed with a bright light. Suddenly, the wings on its back flapped, and a dark winged shadow appeared behind the wings. Its speed increased, and it actually retreated. This response was a little out of Fan Yuan's expectations. Evidently, this eagle hound had a second wild immortal goo, that layer of winged shadow from earlier. That was its effect. There is actually a second wild immortal goo! Fan Yuan's eagerness intensified. He commanded the Myriad Self Army to continue charging at the ancient eagle hound. On the way, the strength path phantoms suddenly dispersed. Like a blooming flower, they opened their mouths and pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry and suddenly soared into the sky. It retreated again and again. Fan Yuan had already calculated its retreat route. The Myriad Self Army stretched out in a straight line, like a flood dragon opening its mouth. The dragon swung its tail. The strength path phantom behind pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound flew backwards, suddenly turning its body to the right, opening its wings. His entire body drew a diagonal arc in the air, perfectly dodging the attack of the army of Myriad Self. The hairy man-goo immortals were very confused. Compared to eagle and hound, they were more willing to see Fan Yuan win. But this third ancient eagle hound seemed to be very crafty. Fan Yuan had surrounded it several times, but was unable to succeed. The speed of the ancient eagle hound is even faster than these Fan Yuan. How can he catch up? 12th Hair watched intently, causing Fan Yuan to return empty-handed. He became more and more discouraged. On the other side, 6th Hair. His eyes flickered as he thought. Fan Yuan's enslavement path attainments. There seemed to be some improvement. Almost there. Although this ancient eagle hound was fast. However, he was still worried about the other lackeys, and only circled around the battlefield. He was about to be caught by Fan Yuan. The battle raged in the sky. Almost all the eagle and hounds flew up and fought with the army of Myriad Self. Fan Yuan's focus was on the third ancient eagle hound. There is something fishy about this ancient eagle hound. Fan Yuan found that the other eagle and hounds could be easily dealt with. As long as he used a small amount of strength path phantoms, he could restrain them. Only the third ancient eagle hound was rather crafty. It could see through the Myriad Self Army's actual situation and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Finally, Fan Yuan's arrangements were done well. The Myriad Self Army surrounded the third ancient eagle hound from all directions. It was actually surrounded! 12th Hair and the rest cheered in joy. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry. It flapped its wings and scratched with its claws, directly destroying a large number of strength path phantoms. In just a few breaths of time, the ancient eagle hound showed signs of breaking through the encirclement. But this did not matter. Because Fan Yuan's true body was hidden among the strength path phantoms, and was already close to the ancient eagle hound. When the distance was enough, he decisively used the sword path killer move Dark Assassination. The beauty of this killer move was that no immortal goo aura would erupt in advance. It was extremely concealed. The ancient eagle hound howled miserably as it was shot by Fan Yuan. A bloody hole appeared on its neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. But in the blink of an eye, the blood decreased, the bloody hole disappeared, the injury healed, and eagle feathers grew all over its body. Almost at the same time, the ancient eagle hound was enraged. Its whole body was covered in a layer of shadow and its speed suddenly increased by several times. It attacked in a frenzy, filling the sky with wing and claw phantoms. Bam 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 bam! Countless strength path phantoms could not resist, and were destroyed by the ancient eagle hound. Even Fan Yuan's true body was grazed and sent flying. But with the blood-stained conqueror's robe, he would not suffer any injuries. How could this be? The goo worm aura on this ancient eagle hound's body suddenly appeared in a very chaotic manner. 12th Hare and the rest cried out in shock when they saw this. 6th Hare's eyes were wide open as he said in disbelief, "How can this be? There is actually an ancient eagle hound that can use an immortal killer move?" Such a strong effect and the complex aura of goo worms indicated that this ancient eagle hound had used an immortal killer move just now. This no doubt broke the common sense of the immortal world. A wild beast had such high intelligence and could use an immortal killer move? Wind whistled past Fan Yuan's ears as he was sent flying. Although he avoided the frontal attack and was only grazed, he was still sent flying far away. He looked at the ancient eagle hound, his eyes shining with brilliance. "So it was like this, no wonder I felt it was strange. This ancient eagle hound is actually a goo immortal. It was impossible for a wild beast to be so intelligent and be able to use an immortal killer move." 6th Hare did not realize it because he did not cultivate transformation path. Fan Yuan's understanding of transformation path was increasing day by day, and he immediately thought of the greatest possibility. A transformation path goo immortal who cultivated eagle hound transformation, but because he transformed too many times or for too long, he could not transform back and lost his rationality and memories, turning into a special ancient eagle hound. Just like refinement path goo refinement, when transformation path goo immortals transform into other forms, there was a considerable risk. In history, such cases were not rare. The following battle confirmed Fan Yuan's guess. To a certain extent, this ancient eagle hound still retained some of the battle instincts of a transformation path goo immortal. Thus, compared to ordinary ancient eagle hounds, it was more crafty and knew when to advance and when to retreat. But it was not a goo immortal after all. It did not have human intelligence, and could not grasp opportunities or execute any battle tactics. In battle, it mainly used immortal goo. At the moment of life and death, its instincts would be stimulated, and it would subconsciously use the immortal killer move that it was most familiar with when it was alive. Earlier, Fan Yuan had used dark assassination to attempt to pierce its head, but at the crucial moment, it dodged at an angle and could only hit its neck. Next, the wild shadow that burst out and sent Fan Yuan's true body flying was the use of an immortal killer move. The battle fell into a deadlock. If it were an ordinary eagle-hound group, Fan Yuan would have already taken them down. But the ancient eagle-hound situation was special. It was much more troublesome than ordinary ancient eagle-hounds. Especially whenever Fan Yuan launched a sneak attack, the ancient eagle-hound would always be able to avoid the fatal spots. This might be because this transformation path goo immortal was a veteran of countless battles, or had the protection of a unique immortal goo, or even Providence's help. All in all, Fan Yuan's intention of ending the battle quickly was severely obstructed. The sky was in a mess, the sounds of banging were incessant, there were strength path phantoms being destroyed at every moment. But Fan Yuan could replenish them at any time, his myriad self-army was endless. Although the quality was not good, he had the absolute advantage in terms of quantity. From time to time, eagle groups covered in strength path phantoms fell from the sky, crashing on the ground. Upper hand. Fan Yuan, Elder, has been holding the upper hand even when facing a group of eagle hounds. With just one person's strength, he can actually reach such a level. Elder Fan Yuan's strength is actually so strong. The hairy man goo immortals had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Watching the battle, they had unknowingly started calling Fan Yuan Elder. 12th Hare's face was filled with shock and bitterness. He felt it even more deeply. Fan Yuan's arrangements and his smooth enslavement path attainment in commanding the myriad self-army made him feel that he was so small and insignificant at this moment. Indeed, although the enemy was somewhat troublesome, from start to finish, Fan Yuan had been holding the upper hand. The eagle hounds had never been able to reverse the situation. In that case, I will change my battle tactic. Fan Yuan's true body stopped attacking and suddenly retreated to the side. He began to concentrate and activate another immortal killer move. At this moment, he was already activating Bloodstained Conqueror's robe, familiar face, and 3 breaths future vision. He floated in the air, activating goo worms and replenishing the myriad self-army from time to time. All of these affected his concentration. And this immortal killer move was rather complicated and he had not practiced it enough, thus he could only give up on attacking and stay in a stable environment, concentrating almost all of his concentration to activate it. The rank 7 year goo was first activated, followed by the supplementary mortal goo. Immortal killer move, Year Beast summoning. Come out, my ancient year beast. Swish, swish, swish. In the air, a phantom image of the river of time appeared. The river water surged as a huge beast figure jumped out of the river. Howl. Chapter 1145. What is this? Such a big chicken! Seeing the ancient year beast suddenly enter the battlefield, the hairy man goo immortals were shocked. According to He Fan's true inheritance, year beasts have 12 forms. I am quite lucky to be able to summon a chicken year beast this time. Fan Yuan sized up this year beast as he evaluated it inwardly. This year beast was like a small mountain. Its wings were spread out, casting a huge shadow on the ground. It was valiant and full of vigor, its divine might was awe-inspiring. Its feathers were bright and dazzling, and its claws were as sharp as blades. It quickly looked around the battlefield before staring at Fan Yuan. No one was more attractive to it than Fan Yuan, because it could smell the scent of year goo from Fan Yuan's body. Year goo. This was the food of year beasts. The higher the rank of the year goo, the more year beasts liked it. Immortal killer move year beast summoning was created based on this principle. The creator was He Fan. He had already created this killer move long before refining years flow like water immortal goo. These are yours. Fan Yuan smiled and suddenly waved his hand, scattering a large number of mortal year goo. The chicken year beast was overjoyed. It raised its neck and inhaled. Immediately, a huge air current formed, like a dragon sucking in water. In the blink of an eye, all the mortal year goo in the air were sucked into its stomach. Kill it and you will obtain even more. Fan Yuan stretched out his right index finger, pointing at the crucial ancient eagle hound. The chicken year beast's gaze immediately turned sharp. It turned its head at lightning speed and looked at its target. The ancient eagle hound's fur stood on end, revealing its sharp fangs. It felt a strong threat from the chicken year beast. Compared to the chicken year beast, the ancient eagle hound was quite small. Even if it stood up, it could not reach half the height of the chicken year beast. Whoosh whoosh. The chicken year beast flapped its wings and charged towards its target. Its explosive speed was even faster than the ancient eagle hound. Bam! The two fiercely collided. The chicken year beast only retreated 70 to 80 steps. Meanwhile, the ancient eagle hound was sent flying far away. The chicken year beast let out a long howl and chased after the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound was indeed cunning. After suffering a loss, it no longer clashed with the chicken year beast. Instead, it was a rooster Nian that swam left and right. Fan Yuan watched for a while and felt relieved. This chicken year beast did not have any immortal goo, but its quality was much higher than the ancient eagle hound. Nian beasts, even in the river of time. It was also a rare and precious beast. Of course, if the ancient eagle hound used its immortal goo, the chicken year beast would fall into a disadvantage. It didn't matter if it happened once or twice. But if there were too many of them, the chicken year beast would be defeated. The side with the immortal goo would have a huge increase in battle strength. He Fan warned me in the true legacy that the summoned Nian was not enslaved, and that he did not have enough control over it. If they encountered an enemy that was too strong, they would not fight head-on. Even if they fought. Sometimes, they would leave halfway and ask for more year goo from the goo immortal. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan knew that he did not have much time left. He did not choose to attack the ancient eagle hound together with the chicken year beast. Because the chicken year beast was not under his control, he could only barely communicate with it through the method left behind by He Fan, and it was hard for the two to cooperate. Fan Yuan's true body was hidden in the myriad self-army, quietly approaching a desolate beast eagle-hound. The eagle-hounds were still in the sky, fighting with the myriad self-army. From time to time, some eagle-hounds would be struck down by Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms. But soon, these eagle-hounds would fly back into the sky. They continued to fight. Although there were many strength path phantoms, against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, their attack power was relatively weak. They could only be used to harass and exhaust them. Strength path giant hand. Suddenly, Fan Yuan made a move. The strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere, and slammed towards the head of an eagle-hound. Fan Yuan's position was extremely good. The eagle-hound was caught off guard and was hit by the palm, screaming miserably on the spot and fainting. The eagle-hound started to fall. But Fan Yuan activated another giant hand and was already waiting below. The second Mahamudra grabbed the fainted eagle-hound and carefully placed it on the ground. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's true body once again disappeared into the myriad self-army. But soon, he appeared in another area of the battlefield, using the strength path giant hand to attack and knock out another eagle-hound. Next, he did the same thing, placing the second eagle-hound on the ground together with the first. The hairy man-gu immortals were dumbfounded. Elder Fan Yuan seems to be, that's right, he is planning to capture this group of ancient eagle-hounds alive. Truly a skilled person is bold. The hairy man-gu immortals could not help but sigh. These eagle-hound beasts that they viewed as life-threatening killers were, in Fan Yuan's eyes, a wealth that was voluntarily thrown into his lap. One by one, the eagle-hounds were plotted against by Fan Yuan and fainted, piling up on top of each other. Soon, these fainted eagle-hounds piled up into a mountain. The scene was quite spectacular. The ancient eagle-hound howled angrily at this scene. But it was pinned down by the chicken-ear beast and could not help. The chicken-ear beast was also in a somewhat miserable state. Its body was riddled with injuries, and it seemed to have the intention to retreat. After all, He Fan was a time path gu immortal. It was already quite amazing that he could create an immortal killer move with an effect similar to enslavement path. It seems that a killer move like Ear Beast summoning is quite ideal for fighting with the wind. If I fight against the wind, the effect will not be as good. Fan Yuan noted it in his mind. Immortal killer moves were still used. They could gain a deeper understanding of them. Fan Yuan firmly held the initiative on the battlefield. He had been paying attention to the battle between the chicken-ear beast and the ancient eagle-hound. Before the chicken-ear beast retreated, Fan Yuan dealt with the rest of the eagle-hounds. 8 of the eagle-hounds were knocked unconscious by the giant handprint, while the rest were killed. After all, giant hand was not a capturing method. It was not easy for Fan Yuan to use it to this extent. Die! Fan Yuan flew into the sky and charged forward, attacking the ancient eagle-hound with the chicken-ear beast. After a few rounds, the effect was indeed not good. Fan Yuan ordered the chicken-ear beast to retreat and protect the unconscious eagle-hounds. The chicken-ear beast's battle intent had already weakened, but after receiving Fan Yuan's order, it did not immediately move, instead retreating a distance and opening its mouth while looking at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan understood and threw a large amount of gu at it. After the chicken-ear beast had its fill, it obediently turned around and landed on the ground. It started to defend. Fan Yuan and the ancient eagle-hound fought again. But this time, the situation was different from before. The ancient eagle-hound was anxious to save its unconscious companions, charging left and right. What a pity. A grand gu immortal has fallen to such a state. He actually thought he was an eagle-hound. Fan Yuan was currently fighting. Compared to before, he was much more relaxed. The ancient eagle-hound was extremely fast and had immortal gu. At the crucial moment, it could even activate its remaining battle instincts. It activated the immortal killer move from before. Fan Yuan changed his battle tactic. Earlier, he had charged forward and used Giant Hand, but it was too risky. The defensive effect of Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was not enough in front of this ancient eagle-hound. Fan Yuan repeatedly used sword path killer moves to attack the ancient eagle-hound from afar. But the ancient eagle-hound's defensive method was excellent. It was unknown what immortal gu it was. This transformation path Gu Immortal must have felt that the Eagle Hound's defensive ability was rather low, so he specially strengthened this aspect. Fan Yuan could not attack for a long time, and the ancient Eagle Hound could not save them either. The chicken-ear beast was quite good at defending itself. The injuries on the ancient Eagle Hound's body slowly accumulated. It is really troublesome. Giant Hand is slow and cannot hit its target. Sword Path killer moves can hit, but the effect is not good. Spitting out poison is simply a waste of immortal essence. The ancient Eagle Hound itself is extremely resistant to poison. Fan Yuan was helpless. It seemed that after this transformation path Gu Immortal transformed into an ancient Eagle Hound, it had the intuition of a wild beast, and with its remaining battle instincts, it became even more difficult to deal with. Against it, Fan Yuan found himself at a loss of what to do. The strength of transformation path Gu Immortals. It was because after the transformation succeeds, their physique would be extremely high. Just this ancient Eagle Hound's flying speed alone was comparable to sword escape for a short distance. Not to mention after using the immortal Gu. Right now, Fan Yuan could only choose a battle of attrition. When this ancient Eagle Hound's immortal essence was exhausted and it could not activate the immortal Gu, that would be his victory. Or, when its injuries accumulated to a certain extent, it would show a weakness. It would be caught by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan felt helpless, but the other spectators did not feel the same way. The hairy man Gu Immortals were staring blankly. Strength. In the cruel competition of the Gu Immortal world, the most important thing was the Gu Immortal's strength. The strength that Fan Yuan displayed shocked the hairy men. Even Sixth Hair was no exception. This guy, how did his battle strength increase so much in such a short period of time? He can actually summon a year beast. How did he master this method? He clearly only went out for a short period of time. Sixth Hair felt a heaviness in his heart. Fan Yuan's speed of improvement made him feel extremely stifled, almost to the point where he could not breathe. After fighting for a while, the ancient Eagle Hound suddenly soared into the sky. Trying to escape. Fan Yuan's heart thumped as he quickly chased after it. The ancient Eagle Hound's injuries had accumulated to a certain extent, be it its attack strength or flying speed, they had clearly fallen. Whether it was the Gu Immortal's battle talent when they were alive or the wild beast's instinct to avoid danger, they both made it choose to retreat. As for those companions who had fainted, they could only be abandoned. Fan Yuan cursed inwardly. He had already expected this situation, but the timing was a bit earlier than Fan Yuan's expectations. Fan Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu to chase, but the speed at which the distance was shrinking was very slow. The ancient Eagle Hound fled desperately, its speed was astonishing. Immortal Killer Move, passing back and forth. Fan Yuan had no choice but to use this killer move. Success! The ancient Eagle Hound returned to its previous position. Fan Yuan caught up and both sides fought fiercely again. After fighting for a few rounds, the ancient Eagle Hound escaped again. Fan Yuan could only chase again. Passing back and forth. Success again. Both sides fought again. The hairy man Gu Immortals watched from afar. But soon, the ancient Eagle Hound gave up on Fan Yuan and frantically flapped its wings, retreating for the third time, its attitude more resolute than before. Fan Yuan was helpless. He could not break the other party's eagle wings. Passing back and forth. Unfortunately, he failed the third time and immediately spat out a small mouthful of blood. In a few breaths of time, the ancient Eagle Hound had already flown to the horizon. Fan Yuan could only stop. Chapter 1146. The time is still too short. It is not enough for me to familiarize myself with pass movement. Fan Yuan sighed. If he only used pass movement alone, there was a 10% chance of success. But in actual combat, it was different. For example, Fan Yuan had to constantly activate Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Familiar Face, 3 Breaths Future Vision, and other immortal killer moves. These killer moves used a large number of ghoul worms and required a huge amount of mental energy. On this basis, activating an immortal killer move like pass movement, which he had not familiarized himself with yet, only failed on the third try, it already showed that Fan Yuan's luck was very good. Although immortal killer moves had excellent effects, they expended too much mental energy. Moreover, in a life-and-death battle, one had to observe the opponent at all times, consider tactics, and react in time. Thus, in battle, immortal killer moves were not always better when used as many as possible. If too much of one's mind was involved, one might not react properly to the enemy's sneak attack or react in time, resulting in death. That would become a joke. In fact, such jokes had been happening all along the history of Gu Immortals. There were also many examples of extremely powerful killer moves directly causing the Gu Immortal to die on the spot due to failure in activation. If I can solve this problem, I'll be able to increase my combat power by another level. Besides practicing and modifying immortal killer moves to make them more concise, I can solve it from the wisdom path aspect. In the end, immortal killer moves were the combination of countless Gu worms. Activating each Gu worm would consume at least one thought of the Gu Immortal. To successfully activate an immortal killer move, the Gu Immortal would expend tens of thousands of thoughts. Wisdom Path was a path that specialized in solving this problem. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were often able to use more or more complex immortal killer moves than Gu Immortals of other paths. The Wisdom Path inheritance I obtained was mainly Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Star True Inheritance. It was good at deductions, but not good at commanding Gu worms to activate killer moves. But I am now a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. I can use this foundation to develop in this direction. I can make a breakthrough. After Fan Yuan chased away the ancient eaglehound, he reflected on himself on his way back and decided on the next development direction of Wisdom Path. He landed on the ground. Fan Yuan patted his abdomen and opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The entrance opened, revealing a portion of the sovereign immortal aperture's scenery. Sixth Hair stared straight ahead, but how could he see anything from outside the door? All he saw was a world of ice and snow. It was a desolate scene. That was the Kokidahara of the blessed land of Paragon. Sixth Hair breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he focused on raising his battle strength and neglected the management of his immortal aperture. It is no wonder, after all, the sovereign immortal aperture undergoes a tribulation every 2 months. Sixth Hair did not know that Fan Yuan had already completely plundered Heifan Grotto Heaven. He thought that Fan Yuan was still a poor kid. Little did he know that the other places in sovereign blessed land were filled with verdant hills, limpid waters, dense forests, and abundant resources. Even so, this is genuine rank 7 battle strength. Sixth Hair looked at the chicken-ear beast as his eyes twitched. Fan Yuan is only rank 6. But there were already rank 7s occupying it. Adding another rank 7 battle strength. I will definitely report this to Lord Ingwusiet and let him know. The chicken-ear beast clucked. It was very happy. Fan Yuan fed it a large number of Gu. It was very satisfied. Finally, it flapped its wings and jumped into the river of time, vanishing from sight. After placing the eagle hounds into his immortal aperture, including the falling starhound, and after dealing with the chicken-ear beasts, Fan Yuan turned around and faced the hairy man Gu Immortals present. This mission, it should be counted as my success, right? I should be the one who did it, right? Fan Yuan smiled lightly, asking these hairy men in an inquiring tone. The hairy man Gu Immortals nodded. They had some reluctance, helplessness, and awkwardness on their faces. But that was the truth. Fan Yuan did not make a move. Their lives were in danger. 12th Hair opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his lips moved a few times, but no words came out. He thought of his earlier performance. It was extremely shallow. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He could not help but feel ashamed. Sixth Hair observed his expression and laughed sinisterly, saying, Elder Fan Yuan, you are really amazing. You actually chased away a group of eagle hounds alone. If we did not see it with our own eyes, we would not believe it. If you had made a move earlier, you would not have been able to deal with the falling starhound. The hairy man Gu Immortals heard this and their expressions changed. They felt even more complex emotions. I have my own difficulties. I do not want to explain them to you. First Supreme Elder knows a thing or two about this. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He looked around at everyone before looking at 12th Hair. Alright, that's enough. The matter has been resolved, let's return. Using the teleportation goo formation, the immortals easily returned to Langya Blessed Land. After hearing everyone's report, Land Spirit of Langya's attitude became much more relaxed. He was not too surprised by Fan Yuan's battle strength. Because he knew that Fan Yuan had once possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had been reborn. Although it was rare for a rank 6 to have rank 7 battle strength, it was not hard to understand for Fan Yuan. With this relaxed attitude and the 1,000 contribution points from completing the Falling Star Hound mission, Fan Yuan successfully borrowed goo worms and could use Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture again. In the following days, Fan Yuan cultivated peacefully. He mainly used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate his soul. He also practiced new killer moves such as past movement in private. In his free time, he took care of the newly obtained Falling Star Hound infant, as well as the Eagle Hounds. For these desolate beasts and an ancient Eagle Hound, it was just a change of environment. After adapting to it, they could live here peacefully. Living here was not a problem. This was a lack of intelligence, it was a simple-mindedness. As for the countless resources that were moved from Heifan Grotto Heaven, Fan Yuan placed most of them in Mini Southern Border. Because Mini Southern Border's environment was close to Heifan Grotto Heaven. Even so, because the down marks couldn't compare to Heifan Grotto Heaven, there were still many resources that were declining and some were on the verge of destruction. Therefore, Fan Yuan had one more thing to worry about, and that was to quickly sell the resources that could not be kept alive. Other than trading with the Land Spirit of Langya, the focus was on jewel yellow skies. In a very short period of time, Fan Yuan had amassed a huge amount of Immortal Yuan Stone. After using a portion of it, the celestial essence reserves that were slightly insufficient previously had now been replenished. They were no longer hidden dangers, but instead became one of Fan Yuan's strengths. So much green grape immortal essence! Even if I use an immortal killer move like Triple Sword Wave for 100 times, I won't have to worry. Fan Yuan had never possessed so much green grape immortal essence. This made him think about the fourth earthly calamity. More confidence. Time flew by, and finally it was time for Fan Yuan to undergo tribulation again. He left Langya Blessed Land and came to the northern ice plains. After choosing a location, he placed his immortal aperture and opened the entrance, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. This time, the duration of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth was dozens of times longer than before. The reason was that the resources in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. A large amount of heaven and earth chi was expended. Next, Fan Yuan used the immortal tribulation tempering aperture again. Everything was done smoothly. After making preparations, Fan Yuan closed the Blessed Land's entrance and started to welcome the fourth earthly calamity. It was still in Kokidahara. Fan Yuan welcomed a sky full of flying frost. This is black-white flying salt tribulation. Fan Yuan was stunned as he recognized it. He was slightly surprised. This tribulation was not strong, in fact, it was easy to pass. In the sky, there was a long stretch of pale yellow clouds. Large amounts of salt fell slowly from the sky. The entire process was silent. The salt was like white snow, there was no wind at all. Large amounts of flying salt fell to the ground and melted the ice and snow into liquid. Among the ice and snow, there were some wild flowers that could withstand the cold, but after being melted by the flying salt, they were on the brink of death and died soon after. Are they trying to destroy my Kokidahara's ecology? Fan Yuan was slightly puzzled. For now, he did not take action and only watched from the sidelines. Even though there were some losses, most of his resources were gathered in Mini Southern Border. Kokidahara had always been the place Fan Yuan used to undergo tribulations. Fan Yuan could bear these losses in the past. Not to mention now, he had obtained Heifan Grotto Heaven's accumulation. He was extremely wealthy. After a while, one by one, snowmen appeared in the sky full of salt frost. This was the influence of reckless savages' will. As long as Fan Yuan killed these snowmen, he would be able to obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, his transformation path and strength path attainment levels would soar. At this time, unlike the third time where Chu Du had a share, Fan Yuan had the resources to himself. Fan Yuan quickly took action. These snowmen had just appeared when they were melted by the flying salt. Providence's intention. It seemed to be manifested at this moment, that was to weaken Fan Yuan's gains from the earthly calamity as much as possible. Fan Yuan and Providence attacked first. Myriad self-activated again to exterminate these snowmen. Of course, there were other methods. Right now, only Fan Yuan could take action. As for other existences, be they goo immortals or desolate beasts, whoever killed the snowmen would obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning. Waves of Reckless Savage's true meaning were instilled into Fan Yuan's mind, rapidly raising his path attainment level. As for the profound white flying salt itself, it was a tribulation. Fan Yuan could not directly eliminate it. The fourth earthly calamity lasted for a long time. Even if the previous 3 calamities were added up, it was not even 10% of the fourth calamity. 3 days later, the profound white flying salt scale started to decrease. Is this a war of attrition? Fan Yuan frowned, feeling some doubts. Several days later, the profound white flying salt tribulation finally stopped. Fan Yuan looked at the frost salt on the ground, feeling even more doubts. According to his previous deductions, the fourth earthly calamity should be stronger, it would be more difficult to deal with. But the truth was, the profound white flying salt tribulation was not intense at all, it descended slowly. Fan Yuan did not feel any pressure at all. He even eliminated most of the snowmen, he did not waste much of Reckless Savage's true meaning, his gains were plentiful. Fan Yuan had a feeling that Providence was going to let him go. Earlier, I used some time path killer moves in Tai Chio to test Providence's deduction ability, to see how it would deal with me. But the result was the profound white flying salt tribulation. No matter what, the fourth earthly calamity is over. These salt flats can be preserved. After using self-will to cleanse them, they can be used as a special environment to be managed. This earthly calamity was unexpectedly easy. Fan Yuan did not even suffer any injuries. Fan Yuan stored his immortal aperture and was about to return to Langya Blessed Land. But at this time, heaven and earth changed. Fan Yuan fell into a battlefield killer move. Close to 10 goo immortals appeared. There was even a dragon-shaped beast with a grand aura, staring at Fan Yuan. Immemorial desolate beast. Fan Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom, he quickly realized. Human tribulation. So it turns out that Heaven's will was intentionally delaying me and setting up this sure-kill trap. Chapter 1147. The surrounding heaven and earth had turned into a frosty white color. Countless gray clouds the size of horse carriages floated around Fan Yuan. Although Fan Yuan did not feel any wind, these clouds were moving rapidly, surrounding Fan Yuan like a group of vicious sharks or a pack of hungry wolves. This is definitely an immortal battlefield killer move. I don't even know its origin. It seems to be mostly cloud path. Fan Yuan was on full alert. After the shock, his mind flashed like lightning as he rapidly analyzed the situation. Forget about the immortal battlefield killer move. There are actually 9 goo immortals and a dragon-shaped immemorial desolate beast. Fan Yuan looked at the 9 figures. These mysterious goo immortals were all covered in a layer of gray clouds, their faces were concealed and only their eyes were exposed. As for their goo immortal auras, they could not be concealed and leaked out. There was also that dragon-shaped beast, it was also covered in a thin layer of gray clouds, coiling in front of Fan Yuan. The majestic aura was terrifying to the extreme. In Fan Yuan's perception, it was like a towering mountain, while Fan Yuan himself was like an ant at the foot of the mountain. Fan Yuan's mind was shaken. This lineup was too strong. He was not their match. There was no need to even think about it. Strange. Why are there so many people ambushing me? Fan Yuan was shocked, but also had a huge doubt. The northern icy plain was uninhabited and had almost no resources. This was a desolate land created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. The only wealth here was Reckless Savage's true meaning, which Chu Du had taken a liking to. Thus, Gu immortals rarely came here. Furthermore, before every tribulation, Fan Yuan would go through jewel yellow skies, Langya sect, and even Chu Du to gather some information. Those super forces of Northern Plains' righteous path did not make any big moves. Because of the Battle of Hay Tribe's extermination, everyone was digesting their gains, trying to adapt to the new force structure. These righteous path forces were almost all in Northern Plains. Their Gu immortals were stationed separately. Actually, it was very difficult for the Huangjin tribes to send out 3 or 4 Gu immortals at once, unless something big happened. As for the fiendish Dao and itinerant immortals, although they were free, they usually acted alone. Why would they suddenly gather together? Also, I have been holed up in Langya blessed land, avoiding the deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals. He also had dark limit and other methods to protect himself. It was impossible for his whereabouts to be calculated so clearly. Where did these Gu immortals come from? Is it Shongzhou State? Earlier, to investigate the truth of the murder case at 88-Point Jinyang Tower, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects worked together and gathered a group of Gu immortals to explore Northern Plains. Now that the Celestial Court was doing everything possible to deal with the Shadow Sect and Fan Yuan, it was not surprising that they sent another team. But Central Continent's Gu immortals, especially those from the 10 great ancient sects or Celestial Court, they were all open and aboveboard in style. How could he possibly hide like this? These Gu immortals were concealing their appearances. Even the immemorial desolate beasts were the same. Only vague human figures could be seen. Maybe these are illusions created by the battlefield killer move? A guess flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. From when he stored his immortal aperture. While preparing to return, he was ambushed. After falling into the trap, he was now analyzing countermeasures. It was actually a short period of time, only a few moments. The sovereign immortal fetus was smart to begin with. With the help of wisdom path methods, Fan Yuan had already reacted. If it was truly such a terrifying enemy formation, Fan Yuan had no hope. However, he felt that there was a high chance that this was an illusion, because these Gu immortals' origins could not be explained. Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly. At the next moment, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and charged towards the Gu immortals. The 9 Gu immortals did not react, they seemed to be in a daze. When Fan Yuan got close, he stopped. 3 breaths later, blood-stained Conqueror's robe was activated. He pointed with his finger. Sword Light. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Marks targeting death. A rank 6 Gu immortal's figure moved. But a rank 7 female Gu immortal pressed on his shoulder. You can't take this move, let me. Saying so, she pointed with her finger. An ice mirror appeared in the air. Sword Marks targeting death's sword light shot into the ice mirror, but it did not pierce through. It was deflected, and its direction changed. It can actually change the direction of my immortal killer move. Fan Yuan's heart shook. He quickly controlled Sword Marks targeting death to return to its original path. His Sword Marks targeting death could be controlled at will after it was activated. But this killer move was very fast. It was not easy for Gu immortals to control. Sword Marks targeting death was finally able to return to its original path, but to think that a second ice mirror would appear in front of it. Fan Yuan could only watch helplessly as Sword Marks targeting death was deflected again. Next, a third, fourth, and so on ice mirrors appeared. They surrounded Sword Marks targeting death and made it spin in the air. Oh no! This Gu immortal's method counters my Sword Marks targeting death. Fan Yuan's heart sank. He was about to react. The second rank 7 Gu immortal suddenly took a step forward and growled. An ice spear instantly condensed in his hand. Next, he stretched his arm like a bow. After stretching it to the limit, he threw it at Fan Yuan. The ice spear flew in the air, piercing through the air and emitting a sharp sound that made one's heart palpitate. Cold air spread in all directions. The water vapor along the way was frozen, turning into specks of frost that floated in the air. It was a beautiful scene, but it was filled with killing intent. This is definitely an immortal killer move formed with a rank 7 Gu immortal as the core. Fan Yuan quickly retreated, wanting to dodge. But this ice spear could be controlled like sword marks targeting death. Fan Yuan could not dodge. He gritted his teeth. He knew that blood-stained Conqueror's robe could not block this move, so he activated Strength Path Giant Hand. Giant Hand suddenly appeared, forming a palm wall that blocked in front of Fan Yuan. The ice spear pierced through the giant hand. Before its momentum dissipated, it hit Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan was sent flying backwards. His body was covered in a thick layer of frost. Even the blood he spat out was frozen into blood clots. Blood Acid Immortal Gu was also injured. If it continued, Blood Acid Immortal Gu might not be able to take the damage and be destroyed. But in this situation, how could Fan Yuan care about this? He could only activate Blood Acid Immortal Gu. He could barely maintain the blood-stained Conqueror's robe. 2 of the rank 7 Gu Immortals are not fake. What about the others? Fan Yuan swallowed a mouthful of blood. He clapped his hands, activating the killer move Myriad Self. In an instant, large numbers of Strength Path Phantoms gushed out. In the blink of an eye, they filled the Immortals' vision. These mysterious Gu Immortals were clearly stunned. Next, the 3rd rank 7 Gu Immortal smiled, saying loudly, "Let me!" He raised his arms, puffing his cheeks as he blew. A whirlwind spun out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it expanded into a huge tornado. The tornado was 100 feet tall. The 2 ends were large. The center was small and dark green in color. As it rotated, the wind was like blades, sweeping all the Strength Path Phantoms along the way and easily shredding them into pieces. Soon, the Myriad Self army's size was reduced by more than half. Fan Yuan quickly urged again, replenishing the numbers. "Brother, let me help you," the 4th rank 7 Gu Immortal said in a low and muffled voice. He stretched out his index finger. He pointed at the tornado. Instantly, a certain profound immortal killer move activated. The tornado turned into 2 into 4. In the blink of an eye, 4 huge tornadoes wreaked havoc in the battlefield. Their battle strength increased by 4 times. This! Fan Yuan's heart shook. He felt something amiss. The battle started. He had already suffered light injuries. Blood Acid Immortal Gu was injured. There was a danger of it being destroyed if it continued to be used. And in the enemy's formation, that immemorial desolate beast did not move. It was suppressing the battlefield. There were 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals among the 9. Each of them used an immortal killer move. They were either powerful or exquisite. "Don't tell me, these are not illusions!" Like he had fallen into an abyss, Fan Yuan's heart sank. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew. In a short period of time, the Myriad Self army was wiped out, even if Fan Yuan continued to replenish them. The Strength Path Phantom's quality was too low. Against a rank 7 killer move, numbers were useless. Myriad Self, which had always been successful, fell into an awkward situation for the first time. It could not change the situation for Fan Yuan. No, Myriad Self still has an advantage, at least in terms of immortal essence expenditure. I still have the advantage. But the enemy has numbers while I am alone. This advantage is negligible. What should I do? The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too huge. Any tactics were useless. Actually, these mysterious Gu Immortals did not cooperate. Every time they attacked, they would take turns. If not for this immortal battlefield killer move, Fan Yuan might have been able to escape. Unfortunately, the enemy had already made their arrangements. While Fan Yuan lacked space path methods, it was a problem for him to escape. Moreover, he had to face 4 rank 7 and 5 rank 6 Gu Immortals. As well as that immemorial desolate beast, it was an insurmountable chasm. The situation was extremely perilous. Compared to his previous life, when he was besieged by righteous path Gu Immortals, it was countless times more dangerous. After all, back then, there was no immemorial desolate beast to hold down the fort. Fan Yuan probed these Gu Immortals, but against the immemorial desolate beast, he did not even have the intention to probe it. Fan Yuan relied on activating Myriad Self to struggle at death's door. One after another, Gu Immortals attacked. The Strength Path Phantoms were destroyed almost as soon as they formed. The Myriad Self army, which had always been aggressive, was unable to form any kind of scale. Am I going to die here today? An intense sense of danger of death shrouded Fan Yuan's mind. He could not ask for reinforcements. In this battlefield killer move, Fan Yuan could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But he did not give up. Like a bolt of lightning flashed in his mind, he suddenly thought, "No, I still have a chance of survival." This chance of survival did not lie in Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada had providence. Providence wanted to eliminate Fan Yuan by all means possible. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was courting death. This chance of survival was in the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If Fan Yuan had not obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would definitely die at this moment. But it was different now, he still had a trace of hope. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, but it was an infant now, so it only had desolate beast level battle strength. But He Fan's true inheritance had a time path immortal killer move that could accelerate the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's growth, allowing it to mature in a short period of time. This way, Fan Yuan would have rank 8 battle strength. Coincidentally, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It could enter Grotto Heavens and immemorial 9 Heavens. Passing through this battlefield killer move had a high chance of success. Persevere! Persevere until the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle becomes rank 8. Fan Yuan thought of this and immediately changed his tactic. Chapter 1148. The Time Path Immortal Killer move had already been quietly activated in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was affected by the killer move. The time flow on its body increased by countless times, allowing it to grow rapidly. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out continuously, feeling extremely uncomfortable. On one hand, its body was growing rapidly, on the other hand, it was hungry. It needed to eat a lot of heavenly crystals every day to fill its stomach. Right now, a breath of time was equivalent to a day, adding on the continuous growth of its body. How could it not be hungry? Of course, He Fan had also considered this situation. He had another immortal killer move to make up for this weakness. At the same time, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle hid in the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest, crazily eating. By using both methods, it was able to maintain its growth. This method was a quick method, it had many weaknesses. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Fan Yuan did not spend much time together, but when its strength suddenly increased, it would become wild and uncontrollable. Moreover, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's growth was too fast, it could not adapt or familiarize itself, it could only display less than 30% of its original strength. But Fan Yuan had no other choice. He was forced into a desperate situation. This was his only hope of escaping this predicament. He was like a drowning person, firmly grasping onto this only life-saving straw. Myriad Self was activated continuously. The killer move that was normally strong had now become Fan Yuan's last resort. His true body used familiar face to disguise himself, blending in with the strength path phantoms. The enemy Gu Immortals could not discover him. Tornadoes wreaked havoc, during which the enemy Gu Immortals attacked, layer after layer covering the battlefield. Their firepower was extremely abundant. Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms could only last for 1 or 2 breaths of time before they were destroyed. He had never used Myriad Self so frequently before. Thankfully, this Myriad Self was created by him. He was extremely familiar with it. It had become an instinct of his body. He had never failed before. But this way. His green grape immortal essence storage fell rapidly. In terms of immortal essence storage, Fan Yuan was at a complete disadvantage. He could not compare to the total of 9 enemy Gu Immortals. This guy's hiding ability is quite amazing. An enemy Gu Immortal sighed. Relax. As long as we have this battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, we won't have to worry about him escaping. Another Gu Immortal said. Humph, rat-like thing, come out. The earlier you die, the earlier you can be free. The 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals did not speak. The other 5 rank 6s purposely shouted loudly, trying to use words to shake Fan Yuan's fighting spirit. But how could Fan Yuan be so easily swayed? His will was tougher than steel. Even if he was in a hopeless situation, he would not give up until the very last moment. Since it was a delaying tactic, Fan Yuan decided that he would not reveal his true self unless it was absolutely necessary. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was constantly being matured, and it already had the aura of an ancient desolate beast. As for the celestial crystal eagle nest, more than half of it had been eaten. But this growth was far from enough. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was the key to this battle. The enemy has the advantage in numbers. It seems that they also have countless immortal killer moves. Their foundation is very deep. Once I take out the upper extreme heavenly eagle, if he failed to break through the encirclement, he would probably be targeted immediately. There was no second chance. I must succeed on the first try. As he was thinking, Fan Yuan suddenly heard someone chuckling beside him. Hee, I found you. This was the voice of a female Gu immortal. At that instant, Fan Yuan's hair stood on end. He used sword escape immortal Gu without caring about exposing his true body. He soared to the sky. Almost at the same time, frost condensed at his original location, forming into a thick block of ice the size of a building. So fast! A rank 6 female Gu immortal exclaimed in surprise. Her voice was the same as the voice that had whispered into Fan Yuan's ears earlier. Shui'er did well. Not bad. A rank 7 Gu immortal commented. Thank you for your praise, grandmother. The female Gu immortal was very happy. Even though Shui'er could not see through his disguise, every time he used a killer move and created those strength path phantoms, the killer move's aura would leak out. Even though he tried to conceal it. But it was useless. After a while, Shui'er found him. Good. Now let's see where you can run to. Another rank 7 Gu immortal shouted as he charged towards Fan Yuan. He was extremely fast. Soon, he reached Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan recognized that this person was the one who threw the ice spear at him earlier. Die! The rank 7 Gu immortal clenched his fists. In an instant, 2 more ice spears appeared in his hands as he attacked. Close combat Gu immortal? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance as he quickly retreated. But when he used sword escape, his speed was inferior to the enemy. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw that his body was covered in a thin layer of gray clouds at some point in time. It was slowing down his speed. On the other side, the rank 7 Gu immortal's speed seemed to have been boosted. If I let you retreat as you please, wouldn't I be too useless? The Gu immortal controlling the battlefield killer move stood up straight. His palms were clasped in front of his chest as he observed the battle from afar. Fan Yuan was forced to close in on by the enemy. He had no choice but to face the enemy head-on. The rank 7 Gu immortal wielding the 2 ice spears was very impressive. His battle techniques were extremely high. After a few rounds, Fan Yuan's left arm and abdomen were pierced. Blood Asset immortal Gu was heavily injured again. A large number of remnant ice and snow-down marks were engraved on Fan Yuan's injuries. He could not heal them. The cold frost energy spread to his limbs and bones, causing his speed to fall again. The weakness of the sovereign immortal body showed itself for the first time. Down marks were not restricted. Fan Yuan could be easily injured. In the previous battles, Fan Yuan had been defending and evading. But at this moment, he could only face this weakness. Kill! The enemy's attacks were extremely fierce. He got closer again. The ice spear in his right hand pierced towards Fan Yuan's forehead, while the ice spear in his left hand was like a venomous snake, quietly approaching Fan Yuan's heart. Blood torrent! Fan Yuan suddenly changed his killer move. He made a strange turn and dodged the enemy's attack. Blood path! Far away, a rank 6 Gu immortal shouted in shock. He is indeed an unforgivable scoundrel. He actually cultivates blood path. We have gotten rid of a scourge for the people. I had some suspicions about that defensive killer move earlier. As expected. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal's expression changed. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he pounced again. Giant hand! Fan Yuan slammed. The strength path giant hand flew out. At such a distance, the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal had nowhere to dodge. But he had never thought of dodging. Forcefully resisting. The two spears broke through the giant hand. He created a huge hole and came out, continuing to chase after Fan Yuan. He could fight in close combat. His defensive methods were naturally outstanding. If not for this, why would he dare to take the risk? The two spears in his hands weaved into a dense forest of spear shadows, fully displaying the advantage of close combat Gu immortals with extremely fast attack speed. Close combat Gu immortals were few in number. They had been prevalent in ancient times, but were almost extinct now. However, once such a Gu immortal got close, they would be a huge threat. Fan Yuan was in danger of dying at any moment. He had to pay close attention to his opponent's movements. If he was careless, he would die. Fan Yuan had many immortal killer moves, but once he got close, he could only dodge most of the time. Because he had no time to use any complicated immortal killer moves. If he did not react in time, he would die. Fan Yuan's rhythm was already broken. He barely managed to maintain it for a while before his opponent found a flaw and pierced his heart. It's over. At this moment, his opponent's expression relaxed a little. Man as before. Fan Yuan exploded. First, he used man as before immortal Gu to heal his fatal injuries. Next, he used dark assassination to explode the enemy's head. In the blink of an eye, Fan Yuan obtained victory. He had been hiding man as before all this time because he was waiting for this opportunity. Gasps resounded, but the Gu immortals were shocked but not angry. At the next moment, Fan Yuan was astonished to see the enemy's head was not made of flesh and blood, it was completely made of gray clouds. The gray clouds scattered and gathered again. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal shook his newly formed head. He laughed loudly. Not bad! You actually managed to explode my head, humph! Human Gu immortals are so crafty. If this was any other time, I would be dead already. What a pity! This is the immortal battlefield of the gray cloud battle puppet. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He suffered a loss. He did not know the profundity of this battlefield killer move and made a wrong judgment. Gray cloud battle puppet. Although this is the first time I've heard of it, it is truly a powerful battlefield killer move. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His whole body was covered in injuries. He had purposely kept man as before, to use it at the crucial moment. But his painstaking plan failed in front of the killer move Gray Cloud Battle Puppet. Of course, this was created by Lady Earth Mother, the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal said in a proud tone. Fan Yuan took the chance to inspect his immortal aperture. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already grown into an immemorial desolate beast. But it was on the verge of death. The heavenly crystals had already been eaten, it was about to starve to death. Fan Yuan quickly dispelled the immortal killer move effect on it, and tried to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle other food. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle kept its mouth shut, not eating at all. Damn it! I was busy dealing with the enemy earlier, I could not care about the upper extreme heavenly eagle's situation. Fan Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. His final trace of hope was gone. In this battlefield killer move, the enemy was simply undying. Fan Yuan had no chance of winning. It was already difficult to deal with a rank 7 Gu immortal, not to mention that immemorial dragon-shaped desolate beast that had yet to move. What to do? Death was imminent. Young man, leave your name. You are an opponent worthy of respect. After my life ends, this battle with you will be remembered by my descendants as an honor. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal approached again. The atmosphere was solemn. The other Gu immortals did not stop him, they seemed to approve of the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal's words. Fan Yuan, however, showed a confident smile. My name is not important, what is important is my identity. I am Langya Bless Land's Supreme Elder, a member of the Variant Human Camp. With the current situation of the world, we Variant humans should not fight among ourselves, right? Snowmen, rockmen, and hairy men should help each other, not fight among themselves. It would be better to kill our enemies. How did you know? The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was surprised. He actually knows our identity. Quickly kill him. Human Gu immortals have always been crafty, don't listen to his lies. The distant Gu immortals shouted, they were almost shrieking. What lang ye blessed land! Also, you are clearly a human, what hairy man are you? Do you think I am blind? The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was furious, he attacked with his spear. Fan Yuan exposed their identities, but they did not believe Fan Yuan's words. Chapter 1149. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal charged towards Fan Yuan. Variant humans are so stubborn, or is it the influence of Providence? Humph! Fan Yuan's gaze was grim as he looked at the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal charging towards him, but he did not dodge or retreat. Boom! At the next moment, he opened the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture and let out an extremely huge beast. Ah! This is... The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal felt a majestic aura instantly crushing his body and mind. His charge came to an abrupt halt, his fighting spirit crumbled in an instant. Because what Fan Yuan let out was none other than the immemorial level upper extreme heavenly eagle. The matured upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, several times the size of the giant whale. Even that immemorial dragon-shaped desolate beast was comparable to it. Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle had terrifying battle strength at rank 8 level. Shock. At once, the enemy immortals were shocked, they stared with tongue-tied expressions. They had never expected Fan Yuan to have such a trump card. The cards in this hand were too big. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was so shocked that his whole body was shaking. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed completely. Fan Yuan stood proudly on the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head, snorting coldly. Why do you think I have been so fearless since the start of the battle? No matter how powerful your battlefield killer move is, can it stop my upper extreme heavenly eagle? The enemy immortals heard this, and their bodies shook. Upper extreme heavenly eagle! According to rumors, this eagle is a space path immemorial desolate beast. It can avoid the heavenly wind chi wall and enter the immemorial 9 heavens. Not only that, it can also pass through space and enter grotto heavens. Our battlefield killer move cannot trap it. The immortals conversed hurriedly. They were slightly flustered. Fan Yuan revealed a confident smile. Even if you use that dragon-shaped immemorial desolate beast, I have confidence in escaping. But what I said earlier is the truth. I do not need to deceive you. If I did, such a clumsy lie would be easily exposed. Why would I waste my effort? The enemy immortals were silent. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle was the best proof of Fan Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was the closest. The upper extreme heavenly eagle filled his entire vision. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle's eyes were slightly closed. However, the cold light that seeped out from the slits of his eyes still made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Did you find out? Is it true? The Gu Immortals transmitted to each other. It was a little funny. Earlier, when Fan Yuan was ambushed and saw the terrifying lineup of these Gu Immortals, he immediately suspected that this was an illusion. Now, Fan Yuan released the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The Gu Immortals also had the same thought. It's true! The rank 6 Gu Immortal called Shui was the first to speak. Her tone could not conceal her fear. Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's blood and chi is extremely strong. Don't look at its harmless and motionless appearance. Once we launch our attack, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Soon, the other rank 7 Gu Immortals confirmed it. This! How can a mere blessed land contain a primordial desolate beast? Although it's inconceivable, it's the hard truth. What do we do? The enemy can use an immemorial desolate beast. Do we also have to use an immemorial rock dragon? In fact, the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's killer move space had a Grey Cloud Dragon beast. It was just an empty shell. Although its aura was not fake, it could not display rank 8 battle strength. There were many reasons. Grey Cloud Battle Puppet did not have a rank 8 core immortal Gu. It was not suitable for rank 8 existences to use. On the other hand, the Snowman and Rockman Gu Immortals' main bodies were deep underground. They could only form this Grey Cloud Battle Puppet battlefield killer move after injecting their Gu worms in immortal essence. They would gain battle strength that was not weaker than the main body. That was to say, the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's battle strength came from the Goo Immortal's control, the immortal essence, and goo worms hidden in the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's body. Inside the battlefield killer move. Although it could form a Grey Cloud Battle Puppet corresponding to the immemorial Rock Dragon's main body, the immemorial Rock Dragon did not have the intelligence of a Goo Immortal, it could not control it or use immortal goo freely, its battle strength could not be displayed. Thus, since the start of the battle, this rank 8 battle strength had not been used at all. But Fan Yuan was a cautious person, he did not dare to probe it. Of course, this was also normal. Just like earlier, the dual spear-wielding Goo Immortal was intimidated and did not dare to attack the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The moment Fan Yuan let out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the situation underwent a complete change. The variant human Goo Immortals only had rank 8 battle strength. They did not know Fan Yuan's actual strength, they thought they were weak. As for Fan Yuan, he did not know the details of the variant human Goo Immortals. He did not know that the so-called immemorial dragon desolate beast was also just an empty shell. He also felt he was weak. Of course, in terms of the truth, Fan Yuan's judgment was correct. At this moment, Fan Yuan's heart was also very nervous. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was about to starve to death. He had used blood path methods to disguise it as having strong qi and blood. Once it was attacked, it would be exposed. But the other party did not dare to attack. Why? If they attacked and could not kill the other party, it would be terrible if the other party escaped. Even if the immemorial Rock Dragon was summoned from deep underground, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could not be stopped if it wanted to escape. Since Fan Yuan exposed the other party's identity, he also understood the other party's apprehension. That was their identity. Once the identity of the Snowman and Rockman was exposed in Northern Plains' Goo Immortal world, the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators would immediately join forces to hunt them down. Humans were strong, they had been fighting since the immemorial antiquity era. They would not allow such a large group of variant human super forces to exist. Thus, when the variant human Goo Immortals attacked Fan Yuan, they had to conceal their identities to prevent being exposed. Thus, the variant human Goo Immortals only dealt with Fan Yuan, but they sent out close to 10 Goo Immortals, and even used an immemorial desolate beast to suppress the situation. This was to ensure that nothing went wrong. But such a foolproof plan, because of Fan Yuan's strength alone, many accidents occurred. In the end, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme Heavenly Eagle appeared. If they had known this beforehand, the variant human Goo Immortals would not have come out to ambush them. In the end, they ended up in this awkward situation where they could neither advance nor retreat. Fan Yuan waited for a while, but the variant human Goo Immortals did not speak. He could only shake his head, smiling bitterly. All right, I have already said this, why don't you believe me? Are we really going to fight to the death? Of course, I definitely won't die. Why do you want us to believe you? You are a human! A rank 7 Goo Immortal said hatefully. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief internally. Since the other party spoke, it meant he had fooled them. The opportunity had been obtained, it would depend on his performance now. Thus, Fan Yuan activated Familiar Face. The Immortal Killer move's aura spread out, the variant human Goo Immortals quickly went on guard. The dual spear-wielding Goo Immortal retreated far away. Next, the variant human Goo Immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw that Fan Yuan had turned into a hairy man. There were no flaws. I am a transformation path Goo Immortal. I have inherited a portion of the human king's true inheritance. I will turn into a hairy man to deceive everyone. It is simply too easy. But why can't I do that? Fan Yuan spread his arms, returning to his original appearance from a hairy man. His expression was sincere and sincere. The variant human Goo Immortals looked at him quietly. Fan Yuan continued to spout nonsense. That is because I am sincere to you. Since I've just understood your identity, then we can be considered to be on the same side. Even though I am a human Goo Immortal, I am indeed a member of Langya sect. The origin of Langya blessed land is long hair ancestor. Now, under the leadership of Land Spirit of Langya, Langya sect has been created. I am one of the sect's supreme elders. If you believe me, activate the battlefield killer move. I will send a message. I will inform the sect of everything." The variant human goo immortals looked at each other. Nobody moved. Both sides were in a deadlock again. Fan Yuan did not dare to let them continue thinking nonsense. After all, Providence was affecting them. To counteract Providence's influence, Fan Yuan had to continue to speak and change their minds. Providence was not fake, it did not affect the variant human goo immortals to a high degree. Variant humans' intelligence was second only to humans after all. Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan had hope. "All right. Let me express my sincerity first." Fan Yuan sighed, opening his immortal aperture's entrance, and keeping the upper extreme heavenly eagle inside. This action shocked the variant human goo immortals. "Be careful. Even though this immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle has been kept, it can rely on its own strength. It can pierce through space and attack at any time. Forget it, let's disperse this gray cloud battle puppet." "Lord, do you think this gray cloud battle puppet killer move can trap the enemy?" The other variant human goo immortals could not answer. In their opinion, the truth was so. In the oppressive silence, gray cloud battle puppet killer move dissipated. Fan Yuan's vision returned to the clear world of northern plains. He resisted the urge to run, saying to these variant human goo immortals, "All right. We got to know each other after a fight. I will immediately inform Langya's sect. I will stay here and wait for the sect to send goo immortals." Fan Yuan was happy. Of course, he was faking it. But his acting skills, together with attitude goo, were flawless. At least, these variant human goo immortals could not see any flaws and treated it as the truth. Moreover, Fan Yuan did not run when he could, his actions proved the truth in his words. "Then brother, please go underground and be our guest." "This way please." The other gray clouds dissipated, leaving behind a living Rockman goo immortal. It was the one who controlled gray cloud battle puppet killer move. "Ha, please." Fan Yuan followed this Rockman goo immortal as they entered the depths of the icy plain. The truth proved that Providence's influence on goo immortals was not outstanding. At least, Fan Yuan could use words to counteract this influence. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was the foundation. Precisely because of the immemorial desolate beast's existence, these variant human goo immortals changed their minds. After all, Providence could not make these goo immortals lose their rationality and challenge immemorial desolate beasts. It would be courting death. In the depths of the icy plain, there was a world of its own. There was quite a scenery. Fan Yuan was surrounded by several goo immortals. He looked at the underground scenery absent-mindedly. The variant human goo immortals were the same. Until Langya Sect sent a group of hairy man goo immortals here. Chapter 1150. Northern Icy Plain, Deep Underground. In the cave hall, stone benches and tables were arranged in a circle, thick vines were climbing the walls and grass was growing between the cracks of the rocks. 3 fires were burning fiercely in the center of the hall. It was said that this was a custom passed down from the olden antiquity era. When a variant human tribe had an esteemed guest, they would hold a banquet and set 3 fires. Snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, as well as Fan Yuan, many goo immortals were gathered here. The light of the fire shone on everyone's faces, they were all smiling. All sorts of fruits were placed on the stone tables in front of everyone, and soon, Rockman attendants brought everyone a bowl of wine. "This is my Rockman tribe's lip fish wine, have a taste." Shirzong stood up from his seat and raised his bowl. Shirzong was the first supreme elder of this Rockman tribe. He did not participate in the battle to exterminate Fan Yuan. His whole body was shining in all sorts of colors, his body was decorated with countless gold, silver and jewels, it was very beautiful. This was the Rockman tribe's custom. Rockmen were made of stone, and in their long lives they would grow all sorts of gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Rockmen took pride in this. The higher their status, the more gold, silver, bronze, and iron they would have on their bodies, and the more extravagant they would be. Not just Shirzong, the other Rockman goo immortals present were also like this. Since Shirzong called for it, the immortals responded and raised their bowls. Shirzong and the other immortals drank in large mouthfuls. The hairy men were the same, only Fan Yuan was sipping. After Shirzong finished drinking, he turned his bowl upside down. Not even a drop of wine was left. Cheers resounded. The other Gu immortals also followed suit, turning their bowls upside down and drinking in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. The immortals laughed loudly. The calm atmosphere became somewhat joyous. Only Fan Yuan put down his bowl and drank only a little bit of the lip fish wine. The snowman and rockman Gu immortals all turned a blind eye to this. On the contrary, among the hairy man Gu immortals, Sixth Hair criticized Fan Yuan. Elder Fan Yuan, what are you doing? Don't tell me you don't know this is very rude. The host has already drunk the wine in his bowl. As a guest, you should follow suit. There shouldn't be any residue at the bottom of the bowl. This was a sign of respect for the owner. Ah, I forgot that you're a human, not one of us. You don't know about this custom that has been passed down since ancient times. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya sect by the Shadow sect, making use of every opportunity to find some trouble for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sneered, his gaze sweeping around as he said unhurriedly, how can I not know this custom? However, this lip fish wine is made from the saliva of the underground stone fish. I don't like to drink it. You. Sixth Hair's expression was gloomy, but his heart was filled with joy. Fan Yuan's words were tantamount to offending the other party, which was exactly what he wanted. When Fan Yuan sent a letter to Langya's sect to inform the land spirit, he naturally didn't make things clear. He only gave a general idea. What Sixth Hair and the others did not know was that Fan Yuan had fought an intense battle with the snowman and the snowman. In the end, he had brought out the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle to make them compromise. In fact, after Fan Yuan joined Langya's sect, the land spirit of Langya had issued a mission to find the variant human allies living here. Since Fan Yuan found them, he had naturally completed this mission and would definitely be rewarded by Langya sect. As a member of the Shadow sect, Sixth Hair did not want to see Fan Yuan reap the benefits. Continue. Now that he spoke, he was trying to suppress Fan Yuan in every possible way. Haha, since Elder Fan Yuan doesn't like this wine, then let's change it. Come. Take out the ice wolf wine that I brewed myself. A snowman Gu immortal laughed. The snowman had snow-white skin, icy blue eyes and a blue head. This snowman Gu immortal had a strong body, his upper body was bare, and there was a dark blue tattoo on his chest. His blue hair was tied up, revealing his firm facial features. He had a capable face. This person's name was Bingjue. He was the dual spear Gu immortal who caused Fan Yuan to fall into a bitter battle. Soon, a snowman servant served the wine. This was a wine bowl made of ice. The wine inside was almost frozen, emitting cold air. To speak the truth, I don't like lip fish wine, so I brewed this wine myself. Please have a taste. Bingjue said passionately. Fan Yuan glanced at it from the corner of his eyes, saying disdainfully, let me have a sip first. Let's see if I like it. Please, please. Bingjue smiled. Fan Yuan took a sip. At first, this wine was icy cold when it entered his mouth, but when it entered his throat, it became as hot as fire. The feeling of ice and fire at the same time made Fan Yuan's eyes shine. He blurted out, good wine. Ha! Bingjue raised his head and laughed. Since it is good wine, drink some more. Just as he finished speaking, the immortals saw Fan Yuan raise his bowl and drink it in one gulp. The immortals were slightly stunned, before bursting into loud cheers. Fan Yuan secretly glanced at Sixth Hair, smiling internally. He already knew Sixth Hair's intentions. Sixth Hair would not let anything happen to Fan Yuan. Because after Shadow Sect saved Spectral Soul's main body, their next target would be him, Fan Yuan. Because of this, Sixth Hair would not harm Fan Yuan's life. Thus, Sixth Hair would at most suppress Fan Yuan and delay his development. This would make it easier for Shadow Sect to make their moves in the future. Sixth Hair had already done this very well. He made the relationship between Fan Yuan and Langya Sect cold. However, he would never have expected that Fan Yuan had an immemorial upper-grade heavenly eagle, and even used it to intimidate the snowmen and rockmen immortals. With immemorial battle strength, these variant human goo immortals had to respect him. This was strength. In their hearts, no matter how Sixth Hair instigated or slandered them, Fan Yuan was much more important than all the other hairy man goo immortals combined. In fact, variant human races had a very strong sense of worship towards strength. This was one of the characteristics of variant humans from the immemorial antiquity era, remote antiquity era, and olden antiquity era. Because be it during the era of hunting, when different races fought, or when they were massacred by humans, strong strength gave variant humans more living space and opportunities. In contrast, after humans became the overlords of the 5 regions, their status did not change, but their sense of worship towards strength had decreased. They were far inferior to these variant humans who were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. Fan Yuan purposely made things difficult. In the eyes of these variant human goo immortals, this was normal. Which expert did not have a temper? If Fan Yuan did not act, they would instead feel uneasy. Fan Yuan was well aware of the mentality of these variant human goo immortals. Of course, he had another intention. That was to probe the other party's intentions. Right now, Fan Yuan was certain that he was safe. How can this be? Looking at the smiling variant human goo immortals in front of him, he was greatly shocked. Next, the snowman and rockman goo immortals surrounded Fan Yuan, ignoring the other hairy man goo immortals. Elder Fan Yuan, a bowl for you. Elder Fan Yuan. You really have a good alcohol tolerance. Fan Yuan did not reject them, he drank them all. The hairy man goo immortals looked at each other. Sixth Hair was extremely perplexed. What soup did this Fan Yuan feed them? They actually welcome him so much. If Fan Yuan turned into a hairy man, it might be logical. However, he had revealed his true form. He was a genuine pure-blooded human. Elder Fan Yuan, Shuai will pour you some wine. During the banquet, a beautiful snowman female goo immortal personally walked towards Fan Yuan, taking over the role of an attendant. She poured a bowl of ice wolf wine for Fan Yuan. The other hairy man goo immortal stared with wide eyes. Sixth Hair almost shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Are you inhumans or not? This Fan Yuan is a human goo immortal. Human! The human who massacred variant humans and defeated and ostracized you. Shuai, are you the snowman who discovered my true form?" Fan Yuan sized up the female snowman immortal, asking directly with an arrogant expression. The snowman lowered her head, smiling shyly. Shuai is only skilled in some investigative methods, Elder Fan Yuan, you are the true hero. 12th Hair was drinking wine when he heard this. He spat out the wine in his mouth. 6th Hair was furious, he almost cursed at the female goo immortal. What is the meaning of this? Hey! Why are you blushing? What do you mean by lowering your head shyly? You are even sneaking glances at Fan Yuan, do you think I can't see that? Damn it! Are you still a snowman or not? Mind your identity. I am not worthy of the title of hero. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He said perfunctorily. Even he himself was a little surprised. The attitude of these variant human goo immortals seemed to have changed greatly. Bingjue also walked over at this time, holding a bowl of wine. If Elder Fan Yuan is not a hero, who can be called a hero? Shuai introduced at an appropriate time. This is Brother Bingjue. He is the #1 battle strength of our tribe. He is usually cold and aloof. He is very arrogant. Only when he is talking to you, Elder Fan Yuan, will he be so enthusiastic. Fan Yuan stood up, looking at the goo immortal in front of him, saying, If I am not wrong, you are the one who fought against me with 2 spears? Bingjue laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Elder Fan Yuan, you have a good eye. Fan Yuan did not say anything else, he downed the wine in one gulp. Bingjue was overjoyed, he raised his head and downed the wine in one gulp. Cheers resounded again, Shuai clapped at the side. This is called a hero cherishing a hero. The hairy man goo immortals looked on, nobody paid attention to them. On the other side, the goo immortals' gazes were focused on Fan Yuan. 6th Hair almost slammed the table. Bingshua's attitude made him even more unhappy. He screamed in his mind. What are you guys doing? Forget about that female goo immortal called Shuai. Fan Yuan is quite handsome. Why are you here as a man? Look at your grinning face. It looks like you want to become sworn brothers with Fan Yuan. What are you trying to do? You are the #1 battle strength, the hero of the tribe? You are so close to a human goo immortal. Are you trying to betray the tribe? Bingshua sighed. Compared to Elder Fan Yuan, how can I be considered a hero? Elder Fan Yuan has an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle as his subordinate. If not for Elder Fan Yuan being one of us, we might have already caused the extermination of our tribe. What? Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle! At once, the hairy man goo immortals looked at each other. Elder Fan Yuan, did I hear wrongly? You actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle? Sixth Hair could not take it anymore. He stood up and stared at Fan Yuan with a sharp gaze. Fan Yuan rubbed his nose, saying with some embarrassment. Not long ago, I worked together with Chu Du to take down Hei Fan Grotto Heaven and obtain Hei Fan's true inheritance. This immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was one of our gains. What? The hairy man goo immortals gasped in shock. On the other side, the snowman and rockman goo immortals also exchanged glances. Sixth Hair took a step back, looking at Fan Yuan in disbelief, before looking at the other goo immortals. At that moment, he finally understood. He understood why these variant human goo immortals valued Fan Yuan so much. Immemorial desolate beast, rank 8 battle strength. Plop. Sixth Hair could not take this huge blow. He sat down on the stone stool again. I did not have time to tell you all about this. Come, our Langya sect will have a toast. This is a celebratory feast. Fan Yuan smiled as he raised his wine bowl. The hairy man goo immortals reacted and smiled brightly. Our Langya sect actually has rank 8 battle strength now. Elder Fan Yuan, you are truly unfathomable. You are too amazing. Elder Fan Yuan, I was wrong earlier. I failed to recognize Tianti Mountain. The hairy man goo immortals had expressions of I am convinced. This was the might of a rank 8 battle strength expert. Sixth Hair also raised his wine bowl. He was smiling on the surface, but he was vomiting blood from anger. Fan Yuan looked at him and smiled. Elder Sixth Hair, why are your hands trembling? Sixth Hair smiled at him, as expected of a spy who had been lurking for many years. His expression showed no flaws, only his voice became hoarse. I am extremely excited. I am happy for you, Elder Fan Yuan, for Langya sect. Chapter 1151. Snow was falling quietly. There was no wind. There were endless snowy peaks. It was tranquil. A couple was leaning on each other, opening the window and looking at the snowy scenery. They were silent. There was a warm atmosphere in the air. The wife had a beautiful appearance. There was frost in her hair. She leaned on her husband's arm, saying with reminiscence, It has been a long time since I have looked at this snowy scenery with you so quietly. Her husband was already showing signs of old age, but he was still energetic. He stretched out his wrinkled hand and patted the back of his wife's hand, saying slowly, I am willing to stay with you and watch the snowflakes fall quietly. Do you still remember the first time we met? His wife laughed lightly. A happy memory seemed to appear in front of her. That was also a snowy day. You were still a hothead. You only wanted to become stronger, stronger and stronger. I want to become stronger, isn't it, so that I can be worthy of you? You said before, when I cultivate to rank 8, you will marry me. Hee hee. The old man smiled. His smile was a little crafty and proud. His wife's smile faded a little. She frowned slightly. To speak the truth, I am regretting it. I would rather your cultivation level be lower. If I want to be your husband, how can my cultivation level be low? Don't worry. As long as I succeed in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, I will have confidence in passing this myriad tribulation. Even if the world is vast, I will be able to stay with you forever. Saying so, the old man's gaze turned sharp. He showed a strong aura that was different from normal people. His aura went from weak to strong. It continued to strengthen. As time passed, it spread out, causing the surrounding snowflakes to stop falling. they floated in front of him quietly. His wife slowly separated from him. She was no longer leaning on him. She looked at this snowy scenery quietly with determination in her eyes. Let us begin. After a long while, the old man broke the silence. His wife only replied with one word. Okay. Old ancestors Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou started to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. On this day, snowy mountain blessed land shone brightly. There was no concealment. Northern Plains Gu immortal world had yet to recover from the shock of He tribe's destruction, but it fell into a state of unrest again. Old ancestors Shui Hu started to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. This news was like a hurricane, engulfing everyone in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Phoenix Celestial Paradise. Such fanfare. It was as if he was afraid that no one would come and destroy it. That's the style of old man Shui Hu. Princess Impatience smiled when he received the news. Lord, if old ancestor Shui Hu refines a rank 8 immortal Gu, he would be like a tiger with wings. Gu immortal Yulan, who was beside Princess Impatience, said, if not for fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he would still be number 1 in Northern Plains. It was okay. Our mission now. It was to detain Fan Yuan. There's news that the Celestial Court has confirmed that Fan Yuan is in the Northern Plains. Princess Impatience smiled, but his eyes were cold. He hated Fan Yuan to the bone. Why? This was because the original mission of the Princess Impatience was to invade 88 Point Xinyang Tower. In the end, his grand plan was ruined by Fan Yuan, causing his years of hard work to go down the drain before he could see any results. How could Princess Impatience not hate him? By Zhu Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor Shui Hu, after all these years, are you finally going to make a move? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu pondered for a while. He shook his head. After fighting with old ancestor Shui Hu, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu understood how strong he was. With my strength alone, I am not old ancestor Shui Hu's match. Moreover, if he wants to ruin his Gu refinement, we will definitely become enemies. But now, I have established Bai Zhu tribe. This is the result of many years of planning and hard work. I cannot make a move easily. Unless Yao Huang and the others want to make a move against Shui Hu, before they make a move, I will take down that He Fan Grotto Heaven first. Yao Huang Grotto Heaven. A huge cauldron was floating in front of Yao Huang. It was made from cauldron's strength immortal Gu. There were countless immortal materials in the cauldron. Flames were burning. It was melting these immortal materials, turning them into liquid and mixing them together. After hearing that old ancestor Shui Hu was refining Gu, the flames in the cauldron shook. The medicine sovereign sighed. He muttered to himself, Old Shui Hu, it is not wise to compete with him. I might as well refine this resurrection from the dead immortal Gu as well. That way, I will have a rank 8 immortal Gu and solve my problem of lacking lifespan. Longevity Heaven. Look at that soaring light, humph. Old ancestor Shui Hu is really refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Even if he is a rank 8 Gu immortal, he is too daring. He actually dares to covet Giant Sun ancestors immortal Gu. Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortals Grotto Heaven. The Gu immortals living inside were the closest bloodline descendants to Giant Sun Immortal. They naturally did not want fortune rivaling heaven Gu to fall into the hands of outsiders. But they could not move. Because of one person, 5 Elements Grand Master. Elder Fan Yuan, please come in. This is our tribe's sacred land, Earth Mother Altar. Shi Shiqing politely led the way for Fan Yuan. Even though this Rockman Gu immortal was rank 6, he had the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet Immortal Battlefield Killer move. He was the representative of the Rockman tribe's new generation of Gu immortals. Following him was the Snowman tribe's rank 6 female Gu immortal, Shui Er. Right now, several days had passed since the banquet. The Snowmen and Rockmen living here were allied together. They hosted Fan Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu immortals warmly. According to Land Spirit of Langa's arrangement, 6 Hair and the rest were in charge of discussing the cooperation and alliance between the two sides. As for Fan Yuan, he was accompanied to look around, familiarizing himself with the lifestyle of these variant humans. Over these last days, Fan Yuan had a deep feeling about this. These snowmen and rockmen, even though they lived deep underground in the northern icy plain, were filled with a sense of danger. They were very strict and cruel towards their descendants. Precisely because of this, generations of powerful variant human goo immortals were created. Compared to them, Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's goo immortals were clearly lacking. Elder Fan Yuan, didn't you ask us yesterday why there is land and soil under the northern icy plain? Go in and take a look, you will know. The snowman chuckled. Fan Yuan nodded, his curiosity was piqued. When he entered Mother Earth's altar and saw the two statues that were worshipped in the center, he was stunned. He was extremely shocked. Because he saw a human female immortal hugging the arm of a Rockman goo immortal, the two were looking far away. They had a blissful expression, as if they were going to live together forever. This is our tribe's 27th generation first Supreme Elder Mu. The one beside him is his wife, our tribe's most respected Lady Earth Mother. Of course. As you can see, Elder Fan Yuan, Lady Earth Mother is a pure human goo immortal. Shurching introduced. It was hard to imagine. A human female immortal actually fell in love with a Rockman goo immortal. They were even worshipped and respected to such an extent by the Rockman's descendants. Schwer added. Lady Earth Mother is benevolent and benevolent. Her love transcends races. It was because she felt that the Rockmen had no land to live on. Not long after Lord Shermu's death, she took the initiative to commit suicide. She left behind her descendants. Her down marks and blessed land were turned into this underground land, giving the Rockmen a foundation to live on. Fan Yuan stared fixedly at this pair of statues. His heart could not help but ripple. Because he recognized this Earth Mother, who was worshipped and respected by the Rockmen and Snowmen, he actually recognized her. Of course, Earth Mother and he were not of the same generation, there would not have been any interaction. Fan Yuan was able to recognize Mother Earth because he had soul-searched her from Heiqing. Because of Earth Mother. Hei tribe's missing Hei Fengyu, old ancestor Hei Fan's most beloved granddaughter. To think that Hei Fengyu's disappearance was due to her concealing her identity. She fell in love with a Rockman goo immortal. This would definitely not be accepted by the tribe, and even more so by the human goo immortals of Northern Plains. As for why she could be in love with the Rockman goo immortal Mu, there must be a secret in the past. Fan Yuan was expressionless, he only sighed in his heart. No matter what the truth of the past was, he had no intention of finding out. Everyone has their own path of life, their own love and hate, and their own enmity. Wasn't that so? Cher had been secretly observing Fan Yuan all this time. When she saw that Fan Yuan didn't show any signs of disgust or anger, she immediately nodded. Her whole heart rejoiced. Then, she looked at the sculptures of Mu and Mother Earth in a daze and said intentionally or unintentionally, I won't hide it from Elder Fan Yuan. Love is boundless. Be it stone men or humans, they all have the possibility to coexist and have the right to love each other. Fan Yuan was stunned for a moment. A beautiful white figure appeared in front of him. Then, it disappeared again. 500 years in my past life. His gaze grew deep and serene. He began to understand. Why did this snowman and Rockman tribes goo immortals, after knowing that Fan Yuan was one of their own, act like this? She accepted him so easily. In a way, Fan Yuan could be said to have obtained Mother Earth's legacy. Actually, we had no choice but to fight you, Elder Fan Yuan. Elder Fan Yuan should be clear about the cause of the Northern Icy Plains history. This place was purely a piece of ice and frost previously. Lord Mother Earth's methods are marvelous, gathering the chi of the earth to condense this piece of land. Shurching continued sincerely. However, when goo immortals undergo tribulation in the Northern Icy Plain, the heaven and earth chi will be affected and they will be consumed. Every time the earth chi is weakened, the Northern Icy Plain will become more unstable, and the land that we have lived on will also decrease. Fan Yuan nodded. He had already learned of this reason during the banquet, now he had a deeper understanding of it. This is my fault. If I had known this, I would not have undergone tribulation in the Northern Icy Plain, Fan Yuan said sincerely. Shirching and Cher smiled brightly. It is great that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Shirching sighed. At this moment, Shirching's expression changed. Then, Cher's expression also changed. What is it? Fan Yuan quickly asked. Snowy mountain blessed land's light is soaring into the sky. There are reports that old ancestor Shui Hu is starting to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Shirching's tone was heavy. The rise of any human race was a nightmare for variant humans. Chapter 1152. Several days had already passed since Langya Sect's hairy man Gu immortals came into contact with these snowman and rockman tribes and negotiated. The more they talked, the more agreeable they became. This was decided by the external situation. Humans were extremely powerful, the variant human tribes could only struggle at the corners of the world. They had a natural tendency to ally together. Even though Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya Sect by Shadow Sect, he did not object to the alliance between the two sides. Instead, he put in more effort. Firstly, Sixth Hair was well aware that it was impossible for him to make both sides fall out with his own strength. Secondly, Sixth Hair wanted to use this chance to show off his abilities and obtain more merits, to gain more trust from Land's spirit of Langya, and raise his status. Thirdly, Shadow Sect's pursuit was spectral souls. Even though the demon Venerable was dead, his ambitions had already surpassed the limits of his race. As the two sides talked, they got to know more about each other. To gain their trust, Sixth Hair sold almost all of Fan Yuan's information. Thus, the Snowman and Rockman tribes knew that Fan Yuan had a special identity. Fan Yuan had once possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was someone who had been reborn. He was also an otherworldly demon. He came from a world beyond the heavens. He was also the main culprit behind the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. What was worth mentioning was that this last point made the variant human Gu immortals feel closer to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan destroyed 88-Point Jinyang Tower. It greatly weakened Northern Plains human forces. It was a great thing for the variant human camp. In fact, when they heard about the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower, this tribe of snowmen and rockmen even held a banquet and celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. In Earth Mother Altar, hearing Shui-Er ask about the future, Fan Yuan was already mentally prepared. He smiled bitterly. Even though I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, I have already lost this mystical Gu. After my rebirth, the world has changed a lot. You know it too. I was the one who destroyed 88-Point Jinyang Tower, right? That's right. Elder Fan Yuan, you are truly amazing. Snow's eyes shone brightly. I am also very impressed by this, Shirching also said. Fan Yuan rubbed his nose and sighed. He continued, I'm someone who's been reborn, so I know some secrets. Although I don't have a golden bloodline, the reason why I participated in the royal court struggle was to sneak into the 88-Point Jinyang Tower and reap some benefits. My original plan was to come again and again. A thin stream flows a long way. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and an accident happened. I could only adapt to the situation, and in the end, the 88-Point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Shui and Shirching wore smiles on their faces. Shirching said, Elder Fan Yuan's words are all true. Fan Yuan shook his head helplessly. Who wants to be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world? That was truly an accident. Shui laughed. In Shui's opinion, Elder Fan Yuan, you are a born hero. Destroying the 88-Point Jinyang Tower might have been an accident, but if it were someone else, how could they do it? Fan Yuan said. Precisely so. I had no choice but to hide in Langya Blessed Land. Later, some things happened, and I joined Langya Sect. I gradually realized that the excellence of variant humans is not inferior to humans. In fact, their sincerity, trust, loyalty, and so on are much better than the deceitful humans. Even though the 5 regions are vast, the space for variant humans to live in is getting smaller and smaller. This is not right. All living beings have their own reasons for growing, they have their own providence. Variant humans and humans should coexist harmoniously. Fan Yuan said this without blushing. He even used the name of Providence, while Providence tried all ways to get rid of him. Fan Yuan had a sincere expression. It could not be any more sincere. Shui's eyes turned red. Shisheng sighed deeply. If only all the human goo immortals in the world had Lord Fan Yuan's understanding and knowledge, how great would that be? His words had already elevated Elder Fan Yuan to Lord Fan Yuan's level. He even addressed him as Lord. It was because of Fan Yuan's words. For Varian humans, this was too politically correct. It caused them to resonate with him and approve of him. After saying so much, Elder Fan Yuan, you still have not answered my question. Shui was an intelligent goo immortal. She was not easy to fool. I was just about to say. Fan Yuan coughed. The collapse of the 88-point Jinyang Tower was not my intention. In fact, it had never collapsed before my rebirth. Oh? So that's it. Shui and Shisheng looked at each other. The situation in Northern Plains has changed too much because of me. The 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Ma Hongyun was captured, his secret of fortune rivaling heaven was exposed, and he was bought by old ancestors Shui Hu. In fact, before my rebirth, old ancestors Shui Hu did not want to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo. Fan Yuan said. What he said was the truth. Shui and Shisheng chose to believe him. The former pouted. Won't the result be hard to predict? If old ancestor Shui Hu really refines fortune rivaling heaven goo, the strength of Northern Plains human goo immortals will rise again. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved, he asked. Are you going to stop him? Undoubtedly, this alliance of snowmen and rockmen had the ability to interfere in this matter. Because they had an immemorial rock dragon, this was a genuine rank 8 battle strength. And it was an extremely troublesome existence among rank 8 battle strength. The power of the primordial rock dragon would definitely be a great addition to the historical records. Of course not. Shisheng shook his head. We will not interfere in this matter. That's right. We can live here peacefully. Why would we expose ourselves and offend a rank 8 great expert? Moreover, this rank 8 great expert has snowy mountain blessed land. He has a large number of demonic path goo immortal experts under him. Shui shook her head. They were clear about the big picture. Even if they snatched fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo and used it for themselves, if their identities were exposed, they would be hunted down by all of Northern Plains goo immortals. Under the pressure of the situation, not to mention fortune rivaling heaven goo, even if there were a few more immemorial rock dragons, they would not be able to resist the human army. Fan Yuan nodded. He did not say anything. He had his own plans. These Varian humans are extraordinary. I have seen all of them these days. They are all elites. Be it battle strength or insight, they are top-notch. Even among Northern Plains human goo immortals, they are outstanding. Heifan Grotto Heaven's goo immortals are far inferior compared to them. Thankfully, I have rank 8 battle strength. So what if he had the identity of an otherworldly demon? He had spring-autumn cicada, so what if he had been reborn? These identities and secrets were the foundation of rank 8 battle strength. They were Fan Yuan's glory and glory. They were not a source of trouble. With a bigger fist, who would dare to find trouble with him? Rank 8 battle strength. With just a slight movement of his pinky finger, he could crush them like ants. Thus, not only did the snowmen and rockmen not dare to find trouble with Fan Yuan, they even expressed their friendliness and tried to rope him in. Any rank 8 battle strength was enough to attract others to their side. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would reign supreme. This was already the highest level of battle strength in the world. In fact, the entire situation of Northern Plains is the situation of the confrontation between rank 8 goo immortals. The politics of the high martial arts world have always been the personal politics of the experts. Fan Yuan's heart was clear as a mirror. However, if they know that my immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is already dead, I wonder what their expressions will be. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan felt it was quite funny. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened by his time path killer move. It did not have enough heavenly crystals, it was starving to death. Fan Yuan used blood path methods to raise its chi and blood. He let it out and successfully intimidated the variant human immortals. he relied on deceit and bluffing to survive, opening up a new world. But the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was like the final radiance of a setting sun. After being kept into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, it died almost at the next moment. As an immemorial desolate beast that was starved to death, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's life was indeed quite sullen. However, that might not be the case in its next life. The advantage of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was that it laid eggs after death. After hatching, it could live again. It was true that Fan Yuan lost the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, but he also obtained the upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg and a huge corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. He could accept this result. Because firstly, Fan Yuan was not satisfied with this upper extreme heavenly eagle. Because to command it, Fan Yuan had to disguise himself as a He tribe descendant. Secondly, after the upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened, it had many disadvantages. How could a grand rank 8 battle strength be commanded by a rank 6 Gu immortal like Fan Yuan? Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was an extremely prideful beast. After it matured to rank 8 battle strength, it was certain that it would not listen, it might even rebel. Its strong pride and arrogance made it go against Fan Yuan, it was very likely. Thus, the upper extreme heavenly eagle starving to death was not a bad thing for Fan Yuan. As for the newly born egg, Fan Yuan could use the contents of He Fan's true inheritance to modify it, changing its memories and so on. After it hatches, it would listen to Fan Yuan himself. Old ancestors Shui who publicly refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, the light of the refinement path Gu formation shot into the sky, it shined for 7 days and 7 nights before fading away. This matter caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But after the commotion, the Gu immortal world strangely calmed down. This was because Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu Yaohuang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Princess Impatience did not have any positive reactions. If these rank 8 Gu immortals did not say anything, the rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals could not do anything no matter how loudly they shouted. To be able to fight rank 8 existences with rank 7 cultivation level, and the 5 regions for thousands of years, Feng Jioge was the only one. Old ancestor Shui Hu was arrogant and domineering, but it had to be said that he was not a fool, his timing was very good. The variant humans in the northern icy plain also chose to ignore it. As for Fan Yuan himself, he did not want to get involved in this matter. This matter was too huge, it involved the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui Hu. Even though his body was much sturdier now, if he got involved in this matter, he would definitely be torn to shreds. Chapter 1153. Another 3 days passed. Chi deep underground in the icy plain, inside Earth Mother Altar. 4 incense sticks were burning, smoke lingered in the air. The 4 Gu immortals were standing in their respective positions, their expressions solemn. Fan Yuan was among them, the people around him were Langya Sect's hairy man Gu immortals. The sound of a horn could be heard, followed by the rumbling of drums. Shizong took a big step forward amidst the drums, shouting, Rockman Gu immortal Shizong is willing to join the 4 races alliance. From today onwards, the 4 races will be compatriots, we will share weal and woe. Saying so, he mobilized his immortal essence, triggering a certain change in Earth Mother Altar. The smoke lingering in the air surged towards Shizong. After more than 10 breaths of time, it fused into Shizong's body. This is information path Dao marks being added. Looking at this, it seems to be the style of the olden antiquity era. Fan Yuan thought to himself. Originally, the hairy men were discussing the alliance with the Snowman and Rockman tribes. But things went unexpectedly smoothly, the 2 sides were getting closer to each other. The hairy men proposed to pull Inkman City in as well. After the Snowman and Rockman tribes understood the situation, they nodded in agreement. Long Hair Ancestor and Immortal Yen were known friends in history for a long time. Long Hair Ancestor left behind Langya Blessed Land, while Immortal Yen created Inkman City. The Inkmen and Hairy Men had always been in close contact. Since the Hairy Men guaranteed it, the Snowman and Rockman tribes chose to believe them. Thus, it became a 3-way discussion, involving 4 variant human races. Eventually, the The three sides reached an agreement. They were willing to form an alliance. They would go through thick and thin together, helping each other in the future. That was why this scene was happening right now. The three sides used ancient information path methods. An official alliance. Gu immortals went up one after another. They accepted the information path down marks. This way, they would be considered members of the Four Races Alliance. As time passed, Fan Yuan gradually saw some clues. This does not seem to be an orthodox information path method. It is using Earth path to form ash, using indirect methods to achieve the effect of information path. It is like my time path immortal killer move 100 years harmony. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's heart sank. It would be troublesome to break this alliance agreement in the future. This was because it was not possible to solve this problem from the aspect of information. It was very likely that he would have to think of a way through the Earth path. Elder Fan Yuan, it's your turn. At this time, Gu Immortal 12th Hair reminded him in a soft voice. Speaking of which, ever since they dealt with the Falling Star Hound and learned that Fan Yuan had the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Fan Yuan had undergone a complete change. They were filled with reverence towards him. It was a stark contrast to before. Fan Yuan nodded and walked forward without hesitation. Just like the Rockman Gu Immortal Shirzong, he allowed the smoke to burn on his body. His every move attracted the attention of all the immortals present. Seeing that he had truly joined them, the immortals all heaved a sigh of relief. Snow's smile grew even more radiant as she let go of her worries. Little did he know that Fan Yuan was already pondering in his heart. It was time to find a way to break the various alliance agreements on his body. Of course, it was impossible for him to be on the same side as these mutants. Joining the Langya sect was just to make better use of the power of the Langya blessed land. Similarly, joining this Four Races Alliance, other than being forced by the situation, Fan Yuan also wanted to make use of the Alliance's power to help him cultivate. It is impossible for me to join the variant humans and resist the humans. Humans have the absolute advantage, so what if the four variant human races ally? The human race has the absolute advantage. So what if the four great mutant races form an alliance? In the 500 years of my previous life, did these four races ally? Fan Yuan's thoughts drifted as he speculated. Fan Yuan's thoughts drifted as he inwardly speculated. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a Central Continent rank 6 blood path Gu Immortal. He did not have a deep understanding of the matters of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Especially when it came to such insider information, even Northern Plains Gu Immortals might not know about it. But I know, in the 500 years of my previous life, these Snowman and Rockman tribes had been silent. They might have been exterminated, or they might still be alive. But I know that in the 500 years of my previous life, these Snowmen and Stonemen tribes have always been quiet. Perhaps they have been exterminated, or perhaps they are still secretly alive. In contrast, the Inkman tribe was doing very well. They were in the best situation. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's gaze landed on Mo Tan saying. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's gaze landed on Mo Tan saying. Sheet path had a longer history than strength path, but it was also a declining Gu cultivation path. He had a middle-aged appearance. He had black hair and white hair. When he did not smile, he gave off a dignified aura. He was a middle-aged man with black hair. When he wasn't smiling, he looked quite dignified. This is a formidable person. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. This is a true hero. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. He remembered that during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was this Mo Tan Sang in front of him who seized the opportunity to expand the Inkman's forces while the human race was busy with internal strife and had no time to care about him. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he disregarded his dignity as a king and took the initiative to join Lu tribe. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus they protected the Inkman forces. Lu tribe was a super force, thus they protected the Inkman forces. The Inkman forces developed steadily under this layer of protection. After Lu tribe declined, the Inkman king immediately abandoned Lu tribe and cooperated with Ma Hongyun. Before Fan Yuan self-detonated, the Ink Men already had hundreds of cities and occupied one-third of Northern Plains territory. With this scale and force, even if Fan Yuan said it now, no one would believe him. In this four races alliance, the Inkman tribe was undoubtedly the weakest. But in the 500 years of his previous life, the Ink Men were in the best situation. And Mo Tan Sang knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was the key figure in the rise of the Inkman tribe. At the same time, there was the external environment. During the Five Regions' chaotic war, all order collapsed, opportunities and risks were everywhere. As if sensing Fan Yuan's gaze, Mo Tan Sang turned around to look at Fan Yuan and smiled, expressing his deep friendliness. This friendliness was so thick and obvious that when he smiled, it was almost like he was bowing. There was even a hint of flattery. Fan Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but replied with a smile on the surface. And Mo Tan Sang's expression changed slightly. He expressed the excitement of receiving the favor and appreciation of a great character. If it were anyone else, they would feel a sense of superiority and complacency. So impressive! Fan Yuan was proud of his acting skills, but this Mo Tan Sang was not weaker than him. The world is huge, there are many capable people, I cannot underestimate the heroes of this world. Fan Yuan warned himself, his heart was as calm as ice. Northern Plains' situation could be said to be rising one wave after another. The storm of He tribe's destruction and Bai Zhu tribe's replacement had not subsided yet. Old ancestors Shui who officially started refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu, the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world's attention was focused on Snowy Mountain. And secretly, in a corner unknown to human Gu immortals, the four variant human races, hairy men, snowmen, rockmen, and ink men, had quietly formed an alliance. Even though the variant humans were in a weak position, this alliance could not be underestimated. Because it had rank 8 battle strength, the immemorial rock dragon. Of course, in the hearts of the other alliance members, there was also the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle in Fan Yuan's hands. Fan Yuan had no choice but to join them. But what made him feel at ease was that this four races alliance did not have any wisdom path Gu immortals. After the alliance was formed, Fan Yuan's losses were obvious. That was, from now on, he could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. This had a huge impact on Fan Yuan. But there was no other way. Undergoing tribulation here would expend earth chi. It was the greatest damage to the Rockmen's residence. This was also the reason why these Rockmen and Snowmen disregarded the price to set up the battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, to kill Fan Yuan. However, other than losses, Fan Yuan also had gains. The trade with the Rockmen and Snowmen had increased his monthly profits by another level. Forget about the Snowmen, the main point was that the Rockmen had a higher desire for Guts Gu than humans. Why? Thinking back to the past, how Fan Yuan used Guts Gu to increase the population of the Rockmen in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, it was clear. Guts Gu was the best way for Rockmen to strengthen their tribe. Other than that, Fan Yuan also sold some of the resources that he obtained from He Fan Grotto Heaven to the Rockmen, Snowmen, and Ink Men, earning a lot of money. Sixth Hare, who was watching from the side, was getting anxious. Fan Yuan's gains are so huge. What should we do? How can we stop him in the future? It was time to leave. Elder Fan Yuan, are you really in a hurry to leave? You can stay here for a day or two. Shui tried to persuade Fan Yuan to stay. Fan Yuan shook his head, smiling warmly on the surface. We have formed an alliance. This matter is very important. I need to return and report to the land spirit of Langya personally. Don't worry, I will return. After all, we became friends after a fight. I have a good feeling about this place. Fan Yuan was very interested in the Snowman Gu Immortal's Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu and Killer moves. These two were very suitable for him. After all, he had the most down marks in Ice and Snow Path. With his current relationship with the Snowman tribe, and the fact that he had rank 8 battle strength, exchanging Immortal Gu was completely possible. But Fan Yuan did not intend to give up on one of his Immortal Gu. He had a better plan. For example, one day in the future, a certain variant human Gu Immortal might not be able to pass tribulation, and would need his time path immortal killer move to slow the time in his immortal aperture. In that case, Fan Yuan would be able to take the chance to ask for the immortal goo. In the past, He Fan had done many such things, and obtained a considerable number of immortal goo. Shui naturally did not know that this handsome young man had ulterior motives and was full of schemes. Seeing that Fan Yuan was determined to leave, she lowered her head, showing a hesitant and conflicted expression. But soon, determination appeared in her eyes. She raised her head and handed something to Fan Yuan. "Elder Fan Yuan, take this as the snowman's parting gift to you." Shui forced herself to remain calm as she said with a slightly trembling voice. Fan Yuan received it. It was an ice tear. Chapter 1154. Ice tears were not an immortal material, but they were precious and were loved by goo masters and goo immortals. Ice tears originated from snowmen. Snowmen lived in the icy environment of snowy lands. They normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. But once they shed tears, they would instantly turn into ice tears. Snowmen could shed ice tears at most 3 times in their lives, adding up to 60. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan would decrease greatly, and their life essence would be lost. If a snowman shed too many ice tears, they would age rapidly and die faster. Therefore, ice tear was considered a rare item. Jewel Yellow Skies had ice tears for sale, and it had always been very popular. Shui Songzi had once sold snowmen for other goo immortals to torture, to obtain ice tears. To human goo immortals, ice tears were a precious goo refinement material. But to the snowman himself, the ice tear had another important meaning. That was a token of love. That was right. Snowmen had both genders. They were different from rockmen. Rockmen were pure males. When a snowman and a man got together, they would usually exchange ice tears. This action was extremely important to the snowman. "This is an ice tear." Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. He held this ice tear between his fingers and observed it carefully. Don't look at it like this. Quickly put it down." Shui-er's voice was weak and anxious. There were so many people here. If he held Bing Lei up in public, everyone would be able to see it. Sure enough, at the next moment, Shui-er heard those goo immortals' shocked voices. Shui-er quickly lowered her head, her face turning red. She was giving an ice tear to Fan Yuan. This was no different from expressing her love. Although she had mustered up her courage earlier, with so many people watching, it was too embarrassing. Speaking of which, I have already heard of this special goo material. Today, I finally saw it with my own eyes. Thank you, Shui-er, this gift is not bad. Maybe I should refine it into a goo worm? Fan Yuan said cheerfully. Shui-er heard this. Her delicate body shook. Fan Yuan turned a blind eye to it. He continued, "However, 1 ice tear is still too little. It would be great if there were more. Why wasn't there any trade with the ice tear? What a pity!" The blush on Shui's face faded away, and her face turned pale. Her head was buried very low, and her eyes were blurry. She almost cried out loud. This idiot! Bingzhou couldn't stand it anymore. He cursed under his breath and stepped forward. The other variant human goo immortals were tongue-tied. They did not know what to say. Shui suddenly raised her head. With her back facing Fan Yuan, she called out to Bingzhou. "Bingzhou Gij!" Bingzhou gritted his teeth. Seeing Shui's pale face, a strong sense of pity rose in his heart. He knew that Snow was thin-skinned. She had already mustered up enough courage to give away her tears. Perhaps there was also an element of impulsiveness in the head. Fan Yuan didn't understand the meaning behind the ice tear. If she were to criticize Fan Yuan in front of everyone, wouldn't that put Snow in an even more awkward position? Thinking of this, Bingzhou could only swallow the words he was about to spit out and say something else. "Elder Fan Yuan, I gained a lot from fighting with you. Next time, let's have a good spar again." Speaking of sparring, he purposely raised his voice and gritted his teeth. Shui was young and beautiful. she had outstanding talent and high cultivation level, she had always been taken care of and favored by the tribe. But among the males of the same generation, none were worthy of her. This time, she was in love with Fang Yuan. Although he was a human Gu immortal, the snowman Gu immortals discussed it behind their backs and felt it was acceptable. The rockmen had Earth Mother, but couldn't we snowmen have a snow father? If Shu'er could get together with Fang Yuan, the snowman tribe would have an immemorial desolate beast to rely on. But to think that Fang Yuan did not understand the custom of Varian humans, and treated the ice tear as a common Gu material, causing the situation to be very awkward. Shu'er was put on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled and patted Bing Shu's shoulder. "All right, I promise you, if there is a chance in the future, let's spar again." "All right, everyone, I will take my leave. No need to send me off, we will meet again in the future." "Ha!" Saying so, Fang Yuan laughed and waved his sleeves as he left. He wore a white robe and his black hair flowed down like a waterfall. He looked extremely elegant and refined. Shu'er's gaze was somewhat dazed. Bing Shu, however, gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop Fang Yuan into pieces. "No! After he leaves, I will write him a letter and tell him the meaning of the ice tear." The return journey was smooth. Fang Yuan returned to Langya blessed land. When he saw Lan's spirit of Langya again, this first supreme elder of Langya sect had a huge change in attitude towards Fang Yuan. "You really inherited He Fan's true inheritance? You have a method to slow the time in the immortal aperture? Also, you actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Quickly let me see it," Lan's spirit of Langya requested excitedly. Fang Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. He took out the upper extreme heavenly eagle's corpse. Lan's spirit of Langya was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan told Lan's spirit of Langya about the cause and effect. "A grand immemorial desolate beast was actually starved to death by you. But fortunately you still have the egg. Not bad, not bad. The upper extreme heavenly eagle has such an advantage." Lan's spirit of Langya regained his senses. He looked at Fang Yuan with bright eyes. "Sell this upper extreme heavenly eagle egg to me. Let's make a deal." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "I can sell this bird egg." Lan's spirit of Langya was overjoyed. Fang Yuan continued, "But I'm afraid you don't have any heavenly crystals to raise it. Even in jewel yellow skies, there are very few who sell heavenly crystals. Of course, heavenly crystals can only be produced in grotto heavens or the immemorial 9 heavens. This rank 8 immortal material is very rare. Right now, there are only black and white heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens. There are only a small number of rank 8 Gu immortals. Moreover, among these rank 8 Gu immortals, a considerable portion cannot produce heavenly crystals." Saying so, Lan's spirit of Langya changed the topic. "But you don't have to worry about this. My Langya blessed land was once Langya grotto heaven. It had produced Langya heavenly crystals before. Besides this, when my main body was alive, I had also accumulated a batch of heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens. Oh, in that case, I can rest assured. I will sell it to you." Fang Yuan nodded. Lan's spirit of Langya laughed loudly. "Fang Yuan, you are one of us, I will not mistreat you. Luck path true inheritance, thieving heaven true inheritance, or long hair true inheritance, you can choose whatever you want." Fang Yuan's tone sank. "What? I am not interested in these things. Moreover, isn't this price a bit too low to exchange for a rank 8 battle strength?" Lan's spirit of Langya's smile froze. He thought about it and nodded. "That is indeed the case. Then, I will use Luolpa Valley to exchange for it." Danghun Mountain and Luolpa Valley were secluded domains of heaven and earth, unique in the world. But compared to rank 8 battle strength, Lan's spirit of Langya did not hesitate to give up on the former and choose the latter. "The price is too low, not selling, not selling." Fang Yuan shook his head. Lan's spirit of Langya scratched his head. "How about this? I am willing to give up Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and the incomplete Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron in exchange for your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle Egg." Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but he still shook his head. "The price is still not enough, not selling, not selling. Land Spirit of Langia was furious. Then state your price. What will make you sell it? Fan Yuan smiled and emphasized. This is rank 8 battle strength. Land Spirit of Langia was not stupid, he retorted. It is indeed rank 8 battle strength, but it needs to be fed. Do you have heavenly crystals? Also, do you think even if you raise the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, it will listen to you? To tell you the truth, you went too far this time and starved the upper extreme heavenly eagle to death. If not for that, according to my understanding, as long as this upper extreme heavenly eagle has some strength, it will definitely crush an ant like you who is trying to enslave it to death. Fan Yuan smiled again. How about this? I am willing to use sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Anyway, I am Langia's sect's supreme elder, and also a member of the Four Races Alliance. In the future, when the sect needs me, I will naturally appear. Land Spirit of Langia was dazed for a moment before understanding what was going on. He pointed at Fan Yuan's nose and scolded. Good lad. So you did not want to sell it, you were just making things difficult for me earlier, right? Fan Yuan quickly turned serious, saying sincerely, how can I give up on rank 8 battle strength so easily? But to make things difficult for you, First Supreme Elder, why would I have such thoughts? It is just that the price is not enough. Saying this, he suddenly thought of He Fan's other intention. Even if He Fan's true inheritance was inherited by the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven, He Fan had left the upper extreme heavenly eagle in Iron Eagle blessed land. With this immemorial desolate beast, even if it did not inherit the true inheritance, it would be a huge gain for the tribe. Land Spirit of Langia sighed. He knew that Fan Yuan was right. He did not insist on buying it. Firstly, the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle had already turned into an egg. He was very disappointed. Secondly, Fan Yuan not only had the Langia Alliance agreement, he had also joined the Four Races Alliance. This made Land Spirit of Langia feel assured. Thirdly, he more or less knew Fan Yuan's nature and character. An ambitious and daring person like you will not give up on a rank 8 battle strength so easily. But it will not be easy for you to use sect contribution points to exchange for Langia sect's heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals are rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you have a lot of contribution points, you cannot afford it. Land Spirit of Langia said this and his mood became better. With the heavenly crystals, he could make Fan Yuan work for Langia sect. At this point, Land Spirit of Langia had to admit that Fan Yuan was very strong. He was much more useful than other hairy man Gu immortals. Then let's exchange for some first. We can only do this slowly. Fan Yuan purposely showed a troubled expression. Fan Yuan had a lot of sect contribution points now. Firstly, he solved the matter of the falling star hound. He had over 1,000 sect contribution points. Secondly, he discovered the alliance of snowmen and rockmen, and successfully urged the four races to form an alliance. This amount was close to 1,000 sect contribution points. In this case, Fan Yuan's Langia sect contribution points had broken through the 2,000 threshold. But to exchange for the rank 8 immortal material heavenly crystals, these 2,000 contribution points were too little. Chapter 1155. Fan Yuan's divine sense moved around the jewel-yellow skies. His divine sense paused. A Gu immortal's will was at the side. Behind it was a small mountain of goods. These are all slippery soil? Fan Yuan asked. Han Yu's Gu immortal will woke up from its slumber. Seeing that there was a customer, it quickly replied. They are all slippery soil. After stating the price, he asked, Lord Gu Immortal, how much do you want to buy? Slippery soil was a rank 5 Gu material. It was very fertile. Fan Yuan nodded internally. The other party's price was very fair. It was even lower than the market price. Coincidentally, he needed this soil too, he said. I want all of them. Han Yu's will shook. You're buying all of them? I have a lot of slippery soil. Fan Yuan confirmed. Of course I'm buying all of them. 202 immortal yuan stones, if I am not wrong, that should be the price, right? Han Yu's will quickly nodded. Yes, yes. In Treasure Emperor Heaven, any item would radiate with treasure light. Fan Yuan saw the treasure light and the goods themselves. He immediately calculated the selling price. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. Let's make the transaction. Fan Yuan was very straightforward. Okay. Han Yuzhuo quickly nodded. The development of the situation was out of his expectations. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal who had passed one heavenly tribulation. He had been developing his immortal aperture. This time, when he sold the slippery soil in the blessed land, he had considered his past experiences. He had purposely lowered the price, but to think that it would be sold out so quickly. To him, this was a huge surprise. Han Yuzhuo held 202 immortal yuan stones. His entire body was shaking. He was very excited. My previous life. Wasn't that the situation? Fan Yuan saw this scene and sighed internally. Han Yu was undoubtedly the representative of a rank 6 Gu immortal. In his previous life, Fan Yuan was even inferior to him. He cultivated blood path after all. But now, it was different. Just the sale of Guts Gu was a monopoly, an endless source of profits. After swallowing the resources of Heifan Paradise, Fan Yuan's wealth skyrocketed to a shocking level. Not to mention 200 immortal yuan stone, even if he took out 2,000, it would not be enough. He didn't even blink. Anyway, Fan Yuan's financial situation was quite good. After buying this batch of slippery soil, Fan Yuan used his divine sense to scan the area a few times before buying some other soil. After achieving his goal, Fan Yuan retracted his divine sense and brought the soil back to the sovereign immortal aperture. He controlled several strength path immortal zombies to scatter the soil into mini southern border in the sovereign immortal aperture. The scene in little southern border. It had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Patches of forest covered the land with a rich greenery. Towering ancient trees, tall pines and cypresses, straight poplar trees, short shrubs, as well as countless grass and wildflowers, mini southern border became verdant and full of life. These were just ordinary plants. There were also a large number of high-grade resources. For example, the musical trees that were the most numerous. This type of tree had roots and branches. It had a unique charm. On the branches, there were all sorts of birds, the most common type were death birds. They were chirping loudly. Mini southern border was originally quiet, but now it was bustling with activity. Other than birds, there were large numbers of deer, squirrels, rabbits, monkeys, snakes, tigers, and others in the forest. They formed a cycle of interdependence. Mini southern border originally only had some small mounds. But now, there were more than 10 mountains. These mountains were all pulled out by Fan Yuan from Heifan Grotto Heaven. Ordinary Gu immortals did not have such methods to move mountains, but his pulling mountain immortal Gu could be used for this. Right now, the tallest mountain was Immortal Succession Mountain. There was also a stone pavilion on the mountain. Fan Yuan did not dismantle it, but the inheritances inside were all taken away by him. After a long time, Fan Yuan controlled the immortal zombie to scatter all of the soil at the planned locations. Fan Yuan inspected for a while before stopping in satisfaction. With this soil, these plants should be able to grow for some time. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had few earth path Dao marks. The space was huge with 5 regions and 9 heavens. Mini southern border had even fewer earth path Dao marks. Earth path Dao marks were few. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture did not have any mountains or hills. The soil was not thick or fertile. Almost all of mini southern border's vegetation came from Heifan Grotto Heaven. In Heifan Grotto Heaven, these trees grew very well. They were densely packed and filled with greenery. But after being transplanted into Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, because of the lack of earth path Dao marks, these plants withered and looked like they lacked nutrients. Fan Yuan had to purchase large amounts of fertile soil, like slippery soil, and scatter them in mini southern border to deal with the situation. But this does not solve the root of the problem. After some time, this soil will turn into ordinary soil. The earth path Dao marks inside will dissipate. This soil was at most immortal Gu material. It contained extremely damaged earth path Dao marks. After the plants absorbed the nutrients, most of these fragmented earth path Dao marks would dissipate. Only by undergoing tribulation or absorbing the Tao marks of an earth path gu immortal to increase the earth path Tao marks in my immortal aperture can this be considered a permanent solution. Fan Yuan knew this. During the fifth earthly calamity, Fan Yuan could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. At this time, he could choose to go to southern border or other places with dense earth path Tao marks to undergo tribulation, hoping to encounter an earth path earthly calamity. Once he encountered an earth path earthly calamity, after passing it, Fan Yuan's problem would be resolved. As for killing earth path gu immortals and absorbing their Tao marks, it was not easy. Earth path gu immortals with low cultivation level did not have many Tao marks on them. Earth path gu immortals with high cultivation level had high battle strength. Their battle strength was usually very strong. Fan Yuan would face a huge risk to deal with them. Up until now, Fan Yuan had already gone through 4 earthly calamities. The first was the snow monster calamity, iron crown eagle, ruined bat, and other transformations. The second was the wind flower calamity and snow moon calamity. The third was the spring oriole and giant disaster blazing tree calamity, and the fourth was the profound white flying salt calamity. Because the sovereign immortal aperture surpassed the 10 extreme fusion techniques, it was feared by Providence. Thus, almost every earthly calamity was raised to the limit of the heavenly Tao. This earthly calamity was many times more difficult than ordinary gu immortals, or even more than 10 times. Thus, the Tao marks that Fan Yuan obtained also surpassed ordinary gains by more than 10 times. Thus, Fan Yuan had the most ice and snow path Tao marks, followed by transformation path, strength path, chi path, rule path, luck path, blood path, and so on. The entire sovereign immortal aperture had obtained the resources of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. It had achieved great progress. But because the space was too big, only mini southern border was relatively rich. Even though other places had some resources, they were not as complete as mini southern border. There were many desolate beasts, giant horned sheep, shark fin wolf, dragonfish, eagle hound, and so on. There were ancient desolate beasts, remnant heavenly hound and falling star hound, infant. There were even immemorial desolate beasts, that was the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But now, it had already turned into an egg. There were also some other desolate plants. There was an ancient desolate plant, that was the walking meat tree. All in all, Fan Yuan's accumulation of resources. He was about the same as a peak rank 7 gu immortal. Someone like Chu Du was probably at the same level as Fan Yuan. As for people like Feng Jioge who were heavily nurtured by super forces, Fan Yuan was slightly inferior. After scattering the soil, Fan Yuan retracted his consciousness and continued to soul search the souls of the gu immortal captives. There were many gu immortal captives in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. There were already a lot of gu immortal souls. The focus of this soul search was on the 9 gu immortal souls in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Feng Jun's luck path true inheritance. And Qin Li's concealment method, they were quite outstanding. Fan Yuan was very interested. You are not Hei Qing! Who are you? You insidious scoundrel, destroy my soul if you have the guts! Spare me, as long as you let me revive, I will become your most loyal servant. These gu immortal souls asked questions, some wanted to die, some wanted to live. Fan Yuan did not pretend to be Hei Qing in front of them. After all, familiar face expended immortal essence, attitude gu also expended mental energy. Fan Yuan ignored these gu immortal screams, he only searched their souls. Every day, he would search their souls for a period of time. In another 3 days, these souls will have their memories completely searched by me, and I will know everything about them. After the soul search, Fan Yuan organized his gains before retracting his consciousness. He left the Cloud City and went to Luopa Valley. There, he left his soul and started to cultivate his soul path. Fan Yuan had been using Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain for some time. His soul foundation had increased by dozens of times. But Fan Yuan did not have the confidence to return his soul to his original immortal zombie body. This is the most troublesome problem. Even with the increase in soul foundation, shadow sex possible methods cannot be avoided. Perhaps Ing Wu Xia's arrangements are based on the foundation of the soul. The stronger the soul foundation, the more powerful the shadow sex trap. Ing Wu Xia knows I have Luo Pa Valley and Dang Hun Mountain. He cannot not consider these factors when setting up the trap. After daily soul cultivation, Fan Yuan's soul returned to his body. He stood up shakily. He had a gloomy expression. As long as he could use the wisdom gu again, his overall strength would increase explosively. Many of the problems he faced in his development were related to wisdom gu. As long as wisdom gu could be used, many problems and obstacles could be easily solved. I have wisdom gu and my strength path immortal zombie body. I am stuck at the final point. Fan Yuan sighed helplessly in his heart. Like this, Fan Yuan stayed in Langya blessed land for 7 days. He cultivated diligently. He did not relax for even a second. His soul foundation increased again. The souls of the 9 gu immortal captives were completely searched. Fan Yuan even used most of his Langya sect contribution points to exchange for some Langya heavenly crystals. He also issued some gu refinement missions. Self-will gu, year gu, month gu, day gu, and other mortal gu, he needed a lot of them. He was willing to spend sect contribution points to let hairy man gu masters and gu immortals refine these mortal gu for him. After all, this could save him a lot of time and effort. 7 days later, he quickly left Langya blessed land, heading towards Eastern Sea. Chapter 1156. Strong winds blew, bringing with them the salty smell of the sea. Fan Yuan sat on an auspicious cloud, and as he traveled, he split his attention to the information path mortal gu in his hand. This mortal gu came from Bingzhua. That snowman gu immortal who held 2 spears and specialized in close combat had told Fan Yuan in a letter. The significance of the ice tear to the snowman tribe was not as simple as a gu material, it was a token of love. Humph! Fan Yuan sneered, casually crushing this information path mortal gu. The pure white auspicious cloud carried him along the way. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His jade-white face was extremely handsome, almost to the point of being beautiful. His deep black eyes looked down at the deep blue sea below the clouds, emitting wisps of indifferent cold light. How could Fan Yuan not know the significance of the ice tear to the snowman? Don't forget, he had been reborn 500 years ago. His cultivation was not high in his previous life, but he was extremely knowledgeable. Not only the ice tear, Fan Yuan also had a deep understanding of the wine culture of the variant humans. Back in the banquet, Sixth Hair had accused Fan Yuan of not knowing the wine culture of the variant humans. In fact, Fan Yuan had only pretended not to know, and used the chance to probe the snowmen and rockmen's attitude. Sometimes, pretending to be ignorant would allow one to advance and retreat freely. The matter of the ice tear was the same. Fan Yuan pretended not to know, but he knew clearly in his heart. Accepting the ice tear was accepting Shui Er's affection. But if he did not accept it, it would destroy his relationship with the allied snowmen and rockmen tribes. Get together with Shui Er? The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. What the snowman tribe wanted was Fan Yuan's rank 8 battle strength immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Not to mention how much benefits Fan Yuan could obtain from the snowman tribe. Just this point alone was enough for Fan Yuan to satisfy them. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already become an egg. Although Fan Yuan had spent a portion of Langya sect contribution points to exchange for some heavenly crystals, his reserves were far from enough. It was not suitable to hatch the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Marrying Shui Er is like tying myself to the snowman tribe's war chariot. They would definitely have to settle the marriage contract. Right now, I have a sect contract with the Langya sect and an alliance contract with Chudu. The treaty between the 4 alien races has greatly restricted my freedom. Coupled with the engagement, isn't that just asking for trouble? Fan Yuan gained benefits from these alliance agreements, but he also had to bear the corresponding obligations. For example, Langya blessed land was under attack by a powerful enemy. Fan Yuan had to go and support it. He had to live and die together with Langya blessed land. The land spirit of Langya still followed the rules. After all, it was a land spirit. It didn't have the cunning of humans. He followed the rules of the Langya sect and did not restrict Fan Yuan too much. The snowman race was different. They were mutants, and their spirituality was second only to humans. After being suppressed for so many years, struggling at death's door in the northern icy plains, the immense pressure of survival had nurtured their powerful battle prowess and shrewd thinking. If Fan Yuan wanted to marry a snowman, the snowman race would definitely think of ways to extract benefits from Fan Yuan. By then, Fan Yuan would have no choice. Snowmen and rockmen. They are living in the northern icy plains. The rockman race has an immemorial rock dragon with rank 8 battle strength, but the snowman race does not. Thus, they hope for me to get together with Shuai, to indirectly obtain rank 8 battle strength and contend against the rockman race. The snowman and rockman Gu immortals were very harmonious when they were entertaining Fan Yuan. But was it really so harmonious? Both sides were living in the same piece of land under the icy plains. The space was small. How could there be no conflicts? After all, they were two different races. It was only because of the big picture that they were rational and supported each other. One could imagine the rockman race with an immemorial rock dragon. In normal conflicts, they were usually the side that benefited. The snowmen had suffered a lot, but they endured it. The rockman race had a rather high status. This could be seen from the minute details of the alliance. For example, this Gu immortal Shirzone was often his first representative. Not other snowman Gu immortals. If I get together with Shuai, no, even if I publicly accept Shuai's affection, it would mean I am getting close to the snowman race. It is unavoidable that I would be involved in the internal conflicts between the snowman and rockman races. Once there was an internal conflict, Shuai would find Fan Yuan and request Fan Yuan to mediate. As an ally, Fan Yuan could not refuse. But the rockman race gave Fan Yuan even more benefits. After all, both sides had the guts to trade. How could Fan Yuan ruin his relationship with the rockman race because of some beauty and lose his own benefits? These days, not only did Bingzhou send letters, there were also letters from other Inkmen, snowmen, and rockman Gu immortals. Among them was Shuai. Their intention was to rope in Fan Yuan. The temptation of rank 8 battle strength was too shocking. One of the reasons why Fan Yuan left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea was to avoid these Gu immortals. This also meant that he could avoid a lot of trouble in the future. I am purely making use of these variant humans. Unfortunately, my relationship with them is getting deeper and deeper. If anything happens, I will be implicated as well. I need to leave as soon as possible to advance or retreat freely. Fan Yuan was aware of this. Moreover, the land spirit of Langya's intention of recruiting domination immortal Chudu made Fan Yuan feel even more uneasy. Once Chudu joined, it would greatly threaten Fan Yuan's position in Langya sect. The reason why the land spirit of Langya wanted to recruit Chudu was also worth pondering. Although the land spirit of Langya gave him this mission, Fan Yuan decided to stall for as long as he could. He would not foolishly try to instigate Chudu. Eastern Sea's information path inheritance. Fan Yuan thought to himself. This was one of the reasons why he went to Eastern Sea. If Fan Yuan could obtain some method from this information path inheritance that could allow him to remove the alliance agreement on his own, that would be for the best. Fan Yuan would have the complete initiative in his diplomacy. However, this information path inheritance was only a secondary goal. Fan Yuan had another main objective in this trip. Several days later. Eastern Sea, turbulent flow sea area. Spare me, I surrender. Lu Qinyu knelt on the ground. He was covered in injuries, he had no will to fight. He was a rank 7 lone immortal, he had even brought 3 rank 6 companions with him. To think that he would be ambushed in this turbulent flow sea area, the 3 rank 6 Gu immortals who were invited by him were already dead. Their enemies were 4 Gu immortals with mysterious origins. Lu Qinyu was a knowledgeable person, but he had never heard of these 4 experts in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. These 4 Gu immortals were very special. The one with the highest cultivation level had rank 7 aura, he was a rockman Gu immortal. The other 3 were rank 6 Gu immortals. An extremely beautiful and valiant female immortal, an amiable-looking old man, and an ordinary-looking immortal zombie. No matter who it was, they were all powerful goo immortal experts. But what made Lu Qingyu puzzled was that their leader was not the Rockman goo immortal, the valiant female immortal, or the old man. It was the rank 6 immortal zombie with an ordinary appearance. Oh? Surrendering, hee, you are quite sensible. The rank 6 immortal zombie rubbed his chin as he chuckled. If Fan Yuan was here, he would definitely recognize him. Indeed, he was Ying Wuxie. Humph, such a spineless person, no wonder you are not my match. I might as well kill you and give Shi Nu more earth path Dao marks. He Lolan's body was covered in orange flames. The Rockman goo immortal Shi Nu was expressionless. He looked at Ying Wuxie and said slowly, I will listen to Lord's decision. Don't! Lu Qingyu quickly shouted. He had an anxious and aggrieved expression. Even though I am a rank 7 goo immortal, I only have rank 6 immortal goo. Fairy, on the other hand, you have rank 7 immortal goo and so many fire path killer moves. It's very normal that I can't beat you. Ying Wuxie laughed heartily, waving his hand. My shadow sect is in dire need of manpower now. I might as well give you a chance to live. Be obedient and don't resist. I will activate an immortal killer move and set the alliance agreement. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Lu Qingyu was overjoyed. He shed tears of gratitude and kowtowed non-stop. Ying Wuxie's alliance agreement was naturally very strict. But Lu Qingyu wanted to preserve his life. Other things were secondary. It is indeed a soul path method. He Lulan watched the entire process. Ying Wuxie used soul path methods to achieve the effective information path. Like Fan Yuan's 100 years of harmony, it was the result of other paths' comprehension. From now on, you are a member of Shadow Sect. Get up. After setting the alliance agreement, Ying Wuxie smiled. I am willing to offer my immortal goo to Lord. Lu Qingyu did not get up. He took out his 2 rank 6 immortal goo and raised them above his head. Ying Wuxie laughed heartily. I do not care about these 2 immortal goo. Keep them and perform well in the future. I might give you a rank 7 immortal goo or a true inheritance. That is possible. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. Lu Qingyu said with a grateful expression. Speaking of which, this is a remote place with many islands around it. Why did you come to this island? Ying Wuxie asked. He suspected that his whereabouts had been exposed. Lu Qingyu smiled bitterly when he mentioned this. Lord, this is all a misunderstanding. I only wanted to find a place to rest. Sigh, I need to start from the beginning. In this turbulent flow sea area, I found a clue to an information path true inheritance. Back then, Lu Qingyu chased after the blood path demonic immortal to obtain the crucial clue to the information path inheritance. In the end, he killed this person but gained no results. He was instead suspected by the other 2 rank 7 goo immortals. After thinking about it, he felt that Fan Yuan was the most suspicious. He might have obtained the clue to the information path true inheritance. Lu Qingyu was not resigned to this. He gathered a group of goo immortals and sneaked into the turbulent flow sea area again, trying to find other clues or wait for Fan Yuan. After hearing Lu Qingyu's story, He Lulan, Ying Wuxie, and the rest could not help but smile. This Lu Qingyu was too unlucky. He wanted to find a place to rest, but he ended up bumping into the secret base that Shadow Sect had set up here. Ying Wuxie's expression suddenly changed. Wait, you said that the goo immortal you were most suspicious of, what does he look like? Chapter 1157. Lu Qingyu repeated what he had said before. Ying Wuxie's expression turned grim. Fan Yuan moved from southern border to northern plains. He used familiar face to conceal his appearance. But familiar face could not hide the effect of an immortal goo or an immortal killer move. In Eastern Sea, Fan Yuan had fought with Lu Qingyu, Tang Song, and Zhou Li, the 3 goo immortals. It was unavoidable that his traces were exposed. Even though Ying Wuxie did not know what Fan Yuan looked like back then, he felt a sense of familiarity from Lu Qingyu's description. As he followed this feeling, Lu Qingyu's description of the fight became more detailed. Flying sword immortal goo, sword escape immortal goo. Ying Wuxie thought to himself. And in terms of timing, it matches. Ing Wuxia felt that the Gu immortal who fought with Lu Qinyu was likely to be Fan Yuan. What a coincidence! I actually obtained information about Fan Yuan like this. Hee, Providence! Ing Wuxia raised his head, looking at the sky. The turbulent Flow Sea area's sky was covered in clouds and mist from start to finish. At this moment, Ing Wuxia could feel that Providence was watching him from within the clouds. For Providence, be it the sovereign immortal aperture owner Fan Yuan, or spectral soul, who was trying to defy heaven and rise to the peak, they were targets to suppress and eliminate. Of course, among them, spectral soul was at the top earlier, but now, Fan Yuan had become the biggest target of Heaven's will's attacks. No matter what, Providence's plan was ingenious. It was trying to link Fan Yuan and Ing Wuxia together, to make them kill each other. This was undoubtedly killing two birds with one stone. It was a good plan that saved time and effort. Ing Wuxia transmitted his guess to He Lulan. He Lulan was slightly stunned. She did not sense anything fishy, because she was not familiar with flying sword and sword escape immortal Gu. After reacting, she was a little surprised. Ing Wuxia found out about such a huge matter. He actually came to discuss it with me? But immediately after, He Lulan understood. If she was in Ing Wuxia's shoes, she would have come to discuss it with her. Because up until now, Tai Bai Yunxing was still kept in the dark. Sure Nu's loyalty was absolute, but he was still a mutant after all, and his mind was not flexible. On the other hand, she was bound by the Shadow Sex contract, and had always been by Ing Wuxia's side. He could only plot with Ing Wuxia. We have to deal with Fan Yuan. He Lulan's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Her relationship with Fan Yuan was quite complicated. Previously, they were enemies. Later, they became allies. Now, due to a strange combination of factors, they became enemies once again. Even He Lulan had to admit that Fan Yuan had greatly helped and influenced her. Very soon, He Lulan had completely calmed down. She sent a telepathic message back. Your analysis is very reasonable. But you've only guessed Fan Yuan's identity. How are you so sure that he'll find this place? Is it just because of an information path true inheritance? Not to mention the crucial clue to this information path inheritance. It has already been lost. Even if he obtains it, what does it have to do with us? He might not be able to find this place and meet us. Ing Wuxia smiled coldly. That is because you don't understand Providence. Earlier, Providence wanted to stop Fan Yuan. They set up a trap and used information path true inheritances to lure Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan was crafty and did not fall into this trap. He went straight to Northern Plains without wasting any time. This was a very wise choice. Providence's arrangements in the turbulent Flow Sea area were in vain. Ing Wuxia's understanding of this. There was some error. In fact, back then, Fan Yuan did not sense the information path true inheritance's clue. After all, this clue was hidden. It was attached to Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Of course, even if Fan Yuan found it. With his personality, he would not delay his return to Langya Blessed Land. Right now, Fan Yuan has obtained He Fan's true inheritance. His strength has risen sharply. But he is trapped in Langya sect, and recently joined the Four Races Alliance. He must have formed an agreement with Chu Du. His need for information path is even stronger. Thus, he is likely to come here and follow the true inheritance clue to obtain this information path inheritance. Ing Wuxia continued to analyze. Needless to say, disasters and setbacks were wealth in life. Ing Wuxia had experienced many setbacks. His mind was sharper and more meticulous. He had the aura of an expert. He Lulan had a good understanding of Fan Yuan's situation. The information that Fan Yuan exposed had already been sent to Ing Wuxia through Sixth Hair. In order to incite He Lulan's hatred towards Fan Yuan, Ing Wuxia told her a portion of the information. He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. She had an epiphany. You mean, this Lu Qinyu is Providence's warning to us? That's right. Lu Qinyu's seemingly random choice was actually secretly influenced by the will of the heavens. It's too much of a coincidence that he chose our island. Providence probably felt that the previous trap was no longer a threat to Fang Yuan, who had greatly increased his strength, and wanted to use it to deal with Fang Yuan. They want to use it to deal with Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxia looked at the sky as a cold smile appeared on his face. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shadow Sect and Providence had been at odds for so many years. Ing Wuxia clearly guessed Providence's plans and arrangements. Then let's use this opportunity to ambush Fang Yuan. Haven't you always wanted to take back the sovereign immortal body? He Lulan transmitted her voice. Ing Wuxia turned around and glanced at He Lulan. The two of them transmitted their voices to each other, all small movements behind each other's backs. The conversation did not last long. The other three immortals only saw Ing Wuxia looking at the sky in a daze for a while before turning around and leaving. Ing Wuxia did not speak. He took large strides and took the lead. Shirnu, Tai Bai Yinxing, and He Lulan followed closely behind. Lu Qinyu, who was kneeling on the ground, was dazed. She quickly got up and carefully followed at the back. He Lulan! Ing Wuxia suddenly transmitted. If we capture Fang Yuan alive this time, I will return your freedom to you. He Lulan's body and mind shook. But soon, she reacted and transmitted. Who are you trying to deceive? Would you be willing to let go of my battle strength? Ha ha ha, Lulan knows me best. Ing Wuxia laughed, admitting it directly. How are you going to deal with Fang Yuan? He has rank 8 battle strength. He Lulan asked. Ing Wuxia's smile faded as he sighed. He Lulan felt a sense of helplessness. Next, she heard Ing Wuxia's transmission. I do not intend to deal with him. The immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is hard to deal with. No, we can deal with him. Can't we use that secluded domain of heaven and earth? He Lulan said. You want him to die? I remember you have gone through thick and thin together. Every man for himself. His defeat or death, to the current me, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. He Lulan revealed a cold killing intent. Ing Wuxia rejected this tempting suggestion. Even if we use that place, I cannot achieve my goal. I need to capture Fang Yuan alive and preserve the freshness of the goo materials. If we use that place, we can at most make the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle lose its threat. Moreover, even if we have that ability, I will not use it. Ing Wuxia smiled. He Lulan. Why? If we do not consider the big picture, we are short-sighted. Just like how Fang Yuan did not take the information path inheritance back then. As long as we save Spectral Soul, we will gain a huge advantage. After all, my memories are limited. If we fight with Fang Yuan now, we will fall into Providence's trap. We will leave Eastern Sea. But before we leave, we can make some arrangements and leave some gifts for Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxia transmitted with a smile. A day later. We are finally here, turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan stood on the auspicious cloud, sighing as he looked at the sea area. According to rumors, an intense battle between Goo immortals had occurred here. Although there were no rank 8 Goo immortals who participated in the battle, there were many rank 6 and rank 7 Goo immortals. Because their battle was too intense, down marks were engraved in this area, causing the environment to change, eventually forming the unique turbulent flow sea area in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, the turbulent flow sea area contained Goo immortal inheritances or inheritances left behind after death. In history, there were indeed lucky people who obtained Goo immortal inheritances in the turbulent flow sea area. Even though there were few lucky people, there were many rumors about this. Many people came here to explore. Many Eastern Sea Goo immortals, as well as Goo immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border, would often come to the turbulent flow sea area to seek fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the sea. The turbulent flow sea area's water was very strange. It looked calm on the surface, but there were countless torrents inside. These torrents were of all shapes and sizes. Their water quality varied. They moved between each other, flowing in this sea area, changing constantly without any pattern. Precisely so, the Goo immortals named it the turbulent flow sea area. Fan Yuan looked at the sky again. The sky was filled with white clouds, obscuring his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the thick clouds, it could only slightly brighten the sky. When Gu immortals entered the turbulent flow sea area, they would often lose their sense of direction. These clouds were one of the accomplices, because with these clouds, Gu immortals could not determine their location through the weather. It was impossible to get rid of these clouds. To do this, one had to contend with heaven and earth. Gu immortals with this ability were at least rank 8 experts, there were very few of them. If they paid a huge price to destroy these clouds, they would also destroy the turbulent flow sea area. To them, it was a thankless task. Breathing in deeply, Fan Yuan's aura rose, the aura of Immortal Gu burst out from his body. Immortal Investigative Killer Move, Qi Lux Sensation. This move came from Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Qi Lux Immortal Gu as the core to sense people and objects that were closely related to the Gu Immortal's luck. As they got closer, the effect would become clearer. Not far away. They left the turbulent flow sea area? Chapter 1158. The 5 Gu immortals flew close to the surface of the sea. The arrangements are in place. As long as Fan Yuan falls into our trap, we will make him suffer a lot. Even if we can't imprison him, we can greatly delay his development. Ing Wuxia was quite pleased with himself. Fan Yuan's development was too fast, it was truly terrifying. Providence tried always to kill him, they even created human tribulations like snowmen and rockmen. They had to suppress him. Previously, when Fan Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, Ing Wuxia could not reach him. Now that he came, he would teach him a lesson. Of course, he could not do it himself. He still had a huge responsibility. He had to bear the heavy burden of the revival of Shadow Sect. This is good, I can suppress Fan Yuan without falling into Providence's trap. Suddenly Ing Wuxia's expression froze. Be careful, there is a desolate beast in the sea, it is approaching rapidly, it is very strange. Ing Wuxia frowned, reminding them. A mere desolate beast. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Shirnu attacked. Boom! A huge wave burst out of the water, Fan Yuan's figure appeared. Found you! Ing Wuxia! Fan Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. The 5 immortals were stunned, this was the first time they had seen Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was vigilant and meticulous, he had changed his appearance this time. You are? Suddenly Ing Wuxia's body shook. He used luck inspection Immortal Gu and saw the majestic luck above Fan Yuan's head. It was the same as his and He Lulan's luck. Connect luck Immortal Gu. Ing Wuxia used connect luck to connect with He Lulan. And He Lulan was connected to Fan Yuan's luck. Fan Yuan's appearance could be changed, but his luck could not be concealed. Seeing this luck, how could Ing Wuxia not know Fan Yuan's identity? Hurry, use the ancient battle formation! He suddenly shouted in a panic. The other 3 immortals had a tacit understanding and instinctively acted, activating the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. With a whoosh, the 4 immortals disappeared completely. Only one was left. Lu Qingyu. Fan Yuan. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was silence. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A method that allowed Ing Wuxia and the rest to escape from the celestial court's Gu immortals was naturally extraordinary. It was also Fan Yuan's first time seeing it. Therefore, he was somewhat speechless. Although he had made some estimations beforehand. But after witnessing it with his own eyes, he was still amazed. However, although this method is powerful, as long as I have the karmic connection, I don't have to worry about losing them. Let's get rid of this person first. Fan Yuan came back to his senses. He looked at Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu. Seeing Fan Yuan's cold eyes filled with killing intent, he subconsciously floated backwards. His mood was even more turbulent than Fan Yuan's. He tried so hard to obtain the information path inheritance, but it was snatched away. He killed the blood path demonic immortal, but the crucial clue was lost. He returned to the turbulent flow sea area unwillingly, But when he met Ing Wuxia and the rest, his helpers were all killed, he surrendered. So be it if he surrendered, so be it if the alliance agreement was harsh, so be it if he admitted defeat. So be it if he recognized Ing Wuxia as his boss. For the sake of his own life, he was determined to integrate into the Shadow Sect. But when he was leaving Eastern Sea, a person suddenly appeared. And then, Ing Wuxia escaped. He escaped. Not only did he escape, the other 3 Gu immortals also escaped. They ran extremely quickly. In an instant they disappeared without a trace. What a bastard! Lu Qingyu wanted to curse out loud. But he could not. He was forced to sign the alliance agreement. He had to maintain his respect towards Ing Wuxia at all times. Once he scolded, he would suffer the backlash of his information path Dao marks. One could imagine Lu Qingyu's current mood. It was utterly terrible. He did not recognize Fan Yuan, because Fan Yuan's appearance was only rank 6. But Lu Qingyu sensed that Fan Yuan's Gu immortal aura was also limited to rank 6. This time, Fan Yuan had only hastily changed his appearance. He did not conceal his aura. Because Fan Yuan's main goal was to kill Ing Wuxia and the rest. Everyone knew each other's cultivation level, the change in aura was not important. This caused Lu Qingyu to feel deep resentment. The other party is a rank 6 Gu immortal. Why are you running? Why are we running? We have 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. All of them are experts. Why are you running? Why are we running? Lu Qingyu screamed and screamed in his mind. But he could not get an answer. He had only joined Shadow Sect recently. Ing Wuxia did not expect Fan Yuan to arrive so quickly. He did not even have time to tell Lu Qingyu some crucial information. If Ing Wuxia had told Lu Qingyu that the reason they ran was because Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, then Lu Qingyu would not have such thoughts and screams. He was definitely faster than He Lulan and Ing Wuxia. Oh no. He could not compare to them. His effort in escaping was definitely higher than Ing Wuxia and the rest. What a joke, this was rank 8 battle strength. Crushing them to death was as easy as crushing an ant. This is the might of a rank 8. At this moment, Fan Yuan sighed internally. Ing Wuxia and the rest escaped wisely. They were very decisive. If their positions were reversed, Fan Yuan would definitely escape as well. Earlier in the northern icy plain, he did not escape because Fan Yuan did not succeed in escaping. But it did not mean he did not want to escape. There was nothing shameful in escaping. For an old demon like Fan Yuan, temporarily retreating was a very wise strategy. However, Ing Wuxia and the rest did not know one thing. That was, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was already dead, only an unhatched egg was left. Although Fan Yuan told Land Spirit of Langia about this, he also instructed him not to leak this secret. Thus, Sixth Heir could only obtain the most crucial information. He could not tell Ing Wuxia and the rest. At this moment, as Ing Wuxia and the rest ran away, only Lu Qingyu was left. This situation was very advantageous to Fan Yuan. Originally, Fan Yuan had some suspicions about chasing them. The other party had the advantage in numbers. There were 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. Fan Yuan knew Lu Qingyu, but this was the first time Fan Yuan had seen Shi Nu. Now, after Fan Yuan's identity was exposed, Ing Wuxia ran away. Only Lu Qingyu was left. Running was the right thing to do. Against a rank 8 existence, probing was courting death. When he was under the effect of Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, Fan Yuan did not dare to probe the immemorial rock dragon. Right now, Fan Yuan thought about it and decided to deal with Lu Qingyu first. Get rid of him first. Weaken the enemy's overall strength. If Fan Yuan did not grasp such a good opportunity to deal with them one by one, he would be struck by lightning. If I kill him, I might be able to soul search him and obtain crucial information about Ing Wuxia and the rest. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan took the initiative to attack. Sword marks targeting death. He immediately used an extraordinarily sharp sword path killer move. Although Lu Qingyu was roaring in his heart, he was also very vigilant. The reason was simple: to be able to making Wu Xie and the rest so afraid, even if he was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He would definitely be dangerous. Lu Qingyu was already on full alert as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, the sword light shot over. Lu Qingyu quickly dodged, avoiding Fan Yuan's attack. As expected, even though this guy is a rank 6 Gu immortal, he has rank 7 immortal Gu. Sword path? Lu Qingyu complained internally. He only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. He lost to He Lulan because of this. After a few rounds, Lu Qingyu fell into a disadvantage. He was only a lone cultivator. Even though his cultivation level was higher than Fan Yuan, he only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu, and his immortal killer moves were deduced by himself. They were not outstanding, and there were few of them. After another dozen rounds, Fan Yuan had more or less figured out Lu Qingyu's foundation. The other party only used the same few moves. How could he not figure them out? Lu Qingyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was in a sorry state. Even though Fan Yuan lost blood acid immortal Gu, he had other time path defensive methods. He could advance and retreat freely. He was unruffled. His strength was growing too quickly. In the past, Lu Qingyu had chased Fan Yuan into a sorry state, but now, Fan Yuan was suppressing him instead. Even though he only had rank 6 cultivation level, in terms of battle strength, he far surpassed Lu Qingyu. No wondering Wu Xie wanted to run. This enemy is a monster. He is unbelievably strong, and from the looks of it, he has not even used his full strength. Lu Qingyu's fighting spirit was decreasing as he fought. He actually wanted to surrender. But it was different now. He had the Shadow Sect Alliance agreement. He could not surrender to the enemy. There was only one path in front of him, that was to fight to the death. Follow me if you have the guts. Lu Qingyu dodged Fan Yuan's attack with all his might. He turned into a green light and escaped towards the turbulent flow sea area. Too naive. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, pointing at Lu Qingyu's escape route. Immortal killer move, Year Beast summoning. A snake-shaped Year Beast tore space and appeared, blocking in front of Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu was delayed by this obstruction. Fan Yuan was behind him, using sword escape immortal Gu to catch up and deal the killing blow. Lu Qingyu was hit and died, his body self-detonated, his soul shattered into pieces. Fan Yuan quickly acted, but he could only save a small portion. Lu Qingyu's immortal aperture also fell into the sea, sinking to the bottom of the sea. Heaven and earth chi started to gather, turning into a blessed land. The remnant soul was quickly dispersing. It seemed to be a method of Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan used many methods, but could not stop the remnant soul from self-destructing. Fan Yuan quickly soul-searched. Dozens of fragments of memories were revealed to him. Fan Yuan's luck was good. He saw Lu Qingyu and Ing Wu Xie setting up a trap together. Oh? It seems that Ing Wu Xie knows that I have rank 8 battle strength. He cannot fight me, so he set up a trap to harm me. You've really made some progress. As for the rest of the memory fragments, there was nothing to say. Soon, these remnant souls dissipated. Lu Qingyu's body also self-detonated. It was hard to collect them. All of his down marks were gathered in his immortal aperture. Fan Yuan sighed. He still wanted to absorb Lu Qingyu's down marks into his body. Unfortunately, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were not so easy to take advantage of. After some commotion, the immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The entrance opened. This was a rare chance to enter the blessed land. If he missed it, it would be much harder to enter again. Chapter 1159. Quack, quack, quack. Inside Lu Qingyu's blessed land, a silly duck was calling out to Fan Yuan. This was the land spirit that was formed after Lu Qingyu's obsession merged with the heavenly power of the blessed land. Land spirits had all sorts of strange appearances, and a duck land spirit was not rare. Fan Yuan listened carefully. Although what he heard was the quacking of a duck, it was miraculously transformed into a meaning that Fan Yuanru could understand when it reached his inner world. In fact, even though He Fan's heavenly spirit looked like a bronze bell, it could communicate with others. Unfortunately, before He Fan died, his immortal aperture world absorbed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, causing providence to take over, causing the heavenly spirit to be ignorant. The condition to inherit this Qingyu blessed land and become the land spirit's owner is actually this. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He showed some joy. Even though Lu Qingyu was killed by Fan Yuan, his obsession was not to take revenge on Fan Yuan. It was not to settle the score with Ying Wuxie and the others who abandoned him. It was to find the crucial clue to the information path inheritance. The information path inheritance's clue is engraved on Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu and showed it to the Duck Land Spirit, explaining it in detail. A moment later, the Duck Land Spirit circled around Fan Yuan, using its beak to touch Fan Yuan's white boots. It was extremely intimate. Fan Yuan became the owner of this blessed land. However, this piece of land was barren and barren. It was not that Lu Qingyu's foundation was insufficient, but after he joined Shadow Sect, all the cultivation resources in his immortal aperture were forced to be handed over by Ying Wuxie. Ying Wuxie did not take Lu Qingyu's 2 immortal Gu. He wanted to maintain his battle strength and make him work for him. But Ying Wuxie took away his cultivation resources. This was a drastic measure. Lu Qingyu would not be able to make a comeback in the future. He lacked resources to continue cultivating. He could only rely on Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan only needed to ponder for a while before he understood the reason behind it. As for Lu Qingyu's Gu worms, they had already self-destructed. The 2 immortal Gu were like this. The other mortal Gu were the same. Nothing was left for Fan Yuan. What exactly is left in this blessed land? Fan Yuan looked around and asked the land spirit with a frown. Green Jade blessed land had been completely plundered. It was almost the same as the Hei Fan Grotto heaven that Fan Yuan had plundered. At this moment, Fan Yuan. He had more or less experienced Chu Du's state of mind back then. The Duck Land Spirit. Quack, 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 quack! Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. Take me there. The Duck Land Spirit could not teleport. It brought Fan Yuan to their destination. A colorful mountain range, neither tall nor short, appeared in Fan Yuan's vision. Green, red, yellow, blue, and white glows radiated from the mountain rocks. There were no trees on the mountain, but all kinds of grass grew on it. There were 10 different colors in the grass, and they reflected off each other. It was even more beautiful than the sea of flowers, and it was dazzling. It was dazzling. 5 light mountain, 10 color grass. Fan Yuan muttered. This was a type of resource production area that Light Path Gu Immortals would usually manage. The special environment would allow this mountain to produce large numbers of Light Path Mortal Gu. Evidently, Lu Qingyu had invested a lot of effort into this 5 light mountain. It was huge. Ying Wuxie does not have pulling mountain immortal Gu. He has no way to move this mountain. He can only stay here. Fan Yuan guessed the truth. Trees had tree roots. Mountains had mountain roots. Mountains were not easy to move. Using brute force to move them would only cause the mountain range to crumble. As for the method to move mountains, it was very rare in this world. Back then, when Fan Yuan took away Luopa Valley, even the rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince's impatience was surprised. Even though Ying Wuxie inherited a portion of Shadow Sect's assets, he lacked the method to take away 5 Light Mountain. He originally had Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu. But through that transaction, he sold it to Fan Yuan. Back then, when he saw that he could not move this 5 Light Mountain, he must have been unhappy. All in all, this 5 Light Mountain benefited Fan Yuan. Without hesitation, Fan Yuan used Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu. He successfully moved this 5 Light Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. He placed this mountain in Mini Southern Border. Mini Southern Border had many mountains. It was a place with many Earth Path Dao marks to begin with. Now that 5 Light Mountain was added, the other mountains in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven were pushed down. Immortal Succession Mountain could only be second. After all, Immortal Succession Mountain was only used for inheritances. And now, the inheritances on the mountain were all taken away. 5 Light Mountain was the number 1 mountain in Mini Southern Border. It was a well-deserved title. I finally gained something. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air. If not for this 5 light mountain, he would have suffered a huge loss. Don't underestimate this battle. Although he had won, to Fan Yuan, victory did not have much meaning, the battle spoils were more important. But even so, after obtaining 5 light mountain, Fan Yuan concluded that he had suffered a loss in this battle with Lu Qinyu. There was no helping it. He was using green grape immortal essence now, and many of his immortal goo were rank 7, he had many types of immortal killer moves, he could use many of them. After a battle, the expenditure of green grape immortal essence was very intense. Of course, blessed lands could annex each other. However, Lu Qinyu cultivated light path, this blessed land was a light path blessed land. Fan Yuan's light path attainment level was ordinary, and this was a rank 7 blessed land, he could not annex it. In the following period of time, Fan Yuan asked the Duck Land Spirit, and obtained a lot of information. The Duck Land Spirit still remembered many things about the main body, this gave Fan Yuan a clearer understanding of Ing Wu Xie's trap. Fan Yuan also knew a lot about information path true inheritances. After digging through the information, Fan Yuan left behind some mortal goo and gave them to the Duck Land Spirit, telling it not to open the Blessed Land's entrance without his permission. Once enemies invade, it was to inform Fan Yuan and the rest through jewel yellow skies. Lu Qinyu still had some rank 7 red date immortal essence left. Fan Yuan did not take any of it, he gave it to the Duck Land Spirit. Quack, quack, quack! The Duck Land Spirit's eyes were filled with tears as it waved its wings, bidding farewell to Fan Yuan's back. Fan Yuan did not look back, he left the blessed land. The blessed land's entrance closed behind him. As long as I guard this rank 7 blessed land and leave it in the void, no one will discover it. However, Providence harmed me, there are many ways to deal with this blessed land. If I can protect this rank 7 blessed land, then so be it, if not, then so be it. After all, its value is too low. Fan Yuan did not have the time to raise his light path attainment level. And with his current cultivation level, he was still a long way from rank 7. Should he continue chasing Ing Wu Xie? Fan Yuan was a little hesitant. After obtaining more information from the Duck Land Spirit, Fan Yuan had a clearer understanding of Ing Wu Xie's group's strength. Ing Wu Xie's side had 4 Gu Immortals. One was a rank 7 Rockman Gu Immortal, Shi Nu, he specialized in Earth Path. He Lulan currently cultivated both Strength and Fire Path. Tai Bai Yinxing lost his Time Path Immortal Gu, but he had a Cloud Path Immortal Gu. He cultivated Cloud Path as well. As for Ing Wu Xie, his body was only a Strength Path Immortal Zombie. He still used Soul Path Immortal Gu, his cultivation level was the lowest, but his battle strength might be either first or second. If Fan Yuan had the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he would definitely attack. But now, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was just an egg, even though Fan Yuan had many immortal Gu, he estimated that with his strength and intelligence, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning against Ing Wu Xie's group. How long has it been? Ing Wu Xie's group has actually grown so much, this is beyond my expectations. Fan Yuan's growth shocked Ing Wu Xie and the rest. Ing Wu Xie's group's strength also shocked Fan Yuan. He had thought that the previous transaction had dealt a huge blow to Ing Wu Xie's group. To think that after such a short period of time, they actually recovered. Shadow Sect was already in ruins, but its legacy was not to be underestimated. Ing Wu Xie's group was Fan Yuan's greatest threat. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect and Fan Yuan's conflict was irreconcilable. Ing Wu Xie did not want to deal with Fan Yuan now, because saving Spectral Soul's main body was more important. His strategy was wise and correct. Fan Yuan did not deal with Ing Wu Xie earlier because he did not have enough strength. He had to deal with the earthly calamity, he had to adapt and develop the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Now that he had He Fan's true inheritance, he had the strength to deal with Ing Wu Xie. Once Ing Wu Xie saved Spectral Soul's main body, Fan Yuan knew that he had no chance of victory. Because the other party was one of the 10 Venerables, even though he was dead, he was not his match. Of course, there was another important reason. That was Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was not lost, it was temporarily stored in Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan had his previous strength path immortal zombie body, he was just lacking one crucial point. He was afraid that this immortal zombie body contained a trap that Ing Wuxia had set for his soul. Fan Yuan did not dare to act rashly. He had thought of using other Gu immortal souls to stuff them into the immortal zombie body and experiment. But there were many flaws in this method. Firstly, this experiment had to be done secretly. He could not take out his immortal zombie body openly. This would allow Land Spirit Langya to see through many secrets. Secondly, even if he used the Gu immortal soul to experiment, it might not be reliable. Because Fan Yuan was not sure if Ing Wuxia's trap was targeted at weak souls or strong souls, or just the otherworldly demon soul. But the problem of using Wisdom Gu was currently the biggest restriction on Fan Yuan's development. Thus, Fan Yuan thought of this Eastern Sea plan. The main goal was to deal with Ing Wuxia. If he succeeded, he might be able to find out if there were any traps in this immortal zombie body from Ing Wuxia. If there were traps, how would he deal with them? Ing Wuxia wanted to suppress Fan Yuan's development speed. Fan Yuan was also worried that Ing Wuxia would develop too quickly and save Spectral Soul's main body. Thus, in this trip to Eastern Sea, the information path inheritance was secondary. He wanted to attack the root of the problem. Chapter 1160. In front of them was a dark blue screen that occupied the entire vision of Ing Wuxia and the rest. Blue Water Regional Wall. Between the 5 regions, there were regional walls, like a membrane that protected one side. Blue Water Regional Wall was Eastern Sea's protective membrane. Turbulent Flow Sea area was close to Blue Water Regional Wall to begin with. Because of this, when Fan Yuan was on his way from southern border to northern plains, he got close to the Turbulent Flow Sea area and met Lu Qinyu and the rest. Ing Wuxia and the rest used the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and teleported here. We are leaving again? He Lulan sighed. Who was that person just now? Tai Bai Yinxing asked. He was an enemy, a strong enemy, a mortal enemy. Don't be fooled by his rank 6 cultivation level, he actually has rank 8 battle strength. Ing Wuxia glanced at Tai Bai Yinxing, choosing to reveal some information. Hearing this, Tai Bai Yinxing sucked in a breath of cold air, gasping in disbelief. Rank 8 battle strength? He Luan also pretended to be shocked. No wonder we had to retreat. Shirnu was expressionless. Tai Bai Yinxing suddenly thought of something. Sadness appeared on his face. Sigh. Since the other party has rank 8 battle strength, Lu Qinyu is probably dead. It is a pity. It is his honor to die for our shadow sect. Shirnu snorted coldly, saying in disdain. We should leave quickly. Since the other party can chase us, we should increase the distance between us. That upper extreme heavenly eagle is an immemorial desolate beast that roams the 9 heavens. It is likely to be a life form of the 9 heavens. It can enter and leave the 5 regional walls freely. He Lulan transmitted, reminding Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia looked at her deeply, transmitting. Don't worry, I have already checked the historical records of Northern Plains. Fan Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle came from He Fan. It came from He Fan. As for the upper extreme heavenly eagle that He Fan nurtured, it was a native of Northern Plains. Thus, even if we enter the 5 regional walls, we will be restricted by the regional walls. Now that we're in front of the world wall, we're already considered safe. Is that so? He Lulan was stunned. Then, the worry on his face eased a lot. Where are we going this time? We can't go to Zhongzhou. Are we going to Nanjiang to start the rescue? He Lulan asked again. Ing Wuxia smiled. He was not in a hurry to enter the Blue Water Regional Wall. He mobilized his immortal essence. The aura of Gu worms surged out of his body. Hovering in the air, he slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the turbulent waters. The azure tide beneath his feet surged. Swoosh. The salty sea breeze blew on the 4 Gu immortals' faces. Wait. Ing Wuxia answered He Lulan's question with one word. Wait for what? Tai Bai Yinxing was puzzled. Wait for the enemy from before to make a move, Ing Wuxia replied. The three Gu immortals looked at each other in confusion. Since they had just retreated, why were they waiting for a strong enemy now? That person had rank 8 battle strength, why were they waiting for him? Were they waiting for him to kill them? He Lulan's expression suddenly changed. I know! Know what? Tai Bai Yunxing hurriedly asked. He was completely confused. Although Shi Nu was expressionless, his gaze was filled with doubt. He Lulan smiled. Don't you find it strange? How did the other party know our whereabouts? When chasing us, how could his location be so precise? This time, even Shi Nu's expression changed. Tai Bai Yunxing's tone turned gloomy. Hey Lulan! Are you saying that there's a traitor among us? Impossible. How could the four of us, could it be? Lu Qinyu is a traitor? Wait a minute! He signed an alliance agreement to join us. Is there a loophole in the alliance agreement? The possibility of a traitor is very small. Ing Wuxia shook his head and answered. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing. Even if it was Tai Bai Yunxing who was kept in the dark, Ing Wuxia made him sign an alliance agreement. He would not let him become a weak point on their side. The biggest possibility is that the other party has an investigative method and can track our location, Ing Wuxia said slowly. We have been holed up in the camp these days and rarely go out. Tai Bai Yunxing frowned. He Lulan laughed. A Gu immortal's method. It is vast like the sea, strange and exquisite. How much can we know? That is true. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. He Lulan continued. If we do not find a way to deal with it, no matter where we go, that enemy will come looking for us. It is only a matter of time. Thus, Lord stopped and did not enter the regional wall. Lord is waiting for the other party to make a move, he is waiting for the other party to use an investigative killer move. Lord was waiting for the other party to attack, he was waiting for the other party to use investigative killer moves. Actually, only Ing Wuxia knew a lot of information. At this moment, countless thoughts were surging in Ing Wuxia's mind. Even though he was a strength path immortal zombie and did not have quick thinking, he had all sorts of methods to change this flaw. Ing Wuxia was thinking rapidly. What method did Fan Yuan use to find my location? I came to Eastern Sea in secret. How did the information get leaked? Could he be in Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls, and find my location? How is that impossible? Even if it is Celestial Court's Gu immortals, I have a Gu formation to protect me. Heaven's secrets cannot be deduced. Thus, no matter how amazing He Fan's true inheritance is, it cannot do this. Providence! An answer appeared in Ing Wuxia's mind. Since heavens will plot it against me and gave me Fan Yuan's information, there is no need to worry about me. Then, would it be the same for Fan Yuan? This was very likely. But Ing Wuxia was not satisfied. If at this moment, the person in this situation is not me, but Fan Yuan, what would he think? How would he deal with it? He would definitely consider the worst-case scenario. Then what is the worst-case scenario? Ing Wuxia asked himself before giving an answer. The other party has an investigative killer move. They can find my location through the regional walls. Ing Wuxia smiled. How was that possible? But suddenly his smile froze. He thought of a possibility. Luck path. In Fan Yuan's hands? He had always held on to the most crucial clue. That was, their luck was connected to each other. Connect luck immortal Gu. Back then, Ing Wuxia was desperate. He sold this immortal Gu into Jewel Yellow Skies. After transacting with Fan Yuan, Ing Wuxia obtained the Gu refinement immortal materials he needed. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened again, he took Connect Luck immortal Gu back. Even though Fan Yuan had a brand new body, the effect of Connect Luck was not only on the body, it also affected the soul. Thus, his luck connection with He Lulan and the rest still existed. In order to resist Providence, Ing Wuxia knew that Shadow Sect's precious experience in this aspect. One of them was life. Luck could be borrowed. Luck could be used to deal with Providence. Whose luck was better? Undeniably, it was Fan Yuan who had luck immortal Gu. Ing Wuxia knew that Fan Yuan had luck. Sixth heir's existence in Langya sect could not be ignored. Thus, Ing Wuxia used Connect Luck to link his luck with He Luan. Even though He Luan was unwilling, she could not resist. This way, Ing Wuxia and Fan Yuan were truly connected by luck. If the other party uses this connection, using luck path methods, even if they are in two regions, they can sense each other. This is possible. Will it be luck path? Right at this time, Ing Wuxia's body shook. He saw it. Using luck inspection Immortal Gu, at this moment, he saw that the luck above his head and He Luan's head were shaking slightly. As expected, it is a luck path method. Amazing, Fan Yuan. Not only did you deduce that I connected your luck, you even used it to attack me. It is a pity. I have already seen through this. Ing Wuxia's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Even though he sensed Fan Yuan's method, Ing Wuxia could not dispel Connect Luck. He did not have Break Luck Immortal Gu. However, he had a lot of soul path methods. He had many methods to influence and interfere with luck. He tried them one by one. The result was barely satisfactory. The luck vibration was still there. Furthermore, even if he concealed it, there was still He Luan. Unlike Lu Qinyu, He Luan could not be abandoned easily. Her value was huge. Once she was abandoned, the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel could not be used. Thus, Ing Wuxia quickly dispelled this thought. Then, should I try entering the immortal aperture? Ing Wuxia entered Shirnu's immortal aperture, and was surprised to find that after combining his soul path methods, the luck above his head was no longer shaking. He ordered He Luan to enter Shirnu's immortal aperture as well. Subsequently, Tai Bai Yunxing and Shirnu walked together and drilled into the blue water boundary wall. Their figures quickly disappeared. Fan Yuan had just come out of Qinyu Blessed Land. Luck Path Investigative Killer Move, Qi Luck Sensation. He activated the Immortal Killer Move. At once, he sensed several locations in his mind. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border. Among them, Eastern Sea had the most, and was the clearest. Qi Luck Sensation's investigative range was huge, but the effect was not outstanding. If not for Connect Luck, Fan Yuan could not investigate across regions. I actually reached the Blue Water Regional Wall. This ancient battle formation's effect is so strong? Humph. Even if the outcome of this battle is uncertain, I will chase after you. Even if I cannot kill you, I will weaken you as much as possible. I will weaken you until you cannot save Spectral Soul's main body in time, and I will win. Strange, why did they stop? Suddenly, Fan Yuan's expression changed, showing a surprised expression. In his senses, the two locations suddenly vanished. Oh? They sensed it so quickly? Fan Yuan's heart sank. This way, he could not chase after them. But as long as you connect your luck, you will always be threatened by my killer move. I have the initiative, I can activate it from time to time to check your location. But you will have to be on guard at all times, the price will be higher than mine. This will result in a battle of attrition. And if you break your luck, isn't that exactly what I want? Forget it. I will take all the good things in the turbulent flow sea area first. Chapter 1161. Since he could not find the other party's location, Fan Yuan wisely gave up on the chase. After reviving, this was the second time Fan Yuan fought against the Shadow Sect. The first time was when Ing Wuxia was forced to make a transaction with Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan took advantage of him. The second time, Fan Yuan only had a slight advantage. Even though Fan Yuan's strength had increased by many times because of He Fan's true inheritance. But in the end, Fan Yuan did not achieve his goal. He only killed a Shadow Sect member and weakened Ing Wuxia and the rest. Fan Yuan's strength was increasing, but Ing Wuxia's strength was also increasing. Furthermore, Fan Yuan's growth and strength was not stable, it could not last for long. After all, He Fan's true inheritance was a rare opportunity, it was not easy to encounter it. On the contrary, Ing Wuxia's strength was increasing steadily. Because he was going to inherit the Shadow Sect inheritances of the regions, They belonged to him in the first place. They were stable and reliable. It was predictable. From this point of view, Fan Yuan's plan to kill He Fan in advance was a wise one. Because if he did not make use of this chance, the gap between them would become more obvious. Once Spectral Soul was saved, it would be the end of Fan Yuan. Although Ing Wuxie's decision to retreat was a little shameless, it was absolutely rational and decisive. For Ing Wuxie, as long as he continued to take in the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, his strength would grow rapidly, and eventually, by a huge margin. In the chaotic Flow Sea battle, even though the two did not fight personally, they fought through space. Fan Yuan obtained a lot of information about Ing Wuxie and the rest, especially the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, as well as the latest situation of Ing Wuxie and He Lulan. Meanwhile, Ing Wuxie saw through Fan Yuan's investigative killer move. Even though it was only a temporary solution and not a permanent solution, his advancement was not stopped. His strategy was still being carried out smoothly. Fan Yuan and Ing Wuxie would definitely have a battle of life and death. But now was not the time for it. Ing Wuxie chose to retreat. One day, Fan Yuan and Ing Wuxie, one of them had to die. The enmity between the two sides was far from being resolved. Fan Yuan turned around and returned to the turbulent sea region. White clouds were boundless in the sky, and torrents were surging in the sea. It was a chaotic scene. Just as Fan Yuan was about to enter, a female immortal came from the west and shouted, "Immortal friend, wait!" Fan Yuan turned his head and saw that the woman was wearing a palace robe, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. Soft and tender. A pair of beautiful eyes overflowed with autumn ripples. It was too beautiful to behold. At that moment, Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows and stopped what he was doing, waiting for the female immortal to come over. "So it's Fairy Hua Dai. May I know why fellow immortal has summoned me?" Immortal Hua Dai smiled, revealing her pearl-like teeth. "I'm ashamed, you know my name but I don't know your surname?" "I am Chuing." Fan Yuan casually gave a name. Naturally, his current appearance was also a disguise. Chuing was a shadow. Even though this trip did not achieve Fan Yuan's original goal, Fan Yuan was determined to deal with the Shadow Sect. He was even more determined. "Chuing, I see that you want to enter the turbulent Flow Sea region. I have a matter to trouble you with. If it succeeds, it will be beneficial to you," Immortal Hua Dai said. "Please speak." Fan Yuan smiled. His attitude was warm. But he was thinking inwardly, "I wonder if there is a high chance of killing this Immortal Hua Dai." She was beautiful, but in Fan Yuan's heart, it was better to convert her into his down mark accumulation. Fan Yuan knew some information about Immortal Hua Dai. This person was an Eastern Sea Transformation Path Gu Immortal. With rank 6 cultivation level, he had already passed 2 heavenly tribulations. In terms of battle strength, considering his past battle achievements, he should be at the peak of rank 6. For Fan Yuan, there was no need to worry about him. Transformation path. That was the crucial point. Currently, Fan Yuan's transformation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He had many transformation path down marks, but there was no harm in accumulating more. Immortal Hua Dai also smiled. She felt that even though Fan Yuan did not have a striking appearance, he had a gentle attitude towards people. He was not a demonic path Gu immortal who had gone mad. He was probably an Eastern Sea lone cultivator like her. If she knew Fan Yuan's current thoughts, who knew how she would feel? "Even though I cannot set up a battlefield killer move, my battle strength is clearly higher. But Immortal Hua Dai has a close relationship with Miao Mingxin. If I kill her, I have a high chance of succeeding." Fan Yuan considered the possibilities. Miao Mingxin was an Eastern Sea rank 7 expert. His status was similar to Qin Baixing before he recovered his memories. Most importantly, Miao Mingxin was a space path Gu immortal. He had methods to expand the immortal aperture space. Thus, many Eastern Sea Gu immortals, especially lone cultivators, sought help from him. After all, the immortal aperture space was limited. Many Gu immortals had to choose their cultivation resources carefully. Miao Mingxin's ability to expand the immortal aperture space was very convenient for other Gu immortals. Furthermore, Miao Mingxin himself had great ambitions, he was good at lowering himself to others, he had a charismatic personality. Thus, around him, a group of Gu immortals had already formed. This group had a total of 4 people. With Miao Mingxin as the center, Immortal Hua Dai, Fengjiang, and Gui Qi followed his lead. Among them, Immortal Hua Dai and Fengjiang had rank 6 cultivation level, while Gui Qi was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Miao Mingxin's cultivation level and battle strength were the highest among them. If Fan Yuan killed Immortal Hua Dai, he would become enemies with the other 3. Miao Mingxin had many connections, many Eastern Sea Gu immortals wanted to befriend him. Even members of super forces did not want to offend him. One day, they might end up begging him for help. If Miao Mingxin became enemies with Fan Yuan, he would use his connections to gather a large number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals to ostracize Fan Yuan. But so what? Fan Yuan had familiar face, he could change his identity freely, it did not matter if he was Miao Mingxin or not. As long as he was not a rank 8 Gu immortal. But I killed Immortal Hua Dai. Familiar face cannot block wisdom path deductions, I cannot guarantee that my identity will not be exposed. Familiar face was not omnipotent. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used this method to scheme against 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. They had no investigative methods to counter it. Even though this achievement was impressive, it made others wary. After this, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could no longer replicate his glory. Not long ago, Fan Yuan met with Yingwu Xie. Yingwu Xie only used luck inspection Immortal Gu. Observing the luck above Fan Yuan's head, he found out his identity. He immediately retreated. A mere rank 6 luck inspection Immortal Gu could render familiar face ineffective. It seemed inconceivable, but that was not the case. The heavenly Tao was balanced, all living beings were born with food and natural enemies. Immortal Gu were the same, immortal killer moves were essentially combinations of Gu worms, they could not break away from this law. Thus, there was no strongest immortal Gu, only the strongest Gu immortal. But I am still a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. As long as my Wisdom Path methods rise in the future, I can conceal my true identity. If I use familiar face to change my appearance, who would know my identity? Especially with his sovereign immortal body's uniqueness, he could easily pass through regional walls. He could even change his aura completely. He would be a local no matter where he went. Unlike He Lulan and the rest who had Northern Plains Gu immortal aura, it was fine in Eastern Sea. But in Southern Border, Western Desert, or Central Continent, they would be ostracized by the local Gu immortals. But I seem to remember. This Miao Mingxin had a method to discover that immemorial desolate beast, the blue dragon whale. He had once secretly recruited more than 10 Eastern Sea lone immortals to explore it. Should I build a good relationship with him? Should I use this relationship to enter that blue dragon whale and get a share of the loot? Considering this, the blue dragon whale was clearly more important than Immortal Hua Dai. Fan Yuan quietly gave up on the idea of killing Immortal Hua Dai. If he could build a good relationship with Miao Mingxin, Fan Yuan would have another benefit. Eastern Sea had the most cultivation resources in the 5 regions. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals often held gatherings to exchange cultivation resources. These resources were often very rare, they were of high quality, and could be traded using lifespan Gu. In comparison, Jewel Yellow Skies was only a mass market. It was not a private auction. Miao Mingxin was a frequent customer of such private auctions. With his guarantee, Fan Yuan could sneak in and transact. But Immortal Hua Dai did not know. She had already taken a trip to the gates of hell. Because of her relationship with Miao Mingxin, she barely escaped death. She smiled slightly. Chewing, since you know my name, you must know Lord Miao Mingxin as well. Lord Miao Mingxin has been investigating the turbulent flow sea area for many years. He hopes to find that tributary of the River of Time among the countless currents. If you have any fortuitous encounters and see that tributary of the River of Time, I hope you can track it and inform us. We will reward you greatly when the time comes. As for why a space path Gu immortal like Miao Mingxin wanted to track a tributary of the River of Time, Immortal Hua Dai did not want to explain. So that's it. Fan Yuan agreed happily. Lord Miao Mingxin, I have heard of your name for a long time. I do not dare to thank you, but it is good that I can form a good relationship with Miao Mingxin and Fairy Hua Dai. Seeing that Fan Yuan was so tactful, Immortal Hua Dai's smile became even brighter. Fan Yuan was not the first person she talked to. In fact, Immortal Hua Dai, Gui Qi, and Feng Jian would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area every once in a while. When they met any Gu immortal who went to explore the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them and ask for help. Some would reject, but most would agree. The reason was because of Miao Mingxin's immortal aperture space expansion method. Thus, when Fan Yuan agreed, Immortal Hua Dai was not surprised. Then I will wish Chuing good luck. Immortal Hua Dai turned around to leave. She did not think highly of Chuing, because she had never seen or heard of such a person in Eastern Sea. Of course, Eastern Sea did not lack secluded cultivation Gu immortals. It was just that Immortal Hua Dai had many friends. Chuing was someone who was not even famous. He only had rank 6 cultivation level. How strong could he be? Lord Miao Mingxin does not need cultivation level to find the tributary of the River of Time. He needs luck. Who knows, this Chuing might be able to find it. Sigh, I have such a thought every time. It is a pity that I have searched for more than 10 years without finding any traces of that tributary of the River of Time. Immortal Hua Dai sighed internally as she bid farewell to Fan Yuan. However, after leaving for some distance, Immortal Hua Dai used Information Path Mortal Gu to send a message. I almost forgot to tell you. A Blood Path Demonic Immortal, Ding Qi, came to the turbulent flow sea area. His younger brother, Ding Yan, had once obtained a crucial clue to an Information Path inheritance. He was chased by Lu Qinyu, Zhou Li, Tang Song, and others. Ding Yan is dead. Ding Qi is determined to take revenge. Not long ago, he heard that Lu Qinyu came to the turbulent flow sea area. He seemed to be trying to open an Information Path inheritance, so he rushed over. Blood Path demonic immortals are all deranged people. Unlike you and me, our mental states have already become demonic and sick. When they see a Gu immortal, they will consider killing them to increase their battle strength. If you meet this person, please be careful. Fan Yuan slowly stored the Information Path Mortal Gu. He rubbed his nose. Chapter 1162. The conversation with Immortal Hua Dai was just a small interlude. Fan Yuan had officially entered the turbulent flow sea area. In the sea, countless currents were moving in a chaotic manner. They were like twisted dough twists or extremely chaotic balls of thread. They filled Fan Yuan's vision. Strength Path Giant Hand. Seeing that there was no one around, Fan Yuan used this immortal killer move. The giant hand shattered more than 10 currents, causing the sea to be in chaos. Fan Yuan charged in a certain direction. This was only the periphery of the turbulent flow sea area. He could forcefully break through. But a moment later, a huge yellow current appeared in front of Fan Yuan. This is yellow spring water. Fan Yuan stopped. This current was so huge that even the Strength Path giant hand could not shatter it. In fact, it might even harm him. Yellow spring water originated from the Yellow Spring Sea area. That was the territory of Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It was known as the #1 zombie farm in the 5 regions. The Yellow Spring Sea area was filled with zombie corpses that floated in the water. Deep in the sea, there were countless rotting corals, and between the corals, there was a dense amount of bandaged seaweed. Yellow spring water contained Dao marks. It was a good material for Gu refinement. Fan Yuan activated his defensive method and went in. This yellow spring water had its own direction. But the direction did not match with Fan Yuan's goal. Fan Yuan had to move through this current. Using Immortal Gu to move his body, he expended a lot of immortal essence. In less than 5 minutes, he crossed the yellow spring and arrived at another turbulent flow. This current was pale white. Fan Yuan entered it, and felt like he was moving through a sea of clouds. A series of illusions appeared before his eyes. Thousand Illusion water originated from Eastern Sea's Thousand Illusion Sea area. Fan Yuan used wisdom path methods to easily resist the illusions. He spent a lot of effort and entered the third current. Magma current. This current did not originate from Eastern Sea, it came from Western Desert's largest pit, Blazing Glory Pit. The pit was bottomless. It connected to the depths of the earth. Every 100 years, lava would surge out of the earth vein like a tsunami. Not only did the scorching lava fill the entire sinkhole, but it also overflowed. The extended calamity had changed the landscape within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The turbulent flow of magma came from the depths of the magma, and its temperature was extremely high. Fan Yuan had to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. He was looking for a rank 6 Gu immortal. Without any immortal-grade defensive measures, he could only avoid the turbulence. The speed at which his celestial core power was being consumed was several times faster than the previous two turbulent flows. Fortunately, this turbulent flow of lava was not huge. Fan Yuan only spent a few dozen breaths to pass through it. This time, he didn't encounter any turbulence. Instead, he entered an empty space. Apart from Fan Yuan, there was no one else. He turned around and looked behind Fan Yuan. It was the turbulent flow of lava. And in front of the left was another wave, pitch black like a devil. Waves splashed from within, as if thousands of wronged souls were wailing in anguish. This was Black Soul water that came from the Black Soul Sea region. It contained Soul Path down marks and Dark Path down marks. On the right there was a third turbulence. It was as if countless pieces of gold were mixed together and slowly moved forward. It was dazzling. Fan Yuan saw this and was slightly surprised. If I am not wrong, this is the gold fragment current. Rumors say that immemorial yellow heaven has many metal heavenly rivers. Immemorial yellow heaven shattered. Most of the metal heavenly rivers were destroyed. This gold fragment current is likely from a certain immemorial yellow heaven fragment world. Because of the turbulent flow sea area's characteristics, all the rivers in the world are gathered here. I can personally witness it. Lava flow, Black Soul flow, and gold fragment current. These three currents intertwined with each other, they were evenly matched. Between the three, there was no clear victor. When the forces reached a mysterious balance, an empty space was created. This was where Fan Yuan resided. It was like the eye of a tornado. It could not exist for long, but it could provide precious time for Gu immortals to rest. Fan Yuan did not rest. His strength had increased greatly and he had a lot of immortal essence. He was far from his limit. After determining the direction, he moved like lightning, entering the gold fragment current. The resistance was huge, more than 10 times that of the lava flow earlier. But his immortal essence expenditure was much lower. After all, the lava flow was extremely hot. Fan Yuan moved through the entire gold fragment current. During this process, he collected more than 500 kilograms of gold fragment current. If this was on Earth, it would be a huge fortune. But in this world, gold fragment was only a common Gu material. Other than gold fragment current, there were large numbers of Gu worms in the gold fragment current. Almost all of them were metal path. There was golden dragon Gu. It looked like an earthworm, but upon closer inspection, it had claws and a head like a small dragon. There was also golden aurora Gu. This was a movement-type Gu that allowed Gu masters to fly. There was even a rare mortal Gu that made mortal Gu masters go crazy for it. It was a one-time consumable Gu, but it could increase the aptitude of the Gu master. To the current Fan Yuan, the unrefined gold Gu had little use. He collected some very casually, as if he was just casually doing it. After successfully moving through the gold fragment current, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained a gold fragment current. Fan Yuan placed this current in mini yellow heaven. It could only be considered as adding some scenery. Relying on this tiny gold fragment current, he could not gain anything. Gu masters would treat it like a treasure, but Gu immortals like Fan Yuan did not care about it at all. Fan Yuan moved through the currents, gradually moving towards the center from the periphery of the turbulent flow sea area. A moment later, a grand current blocked Fan Yuan's path. The current was dark blue, Every drop of water was flickering with lightning, the entire current was dazzling and dazzling. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He knew this was a lightning current. Once lightning accumulated to a certain limit, it would turn into liquid. The violent destructive power would turn into vitality water that could stimulate one's potential. Lightning Path Gu immortals often created lightning pools, which were filled with this lightning water. Lightning Path Gu immortals used this lightning pool to raise large numbers of Lightning Path mortal Gu. The significance of a lightning pool to Lightning Path Gu immortals was like 5 Light Mountain to Light Path Gu immortals. When Fan Yuan arrived, he was already at the center of the turbulent flow sea area. With his current strength, he would not be able to traverse the turbulence anymore. The power of the currents had become even greater. Once Fan Yuan got involved, he could only go with the flow. In this situation, it would depend on his luck to get to his destination. If his luck was good, he would encounter a current. If the direction of the current matched with Fan Yuan's destination, Fan Yuan would be able to move forward smoothly. If his luck was bad, after dozens of currents, the Gu immortal could only move in circles. This was the special terrain of the turbulent flow sea area. Fan Yuan entered the lightning water current. This current was huge. Fan Yuan was like a rabbit that fell into a huge river. Thankfully, the lightning water was very gentle. Only at the tip of the waves would there be lightning that had the power to destroy all living beings. Fan Yuan only went into the depths of the lightning water. He expended very little immortal essence. It was calm and stable. He moved forward along this current. After about 15 minutes, Fan Yuan arrived at the end of the lightning water current. At the end, there was another current. It was about the same size as the lightning water current. Fan Yuan went in again, moving forward along the current. His luck was quite good. Although there were some twists and turns, he was still getting closer to his destination. After a day and night, Fan Yuan arrived at a balanced space where the currents were restricting each other. This was the 12th space he had encountered along the way. This space has just formed. The surrounding currents will not change for now. I will rest here for a while. Fan Yuan planned to rest here for a while. That was because even he felt exhausted at this moment. The consumption of green grape immortal essence was not small. But after resting for a while, there was some commotion in the current above Fan Yuan's head. Then, a huge muscle crawled out of the huge current. This muscle was the size of 3 or 4 elephants. It emitted the aura of an ancient desolate beast. It was platinum in color, without any impurities. After seeing Fan Yuan, this muscle's movements clearly froze. Next, a voice came from the muscle. Eh? There is actually someone here. You are just a rank 6 Gu immortal, how could you come here? Fan Yuan was silent. The muscle slowly opened its shell, revealing the soft red flesh inside. This layer of soft flesh was like a chair on a bed, and 3 people were sitting on it. 2 mortal women. They were very beautiful, wearing revealing clothes. They were leaning on the male Gu immortal in the center. This male Gu immortal had a youthful appearance. He was thin and had a frivolous gaze. He looked down at Fan Yuan, sizing him up as he said in a strange tone. Strange, strange. You really have rank 6 cultivation, quickly report your name. Fan Yuan was silent. His gaze moved from the male Gu immortal to the giant muscle. The male Gu immortal was slightly angry. Hey, I am asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute? Fan Yuan did not answer but asked instead. This is the legendary hidden room muscle? The male Gu immortal felt that he had gained a lot of face. He laughed loudly. You have good taste. This is something that I got from my grandfather after much difficulty. My grandfather is the famous enslavement path Gu immortal of Eastern Sea, Ren Xiaoping. Fan Yuan nodded, saying plainly, I know about Ren Xiaoping. He is a peak rank 7 expert. Not long ago, there were rumors that he found his long-lost grandson. He paid a huge price to help him become an immortal. You right? Ha! The male Gu immortal laughed again. Not bad, not bad. I find you pleasing to the eye, you have good taste. Hand over the hidden room muscle and I will spare your life. Fan Yuan had a plain expression. What? The male Gu immortal thought that he was hearing things. His expression froze before he laughed from extreme anger, pointing at Fang Yuan. Good, good. It seems that I was wrong. You have a pair of eyes, but you are blind. You offended someone you should not have offended. You really do not know what's good for you. Just let me do it. The male Gu immortal spoke halfway before letting out a loud cry. Fang Yuan had already made his move. The strength path giant hand grabbed the hidden room muscle. The male Gu immortal had a panicked expression, because he found that the hidden room muscle, which was supposed to be a barrier, was being ravaged by the strength path giant hand. The two shells were starting to emit cracking sounds. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. He quickly shouted. I am Ren Xiaoping's grandson. Which Gu immortal are you? Maybe we are friends. Who has a relationship with you? I can let you go, but hand over the Gu worm controlling the hidden room muscle. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. Otherwise, you will die here. You are a demonic path Gu immortal. You cannot do this, my grandfather will not let you go. Think about it. Ren Xiaoping is just a nobody. Fan Yuan snickered. His aura rose from rank 6 to rank 7 peak stage. Chapter 1163. A moment later, Fan Yuan controlled the hidden room oyster and became its new owner. Clank, clank, clank. Clap, clap, clap. He patted the young Gu immortal's face. Lad, you are sensible. The young Gu immortal's expression froze. He did not dare to move. His eyes were filled with shame and hatred. Fan Yuan ignored him. Next, he jumped onto the hidden room oyster and sat on the young Gu immortal's former seat, before leaving. Before leaving, he said, My name is Chuing. I was the one who stole your hidden room oyster. Remember to tell your grandfather. Looking at the hidden room oyster's shell closing and disappearing into the current, the young Gu immortal said through gritted teeth. Good, Chuing, right? Don't worry, I have already informed my grandfather of your appearance through Gu worms. Young master, what do we do now? The two beauties were about to cry as they grabbed the young Gu immortal's sleeves. The young Gu immortal's expression froze, seeing that the surrounding space was getting smaller and that the currents were about to change directions. His expression turned grim. With his strength, he could not get here. It was all because of the hidden room oyster. Don't worry, even though I lost the hidden room oyster, my grandfather gave me traveling son Gu. I can return to the doting mother Gu, which is my grandfather. The young Gu immortal gritted his teeth. That's great, we are saved! The two girls were overjoyed. Bam bam! Two muffled sounds occurred. The two beauties had shocked gazes. One looked at the bloody hole in her chest while the other looked at the young Gu immortal. Young master, you! The young Gu immortal's expression was grim. Who asked you to witness the entire process, humph? Soon after, he showed a look of pity on his face. He stretched out his hand, caressing the two beauties' faces. It is a pity about these two beautiful faces. They are quite pretty. If you want to blame someone, blame Chuing. With that, he casually pushed the two corpses into the torrent at the side. Without the defensive methods of a Gu immortal, the mortal corpses were instantly turned into scraps by the currents. Seeing that this space was about to collapse, the young Gu immortal gritted his teeth and activated traveling child immortal Gu. In this turbulent flow sea area, all sorts of down marks were chaotic. Space path was the same. Gu immortals could not casually use space path immortal Gu. The safest way was to travel on foot. But the young Gu immortal was not using space path immortal Gu. Instead, it was the Tao of love. Emotion path was born from wisdom path. The three elements of wisdom path were thought, will, and emotion. Traveling son Gu and doting mother Gu were famous immortal Gu in emotion path. When the turbulent flow sea area was formed, emotion path had not been created yet. Thus, at this moment, the young Gu immortal could safely use travel son Gu without any danger. The young Gu immortal allowed the power of traveling son Gu to drag him. It was as if he had entered a long river. He was in a daze, and his thoughts were muddled. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he woke up and found himself back in Ren Xiaoping's blessed land. Grandpa! The young Gu immortal showed a fearful and uneasy expression. Humph, while Grandpa's immortal aperture is absorbing heaven and earth chi. To stabilize the blessed land, you actually dared to sneak out to play. I knew this would happen. I will not give you the hidden room oyster to protect yourself. Ren Xiaoping snorted coldly. Grandpa, the hidden room oyster was taken by someone. The young Gu immortal said with grievance. I met a demon, he snatched my hidden room oyster and killed my 2 servants. Oh? Ren Xiaoping raised his brows. Tell me in detail. The young Gu immortal added details to his story. Chewing. Ren Xiaoping muttered this name as he frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. 2 mere mortal women were nothing to him. A rank 7 Gu immortal took the initiative to make things difficult for him and snatched the hidden room oyster. This was indeed a demonic act. But why did he leave his name behind? Was he not Chewing, but someone else purposely trying to frame him? Or did he have other motives? All in all, Ren Xiaoping remembered the name Chewing in his heart. He had a stern expression as he lectured his grandson. Now you know the cruelty of the Gu immortal world. All along, you have been following me, you have only met my friends, they are lenient towards you, they even tried to curry favor with you because of me. This time you need to learn from this lesson, I will punish you to cultivate in seclusion for 10 years. For 10 years you will stay in my immortal aperture, you are not allowed to step out. What? The young Gu immortal was shocked. Scram! Ren Xiaoping waved his sleeves, the young Gu immortal's vision changed, he was already in a cave. An unpolished jade cannot be made into anything, grandson. I cannot let you continue messing around, otherwise, even with my protection, there will be many people in Eastern Sea who will not listen to me. As for this Chewing, I will deal with him sooner or later. Thinking of this, ruthlessness flashed in Ren Xiaoping's eyes. Since I want to befriend Miao Mingxun, I might as well offend Ren Xiaoping. Speaking of which, this hidden room oyster is quite useful, I can carry it around. As long as it is not a very strong current, I can rest inside and wait for the enemy to exhaust me. Fan Yuan hid inside the hidden room oyster, letting the latter move along the current. Just like this, he got closer to his destination. But in the turbulent flow sea area, distance did not represent distance. After taking away the hidden room oyster, Fan Yuan's luck started to fall, he met with several currents and lost his direction. He had no choice but to take many detours. After going 1 round, he reached the center of the turbulent flow sea area a day later. The current here was much larger. Fan Yuan was like an ant falling into a river. Ordinary turbulence would change its direction or position every once in a while. But the currents at the center of the turbulent flow sea area were too large, they were not easy to move. Even though they changed direction every moment, the change was small, it was relatively stable. Inside these currents, there were many air bubbles. There were big and small air bubbles, some were as small as a human head, while some were as big as a mountain. These air bubbles were formed during the battle, it was unknown which great expert's immortal killer move was used. Inside the air bubbles, there were many remains or ruins. There were also many air bubbles that contained seawater and small islands. Found it, this is it! Fan Yuan found his target, he got close to it with difficulty and squeezed in. The air bubble was broken by him, but it quickly healed, only some water leaked in, it was not a big deal. Fan Yuan's vision changed. It was a calm green sea with no ripples. The sky was white, it was pure. It was a completely different world. At the center of the sea, there was a small island. The island was covered in wild grass, and there were many tall stone pillars in the grass. Some said that the world inside the air bubbles was a corner of the turbulent flow sea area. But after the battle, space was torn into pieces. Some said that this was a fragment world of a great expert's immortal aperture. Because of a certain profound immortal killer move, these air bubbles were created. Fan Yuan was not interested in the cause of the air bubbles. He went to the stone pillars and took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. As if sensing the information path imprint on Flying Sword Immortal Gu, these stone pillars started to shine with red light. Not long after, they started to move on their own. When they stopped, A space that was the size of a water tank opened up, a skeleton fell out. Fan Yuan carefully went closer to inspect it. This skeleton was engraved with rich bone path Dao marks. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material. The skeleton's right hand was holding a dark green lump of qi. Fan Yuan took out this dark green lump. After inspecting it, he broke it and revealed several goo worms slumbering inside. There were 2 immortal goo and 5 mortal goo. Unfortunately, most of them were already dead, leaving behind only a shell. When the wind blew, they turned to dust. Who knew how many years had passed? The goo worms were not preserved well, they could not resist the erosion of time. Eventually, only 1 rank 6 immortal goo was left. Fan Yuan quickly saved it, barely hanging on to its life. What goo worm is this? Fan Yuan was perplexed, he did not recognize it. He looked at the skeleton, there were no similar lumps of qi. It seems that this is the so-called information path inheritance. Fan Yuan sighed. If it were any ordinary goo immortal, they would be overjoyed. But Fan Yuan, who had just obtained He Fan's true inheritance, did not feel good. After inspecting the skeleton, Fan Yuan found that there were many thoughts sealed in the skeleton's skull. The thoughts were incomplete, thankfully. Fan Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, he could barely dig out a lot of information. The goo immortal who left behind this inheritance could not be identified. Fan Yuan only knew that after an intense battle, he barely managed to hold on and entered this bubble, setting up this inheritance. As for the inheritance, it was indeed an information path inheritance, but most of the contents were lost. But Fan Yuan did not leave empty-handed. He found out the name of the immortal goo he saved, Perceivable Dao. Perceivable Dao Immortal Goo was an information path investigative immortal goo. Its effect seemed to be useless. It could help the goo immortal count the number and types of Dao marks on the target. As for the origin of this skeleton, it was not the inheritor of the inheritance, it was an enemy killed by the information path goo immortal. In the thoughts, the information path goo immortal who left behind the inheritance told the inheritor that he could use this skeleton as an immortal material. Because the Dao marks on this enemy's body were all concentrated on this skeleton. This made Fan Yuan feel a little surprised. Because after a goo immortal dies, their Dao marks would be gathered in their immortal apertures. Unless they were immortal zombies, their immortal apertures would be destroyed, their Dao marks would remain in their bodies. This information path goo immortal clearly had a unique method. He could gather the goo immortal's Dao marks on the skeleton and preserve them. It is a pity that the inheritance is missing too much, it cannot be restored. Fan Yuan felt that it was a pity. He had hoped that he could use this information path inheritance to get rid of the alliance agreement. Unfortunately, things did not always go according to plan. What he obtained in the end was only Perceivable Dao Immortal Goo. After keeping the immortal goo in his immortal aperture, Fan Yuan prepared to leave. Murderer, where are you going? Right at this time, a blood-red figure charged into this huge bubble. Chapter 1164. Even though this person had an imposing aura and stared at Fan Yuan, he was injured and had messy hair, he was in a sorry state. A thought flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. Ding Qi. A few days ago, Immortal Hua Dai had told Fan Yuan that a blood path demonic immortal, Ding Qi, had come to the turbulent Flow Sea area. This person's younger brother, Ding Yan, was the blood path demonic immortal who died at Lu Qingyu's hands. Now, when Fan Yuan saw this person, he naturally made a connection to his identity. Next, another group of goo immortals charged into this bubble. The 2 at the front were Fan Yuan's acquaintances. One was Tang Song, the other was Zhou Li. Tang Song shouted, Ding Qi, where are you running to? This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. It is a pity that your brother is dead, no one will pay respects to you, ha ha ha. Ding Qi did not seem to hear it, he stared at Fan Yuan and gritted his teeth. It's you! You just obtained the information path inheritance. The clue that my brother obtained after much difficulty is on you. You are his murderer. What? The goo immortals heard this and stared at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled. Interesting. How do you know that I took the inheritance? Dingqi smiled coldly. Because I have blood trace immortal goo. Saying so, he activated the immortal goo. Soon, blood-colored figures appeared on the island one after another. The figures moved in a series of movements. It was the scene of Fan Yuan entering and taking away the information path inheritance. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted. He stole the inheritance after all! Who are you? Quickly hand over the inheritance! Fan Yuan's smile became even wider. He ignored the immortals clamoring and looked at Dingqi with interest. Blood trace immortal goo, this is the first time I've heard of this name. This is a blood path immortal goo that my brother and I created together. Other than that, there is also immortal goo blood oath. Dingqi had a sad and angry expression. Zhou Li and Tang Song were also furious. It turned out that Lu Qinyu had gathered a group of people. His arrival at the turbulent waters attracted Dingqi's attention. The news spread. Zhou Li and Tang Song also gathered a group of Gu immortals and rushed over. Back then, they suspected that Lu Qinyu had obtained a clue to the information path inheritance. In the end, it was not easy for him to get here. The immortals ran into Dingqi. Dingqi had already arrived here and used blood trace immortal Gu to make some arrangements. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. Dingqi was alone, even though he was a blood path demonic immortal. It was difficult for him to fight against the simultaneous attacks of the immortals, so he could only fight and escape at the same time. During this time, Fan Yuan just happened to enter and inherit the inheritance. Dingqi immediately sensed something and hurriedly broke out of the encirclement without regard for his own safety. Finally, he arrived in time and saw Fan Yuan. This is blood trace immortal goo, interesting. Fan Yuan looked at Dingqi with admiration. He sighed with emotion. Indeed, each generation has its own talent, each with their own style. Speaking of blood, the first to bear the brunt was naturally Patriarch Blood Sea. He was a great demon who had left behind 7 true inheritances of the Blood Sea. Everyone in the world knew about this, and he had a rich and colorful record in history. Right now, if one were to talk about other blood path experts, Dingqi and Ding Yan would definitely be on the list. These two brothers had actually researched and created 2 blood path immortal goo, blood oath and blood trace. Most importantly, they had refined them again. Their talent in blood path was truly rare. What are you sighing about? Quickly hand over the inheritance. Right. That inheritance is mine, you are an outsider. You actually got it first. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted. They had been busy for a long time, putting in so much effort and suffering. But in the end, someone who came out of nowhere took the fruits of their labor. Zhou Li and Tang Song had long since viewed this inheritance as their own. Fan Yuan was no different from snatching food from them. How could they accept this? Zhou Li and Tang Song immediately gave up on their original target of Dingqi. They turned to look at Fan Yuan. But Dingqi was faster. He directly attacked Fan Yuan. Murderer, hand over your life. Fan Yuan laughed lightly. If you want my life, I won't play with you. Anyway, the inheritance is already in my hands. Saying so, he broke through the bubble and fell into the huge current. Chase! If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted angrily. They did not want to give up. Especially Fan Yuan's final words. They almost exploded from anger. A group of Gu immortals started a chase in the huge current. In this special environment, the Gu immortals could only drift along the current. While drifting with the current, countless attacks were aimed at Fan Yuan's back. Fan Yuan activated his immortal Gu to defend himself as he moved faster. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was not weak. It soon caused some Gu immortals to fall behind. The distance between them widened. This person's movement method is somewhat familiar. Zhou Li was perplexed. Tang Song's eyes were wide open. He wanted to take back his inheritance. He did not have this feeling at all. Between the two sides there was a blood path demonic immortal, Dingqi. His eyes were bloodshot. Killing intent filled his heart. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! My brother died, but you took advantage of him. My brother's death was not worth it. Damn it, you deserve to die. I will tear you to pieces. The strong desire for revenge almost destroyed his rationality, causing him to sink into a state of madness. Fan Yuan suddenly turned around, dodging another wave of attacks. The pursuers were very angry. Fan Yuan was too slippery. Even though some killer moves could chase after the enemy, they were neutralized by his counterattacks. The Gu Immortals chased for so long without any results, they even expended a lot of immortal essence. This place was different from other places. The environment was quite unique. A bubble appeared ahead. Fan Yuan's thoughts changed as he entered it. He went in. Quick, quick, surround him. Something is wrong. Why is he not escaping? Why is he hiding in a bubble? The immortals surrounded this bubble, but they did not go in. They were suspicious. A blood shadow shot into the bubble like an arrow. It was Blood Path Demonic Immortal Ding Qi. He was much more decisive than these Gu Immortals. The Immortals waited outside the bubble for a while, but there was no movement. They started to get anxious. They finally lost their patience. Tang Song entered first, followed by Zhou Li, and finally, the Gu Immortals entered the bubble one after another. Something is strange. Where is this place? A town? The last Gu Immortal who managed to squeeze in found himself in a cluster of houses. Even though these houses had exquisite structures, they were all in ruins, as if an earthquake had happened here. Moreover, there were cobwebs and dust everywhere. It was clear that this was a town that had been abandoned for countless years. Strange, strange. There are pots and pans here. It seems like many people lived here. Such a large scale, it cannot be Gu Immortals. But mortals actually lived here? Even before the turbulent flow sea area was formed, there were no rumors of mortals living here. The Gu Immortals gathered and discussed. Also, where did that Gu Immortal who escaped go? Ding Qi is missing too. No, Ding Qi is over there. He is confronting Lord Tang Song. That Gu Immortal who stole the inheritance is really gone. He seems to be hiding in here. Find him and force him to hand over the inheritance. The Immortals were about to get to work, but at this time, Fan Yuan's voice resounded in the sky. It was extremely grand. Everyone is here. That's good. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. This is the final moment of your lives. The moment he said that, the Immortals felt the sky turn dark. They quickly raised their heads, and at the next moment, the Immortals showed expressions of extreme shock. They saw a huge hand. It was so huge that it covered the sky and earth. It pressed down from the sky. The aura was grand and vast. It felt like heaven and earth were being overturned. Everyone felt an irresistible feeling in their hearts. Impossible! This is all an illusion. If he had this strength, why would he keep running? Zhou Li shouted. The Immortals woke up, their morale rose. They felt that Zhou Li was right. All the Immortals attacked. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge hand pressed down, countless houses collapsed, several Gu Immortals died on the spot, their bodies turned into meat paste. How can this be? Zhou Li crawled out of the pit with difficulty. He stared with wide eyes as he looked around in disbelief. The entire town was gone. It was a scene of devastation. The surviving Gu Immortals stood up from the ruins. They were still in a state of shock. In this contest of strength, so many Gu Immortals actually lost. Shadow Sex Trap is really useful. Hee hee. Fan Yuan had a feeling. He activated Strength Path Giant Hand again. Thus, in the eyes of the Immortals, the sky turned dark again. The huge hand covered their entire vision and pressed down. It's here again! It's here again! Hold on, hold on! This is a matter of life and death. Don't worry about anything else. Take out your trump cards and survive this tribulation. The Immortals shouted angrily and uneasily. Their attitude was completely different from before. Boom! The huge hand pressed down the ground by 20 to 30 feet. This time, only 3 people stood up. Zhou Li, Tang Song, and Blood Path Demonic Immortal Ding Qi. The huge hand appeared for the 3rd time. The 3 Immortals showed expressions of despair. Even if I die, I will make you suffer! Ding Qi self-detonated. Zhou Li and Tang Song resisted, but it was useless. In the end, they all died under Fan Yuan's palm. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well, it truly lives up to its name, Fan Yuan praised. Right now, there was a well in front of him. The outside of the well was squarish, it was squarish. The inside of the well was round, it was perfectly round. Fan Yuan stood beside the well. Looking down, he saw that there was a small town at the bottom of the well. But now, they were all destroyed beyond recognition by his 3 giant hand seals. There were some traces of blood in the ruins, those were the places where the Gu immortals were smashed into meat paste. City Well first appeared in the legends of Renzu. Chapter 1165. Speaking of which, Renzu's 4th daughter, boundless forest Samsara, fell from the tree and did not follow Renzu's footsteps. She was trapped in ordinary abyss. One day, when she was sleeping, she met a mini-man. The mini-man cried loudly. Boundless forest Samsara asked why. The mini-man said, I am the largest in my tribe, I am often brave, proud because of this. Today, I plan to climb a mountain. I did not expect this mountain to be a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world. This is the first time I saw one. I could not help but cry. From then on, boundless forest Samsara became good friends with the mini-man. They were inseparable. Mini-man, oh mini-man, where is your father? Do you have any siblings? Why have I never seen your family? One day, boundless forest Samsara asked the mini-man. The mini-man silently led boundless forest Samsara to a well. Look at this well. Inside the well is my former home. Boundless forest Samsara leaned against the well and stuck her head out to look inside. Then she shouted in shock. Wow, there are so many mini-man. She saw that inside the well, there were many mini-man living together. They built countless houses next to each other, there was a market, flowers and plants, they were living in harmony. The mini-man in the well also shouted in shock. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It's already night time? There is thunder, but there is no rain and no lightning. The mini-men were in chaos, they discussed among themselves, the entire town was buzzing. Is there your family here? Why did you run outside the well and not live with them? Boundless forest Samsara asked. The mini-man shook his head. They chase me away, they think I am a monster. Oh? Why is that? Boundless forest Samsara was very curious. The mini-man replied sorrowfully. I told them that the world we have been living in for generations is just a well. The outside world was still very, very big. But they did not believe me, they told me not to speak nonsense. I also told them that the mountain at the edge of our town was actually just a very, very small mound. But they did not believe me. They felt that it was the tallest mountain, they told me not to spread rumors. Which mountain is it? Boundless forest Samsara asked. It's that Fengsun mountain. The little person pointed. Boundless forest Samsara giggled. You call this a mountain? I can even place it on my palm. Suddenly boundless forest Samsara clapped. Then let me tell them the truth. The humanoid man shook his head. It's useless. Boundless forest Samsara did not believe it. She leaned on the mouth of the well and shouted down. The little people at the bottom of the well were even more flustered. They felt that today was too strange. Not only did the sky darken in an instant, but the muffled thunder continued to rumble, and the sound of thunder grew louder and louder. It grew denser and denser. God is angry, I want to repent, I want to confess. No, it's a monster. The monster ate the sky and is now burping. Save me, this world is going to be destroyed. Some knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, some were filled with despair, and some were running around in a frenzy. Boundless forest Samsara's breathing reached the bottom of the well. It became a huge gale. When boundless forest Samsara's saliva landed at the bottom of the well, it became a downpour. When boundless forest Samsara's words reached the ears of the little people, they were like thunder that almost burst their eardrums. Boundless forest Samsara finally gave up. She leaned on the mouth of the well, she was tired and said weakly, Why are these little people so stupid? Can't they crawl out to see the outside world like you? The little person shook his head and sighed. They already feel that they are very big. They feel that the sky is round, that the mountain is that tall, that life is like that. Then why did you crawl out? Boundless Forest Samsara stared with wide eyes. The little person smiled bitterly. That is because I recognize that I am very insignificant. That is why I saw how big the world is. Fan Yuan walked around the well. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. This was the third secluded domain of heaven and earth that he encountered. The first two were Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. In order to frame Fan Yuan, Ing Wuxie made use of the well to set up a trap. Unfortunately, he was caught unprepared by Fan Yuan and obtained valuable information from Lu Qingyu. But in the end, Fan Yuan made use of the well instead. He killed a group of Eastern Sigu immortals. Like what was recorded in the legends of Rinzhu, boundless forest Samsara breathed like the wind and spat like rain. Fan Yuan stood at the mouth of the well and used his immortal killer move. When it reached the bottom of the well, its power would be amplified by tens or even hundreds of times. However, Fan Yuan did not come without a price. His immortal essence expenditure also increased by tens or even hundreds of times. Even though Fan Yuan only used 3 giant hands, the immortal essence expenditure was no different from him using hundreds of giant hands. Those who did not know would be trapped at the bottom of the well. However, once he understood his situation and realized that this was a marketplace, he would be able to immediately break free. Like what was written in the legends of Rinzhu, as long as the little person realized his insignificance and wanted to see the world outside, he could climb out of the well. It could be said that leaving the well was both difficult and easy. Precisely so, Ing Wuxie did not use the well to deal a heavy blow to Fan Yuan. Firstly, he could not control his strength. He might turn Fan Yuan into charcoal or meat paste. Where would he find goo materials to reverse refined sovereign immortal fetus goo? Secondly, Fan Yuan might immediately find out the truth and escape with the upper extreme heavenly eagle. By then, Ing Wuxie would not even have a chance to escape. The second reason was crucial. Precisely because he was uncertain, Ing Wuxie used City Well as a trap to waste Fan Yuan's energy. He did not ambush Fan Yuan personally. Fan Yuan really wanted to take this well for himself. Because this secluded domain of heaven and earth would be a huge help to Fan Yuan's immortal aperture development in the future. Pulling mountain immortal goo. Fan Yuan tried. Unfortunately, City Well only trembled slightly. Pulling mountain immortal goo could pull mountains, but City Well was not a mountain. But it was on the ground, it needed to absorb earth chi. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fan Yuan tried to dig City Well out with the Strength Path Giant Hand. But to think that when the Strength Path Giant Hand got close to City Well, it withered and shrunk like a balloon. In a few blinks of an eye, it vanished completely. It seems that even though Shadow Sect controls this secluded domain of heaven and earth, they cannot relocate it. Fan Yuan tried a few more times, but there was no effect. The most obvious effect was when he first tried using Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, the walls of City Well shook. In that case, Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo is indeed effective. But just using Pulling Mountain alone is not enough. I need to think of an immortal killer move to take this City Well. Realizing this, Fan Yuan could only give up for now. He drilled into the well, and when he reached the bottom, his body had become very small. He cleaned up the battlefield. Only Zhou Li and Tang Song had intact corpses. Fan Yuan stuffed them into the sovereign immortal aperture. The other goo immortals were all smashed into meat paste. Blood Path Demonic Immortal Dingqi self-detonated, but his Blood Path Immortal aperture was left behind. Other than him, several other goo immortals also left behind their immortal apertures. Soon, the world at the bottom of the well started to move, heaven and earth chi surged out, blessed lands started to form. Fan Yuan spent a lot of time entering these blessed lands and exploring them. There was no need to think about immortal goo. But Eastern Sea had a lot of cultivation resources. These goo immortals were not like the pitiful Lu Qingyu, they probably kept all their assets. Only the Blood Path Demonic Immortal Dingqi destroyed all the resources in his immortal aperture. Even so, Fan Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster. He had enough attainment level to annex Dingqi's blessed land and expand the sovereign immortal aperture. Among these blessed lands, some had land spirits, some did not. Fan Yuan plundered all the resources of the blessed lands without land spirits. Blessed lands with land spirits were more troublesome, they needed to acknowledge a master. If they did not, Fan Yuan could not move the cultivation resources inside. Of course, forcefully plundering was not impossible, but it was only for the immediate benefits, and not the long term. Fan Yuan thought about it, he did not use force. After spending a lot of time at the bottom of the well, Fan Yuan started to fix this bubble. There was a sea and an island in the bubble. City Well was at the center of the island. Because of Ing Wu Xie's arrangements, if outsiders tried to enter, they would be thrown into the well. But Fan Yuan had Lu Qingyu's information, he would not fall here. Instead, he used this trap to kill all the pursuers, he saved a lot of trouble. If Ing Wu Xie knew that his arrangements did not cause any trouble to Fan Yuan, instead helping Fan Yuan, would he vomit blood from anger? Fan Yuan kept some of Ing Wu Xie's arrangements, he also added some of his own methods to make the bubble more concealed. Next, he came out of the bubble and started to move the bubble. Not long ago, Ing Wu Xie did the same. The original location of this bubble that hid City Well wasn't here. It was Ing Wu Xie who wanted to harm Fan Yuan, that was why he spent so much effort and time to teleport here. In the turbulent flow, Fan Yuan could not control himself, he would be swept away by the current. Thankfully, he had the hidden room oyster as a place to rest. Fan Yuan went back and forth dozens of times before moving this bubble to another huge current. The amount of immortal essence and time spent was more than 10 times that of Ing Wu Xie. After completing this matter, Fan Yuan walked around and arrived at Ing Wu Xie's camp. There was another island in the bubble. Fan Yuan went deep underground. Regret Pool had already been dismantled by Ing Wu Xie, even the surrounding goo formations were gone. The tributary of the River of Time that was captured by Shadow Sect had already vanished. This was the characteristic of the turbulent flow sea area. Every water current was constantly changing and moving. Chapter 1166. Several days later, Fan Yuan waited here for Immortal Hua Dai. This is indeed a trace of the River of Time, it is very new. Immortal Hua Dai inspected it, and was very happy. With this clue, she could track this tributary of the River of Time. Immortal friend Chu Ying, sorry for troubling you. To think that you really met it, we have searched for decades for this tributary of the River of Time, but we did not find any valuable clues. Immortal Hua Dai was very excited, she could finally give Miao Mingxin an explanation. You should go and track it quickly. I do not want the reward, I might have to trouble Lord Miao Mingxin in the future. I will take my leave now. Fan Yuan's understanding made Immortal Hua Dai have a good impression of him. Before leaving, she reminded Fan Yuan again. Be careful. Blood Path demonic Immortal Dingqi appeared, he fought with Zhou Li and Tang Song. Chu Ying, if you meet him, you should hide for now, there is no need to get involved. I will remember Fairy's words, thank you very much. Fan Yuan showed a very grateful expression. Immortal Hua Dai did not know, this person in front of her had already killed Ding Qi, Zhou Li, and Tang Song. But the turbulent flow sea area had a complex terrain, it was normal for immortals to go missing, nobody found it strange. Often, goo immortals would go missing for months or years before escaping and suddenly reappearing. Half a month later, Fan Yuan successfully returned to Langya Blessed Land. In this trip to Eastern Sea, even though he did not achieve his original goal, he had great gains. In a secret room in Cloud City, Fan Yuan sat quietly as his divine sense spread out, inspecting his sovereign immortal aperture. There were many changes to the sovereign immortal aperture. In the past, it was barren and empty, but now, there were a lot of resources. At first glance, it did not look so monotonous and empty. Actually, the resources that Fan Yuan obtained might not be able to fit in an ordinary blessed land. But the sovereign immortal aperture was simply too huge. Even if it was distributed, it would still seem sparse. In Kokidahara, more than half of it was covered in frost. In the other half, there were sparse green grasses. On this grassland, Fan Yuan had reared some desolate beasts, such as the giant horned sheep and the shark fin wolf that he had obtained a long time ago. In the mini-western desert, The eerie fire dragon python pits had already expanded to 11. Time flowed 60 times faster than normal. Coupled with the Eastern clan's excellent breeding methods, the eerie fire dragon python's reproduction rate was extremely high. In the small East Sea, Fan Yuan had originally opened up a few large lakes and kept schools of arowana, air bubble fish, literature carps, and so on. Now, there were even more common resources. Fan Yuan had gained a lot from killing Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Although these resources were not particularly precious, there was a lot of them. They could definitely continue to develop on this basis. In the mini-middle continent, the mirror willows had already spread over a large area, forming a large forest that covered a radius of 100 miles. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan was originally a mirror willow transplanted into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After moving around, these mirror willows were transplanted into mini-central continent. Because the sovereign immortal aperture's time flowed rapidly, Fan Yuan did not put in any effort in this aspect. Just by relying on the mirror willow's unrestrained expansion, it reached its current scale. Other than the mirror willows, there were also many bloodgy forests under mini-central continent. They were only slightly smaller than the mirror willows. Mini-central continent was too big. The mirror willows and bloodgy forests did not have any competitors. They could fully utilize their resources. It was the most prosperous of the 5 regions. The one with the most vitality was mini-southern border. Fan Yuan had moved most of the resources he obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven to this place. But it still did not cover mini-southern border. Large numbers of musical trees and tea streams could be seen everywhere. There was also the Chi Death Bird group, which brought endless vitality to mini-southern border. Mountains that numbered in the single digits also appeared in mini-southern border now. The first was 5 Light Mountain. It was beautiful. Next was Immortal Succession Mountain. Stone pavilions were scattered all over the mountain. The scenery was quite good. Mini-southern border's most important resource. It was the Regretful Spider group. Its scale had also expanded by several times now. Above the 5 regions was the 9 heavens. In Mini-Orange Heaven, there was a beautiful aurora. Flowing light fruits floated in the air. It was Fan Yuan's previous action of using the fruit accumulation fruit. In Mini-Yellow Heaven, there was a gold fragment river. It was not big, but it was better than nothing. In Mini-Azure Heaven, there was a corner with jade fog. This was the pill azure incense that Fan Yuan bought. There was also the heavenly crystal storage pool. It was placed aside for the time being. It was useless. In Mini-Blue Heaven, large pieces of cloud soil floated, star fragment grass, arrow bamboo forest, and others were planted on it. They produced star path mortal goo for Fan Yuan. There was also a young ancient desolate beast falling starhound. It was saved by Fan Yuan. It often ran around in Mini-Blue Heaven. In Mini-Purple Heaven, the heavenly crystal eagle nest was eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Only one upper extreme heavenly eagle egg and some heavenly crystal fragments were left. These heavenly crystals were naturally obtained by Fan Yuan and the land spirit of Langia. In Mini-Black Heaven, there was a walking meat tree. In Mini-White Heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly hounds, and a group of eagle hounds. Many multicolored overlord flowers grew here. The lighting environment had been improved greatly. Some time ago, Fan Yuan killed several Light Path Gu immortals. The Light Path Dao marks in his immortal aperture had increased by a lot. It is a pity that I did not bring Citywell back into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan was still thinking about Citywell in the turbulent flow sea area. Even though Citywell was destroyed beyond recognition, Fan Yuan could use landscape as before to restore it. The houses that have been destroyed cannot be restored. But Minuscule Mountain could definitely be restored. This legendary mountain had been destroyed in the Battle of Etian Mountain because of Fairy Li Shan's death. But now, Fan Yuan saw the hope of recreating it. According to the legends of Renzu, Minuscule Mountain was a part of Citywell. If I have Citywell, I can nurture a large number of variant human tribes in it. It is a pity. Developing an immortal aperture was divided into 3 stages. At the initial stage, the Gu Immortal would cultivate resources and satisfy the feeding needs of Immortal Gu. At the middle stage, on top of feeding Immortal Gu, they would develop other cultivation resources to satisfy the Gu Immortal's cultivation. They could also be sold to exchange for immortal yuan stones and so on. At the high stage, they would raise variant humans or even humans in the immortal aperture. This had a huge significance to the Gu Immortal. There were many benefits. For example, like before, Fan Yuan bought hairy man slaves to refine Gu for himself in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This saved him a lot of time and energy. For the other variant humans, mini-men could grow flowers and grass, rock men could develop underground spaces. Snowmen could produce ice tears and survive in a world of ice and snow. For pure humans, they had the most intelligence. They could continue to reproduce and create with their intelligence. A large number of Gu recipes or killer moves would be created. There was no need for the Gu Immortal to deduce them personally. For better development, the Immortal Aperture could produce Gu Immortals or human Gu Immortals. They were born and raised here, their loyalty could be seen. This was a huge help to the Immortal Aperture owner. Currently, Fan Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture was only at the initial stage. Because he had some new Immortal Gu that he had not met the feeding requirements yet. Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu were rank 8 Immortal Gu, feeding them was a huge problem. Fan Yuan had only formulated a plan. He had only started on a portion of it, he had not truly solved these problems yet. However, he had outstanding achievements in the middle stage. Because he had plundered countless resources from Star-Form Blessed Land, Dongfang Tribe, Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, and others. Many common resources like Star Path Mortal Gu, Regretful Spiders, Musical Trees, and others were all sold for profits. Not to mention Luo Pavali. Guts Gu had always been Fan Yuan's biggest source of profit. He was making huge amounts of money every day. A horse would not get fat without grass at night. A person would not get rich without a windfall. The reason why Fan Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture was abnormally prosperous was because of Fan Yuan's windfall. These resources were also the greatest source of confidence for Fan Yuan's cultivation. Without these resources, no matter how strong Fan Yuan was, he would feel weak internally. Currently, Fan Yuan could not raise variant humans on a large scale. Indeed, he could do what he did in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, buying a large number of variant humans and placing them in his Immortal Aperture to work for him. But this was not the traditional way of doing business. The best way in this aspect was to let these variant humans reproduce and live on their own. They would harmoniously fuse with the environment in the Immortal Aperture, coexisting with each other. This was the only way to develop healthily. In the long run, the benefits would be huge. If he bought variant human slaves and made them work for him, Fan Yuan would only suffer losses. He had already learned this lesson in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Inside Fan Yuan's stone nest, hairy men were dying during the Gu refinement process almost every day. The hairy men did not have the time or opportunity to reproduce, their numbers would only decrease. Only Fan Yuan would spend money to buy new hairy man slaves to replenish them. But if there was a city well, it would be different. City well was a special environment that was isolated from the outside world. It was good for nurturing variant humans or humans. Furthermore, the reproduction and death of the variant humans, as well as their activities in the well world, would nurture and raise city well itself. There was no need to mention the benefits of this. All in all, with city well, Fan Yuan would be able to start working at the early stages and obtain even higher benefits. This would make his cultivation much smoother, his cultivation level would rise several times faster. Regarding his sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fan Yuan's inspection ended. There were areas that he was satisfied with, and also areas that he was dissatisfied with. What made Fan Yuan satisfied was that the sovereign Immortal Aperture's Dao marks had increased in all aspects. For example, Earth Path Dao marks, even though they were still scarce, it was much better than before. He was dissatisfied with the fact that other than Mini Southern Border, the other areas were still empty and had few resources. The sovereign Immortal Aperture was too big after all. Having too much space was a happy problem. This would lead to internal conflicts in the future. For example, Mirror Willow was developing rapidly in Mini Central Continent. But if there was another tree, it would also develop rapidly. In the end, when both sides came into contact, there would be a stalemate and conflict. The conflict between trees was mild, but what about beast groups? The territories of the two ferocious beast hordes had finally joined together. How could they not fight until they were badly battered? If the blessed land was small, Gu immortals could adjust it in time. But Fan Yuan's blessed land was too big. When both sides had internal conflicts, the losses would be even greater. To prevent this situation from happening, he could only rely on Fan Yuan's great foresight and wisdom to make arrangements. The Sovereign Immortal aperture was not easy to manage. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.